Splatoon as well. Hey, what's good, Clary? Hi. What am I missing? We're gonna do that. You got X rank? Oh, heck yeah, dude. Nice job. Splatoon 3 North American League. Watch. Maybe make it that one word, maybe? Let's go with that. Esports, video games, create broadcast, bang. What's good, Metal Rift? What's good, Sacha Sadnik? What's good, Corbin? What's good, Sylvanus? What's good, Hannah? What's good, Kitsune? What's good, Fourth Wall? What's good, Kiko? Where's the North European, the North European League? That's a good question. Where is the North European League? Kuraf, what's good? How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I'm actually, like, pretty energized today. I have, like, so much energy today. It's quite insane. I went skating today, for, like, 3 or 4 hours. That was great. But, like, even, I don't even feel tired after it, which is, like, crazy. So, not really even waking up. Just, like, just being at this point, you know? So, absolutely chilling. Is the chat not working? Hello? 1, 2, 3? Oh, no, it does work. Okay, never mind. Simply Stage, what's good? Diamond Devon, what's good? Oh, wait, I haven't even done the thing in, Discord. Feels like it's been a little bit since I streamed, so give me a second. I haven't streamed since Wednesday. So... boom. Let's just set this up real quick. It's boiling here and you have no energy? Oh, here in London, it was pretty good. Especially during the afternoon. For whatever reason, the clouds were covering the sun. I don't know why. But because of that, it didn't make it so hot, which was like nice, you know? What's good, Tofu? What's good, man? Akuru, what's good? Doc Oak, what's good? Simply, I just read that. Well, welcome again. Good afternoon, good afternoon. North American League watch party today. Splatoon 3. When does the league start? It's gonna start in like 40 minutes from now. I assume in like 10 minutes from now the live stream for it will start. And then we can go ahead and go watch party. Yeah, we've done this once before. We like basically like watched like some high level Splatoon gameplay going down, and I just kind of like commentate alongside, you know. So it's quite cool. You get to see a lot of good Splatoon going down, and you know, hopefully you know, I just want to watch it. So Zamos, what's good? I hope you're doing well. We're gonna go live here. Cool. Alright. I think we are good. Cool, cool. Good morning, Acing. Good morning. It ain't morning where you are. But good morning. Good morning, dude. Hope you're well, man. Dude, Sweden is down 4-0. It's down they're down 4-0? Who are they playing against? Thanks to the 69 months, though. That's pretty nice.
Dude, Sweden is down 4-0. I'm in shambles.
What is going on? Is it even the is it even the first half? Like, is it still in the first half? I'm fuming. It's like, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? Kick the ball, like. It's 4-1. Oh, oh, they just scored? Oh, heck yeah. They're locking in? Alright, they're coming back. They're coming back. Who are they playing? The US fans are believing that the semis are free at the moment. Oh, the Netherlands? Oh, wow, the Netherlands. Oh, wow, they have a team. Dang. Dang, dang. The Netherlands, man. Marco, what's good, man? Welcome back. 3-watch streak. Restarting it. Alright. I think the plan, guys... Plan is play a bit of Splatoon until till the North American League thing starts. This is going to be something that will happen for the next 2 days, by the way, guys. Because obviously you got the first day of North American League and then you got the second day of North American League. So we shall see how things go as things continue. But plan is right now, play a bit of Splatoon until it'll get started. So we're going to get started, you know. Some people believe the Netherlands can win I was about to say... Hello? Am I not connected to the internet? Let's fix that real quick. Alright. Inkchan, what's good? Sasha, what's good? Yo! Because it's pretty simple. Simply an 8-team DE bracket, so it shouldn't actually take this long. Oh, I see. What's my favorite Splatoon weapon? It's non-existent, man. Non-existent. I think if I sit here... Why is my, like... My, I just noticed my hand cam is just, like, completely off. I could see, like, DUD. I was just like, what's going on here, dude? Oh. You gonna play Big Run? Maybe we could play Big Run a little bit. But, nah, I'd just rather play some Splatoon, dude. I'd rather play some Splatoon until it actually gets started. Go. Oh. Huge packet. Huge packet. Howdy, hero. I was about to run there, but we're not gonna run right now. Alright, we ain't using Blaster. We're so close to L3. We need to win 9 times. Do you think we can win 9 times before the next rotation starts? Let's see what we can do. Actually, get rid of that. Get that. I think that's okay. Cool. Quick roll of set shout machine. You have the L3 as slap bomb. I've been really liking this weapon too, man. Been really liking it. Speed run. You know, we can just get a couple of wins. Get a few wins because I mean, I think maybe we win. Get a few wins here and there. We can get a few wins the next stream as well for tomorrow, and then you know we'll get this weapon done in 4-star. So might as well, right? Any tips on how to efficiently use the inkjet? I think when you're about to use inkjet and you're trying to get a kill, spot the person first and hopefully they don't see you before you see them, and then go for it. Because I feel like as long as you can get 1 kill out of an inkjet, or like one like nice kill, it can do wonders, you know. So calc is short for calculator? Really? There's no way. There's no way, dude. Calc and calculator? That's crazy. You learn something new every single day. Newfie, what's good? You've been practicing a lot and watching some of your tutorials really helped me. Hey, no worries, no worries. Arc A's, what's good, man? Good evening, good evening. Calc is also short for calculus. So what is bro saying? Who do we know? Like, who do we know is saying what? Like, calc could be the short word for, like, calcium as well, you know? You can tell when he's in a good mood. I am in a good mood, yeah. I'm in a good... I mean, I think I'm, like, partly in a good mood, but, like, also just, like, I have a lot of energy, too, you know. I got a lot of energy. I have a lot of energy. Oh, he's locked in. I'm locked in. I didn't get him. Cool. I could have chased this guy. Okay, now he's just dead. Almost. Did you see X play Splatoon ranked? I did, yeah. I made a tweet about it, and now the whole of Twitter hates me. You know, I actually do want to talk about this. I made a tweet just saying, hey man, I think it's cool that you're playing Splatoon. And then I went to bed and I woke up and like paragraphs after paragraphs after paragraphs. I'm just like, there's no way, right? Yeah, man. There is a very large overreaction to almost everything about this being a thing. And it's just, you know, just some guy playing a game. And I'm just like, okay, man. A lot of people need to log off. He's not he's not colonizing a game. I don't know where people have got this from. Like, you know what bro did? He like turned the game on, started playing, and that's it. I don't know why people are wasting their time, you know? I don't know why people are wasting their time with like, or putting their energy like, oh my god, this and this and this and this and this is bad and this is bad. We should not be welcoming him into the community and all that type of stuff. This is horrible stuff, you know? We can't have this happen. I'm just like me and you and him, I guess at this point, we're just playing a game. Just playing a game. You know, they're gonna invade us. This is horrible. It's going to ruin everything. Everything is going to be ruined because he is playing the game. It's just like, I mean, I don't want to say hell, like, actually, it's not that I don't want to say it's gatekeeping, but it's quite literally gatekeeping, you know, in a way. It's actually, no, it really is. It's just gatekeeping, you know. It's a strange way, or a different way to say it, you know, someone is gatekeeping, but like, at the same time, it's just like, why are we caring so much, you know? Why is there like that much uproar over someone just playing a game, you know? And like, I had a tweet like saying, oh my god, like, you know, I hope you don't collab with him or do anything like that. Like, bro, who said I was collabing with him? I just said hi, man. I'm glad that you're playing Splatoon. He probably even read it. I don't care if he reads it, but you know, I just wanted to say, hey man, I think it's cool, you know? That's about it. There's nothing more to that. So, yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not sorry at all. I'm not sorry. I think, like, just to talk about it a little bit, I think it's a massive self-report on a lot of really nasty people, you know? Because it's just like, I've never received like so many nasty messages over something so harmless, you know? It's just like, there's no way, right? Over my action being so harmless, just, hey man, I hope you enjoy the game. There's nothing more to it. I hope you enjoy the game. And that is about it. What's good, Lucas? Hello, dude. Thanks for everything you do on this game. Every day, you make us laugh, smile every day. Big love. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. We just have to defend. Oh, we probably should try to kill that brother though. Goodbye. You die. That's good. I kind of messed up though. Cool, man. How's my weekend been? I've had a pretty good weekend. It's been pretty chill. Here from the Netherlands? Yo, what's good, guy from the Netherlands? Are there any weapons in Splatoon 3 you consider bad? Aerospray? I don't know. But you can make aerospray work too. It's just annoying. Nicholas is so pissed off of that guy. How dare you say that you're from the Netherlands right now when my team is losing the World Cup? Who do you think you are? I guess Twitter got angry at you to talk. Yeah, no, they did. They really did. I actually don't care at all, you know. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, it just kind of shows me people, I guess, like, the people I should avoid. Which, you know, I kind of do avoid a lot of people. You know, just in general. But, like, I mean, for me, it's just more of an eye-opener of, like, how many much more people I should avoid, you know? So, yeah. There's a reason why I don't talk to many of these people. Because, as you can see from the responses that I'm getting from it, it's just like, okay, yeah, that's pretty evident. It's pretty evident, dude. I don't want to talk to any of those people, dude. All of these people need to log off and do something else. Puts more time into being happy with themselves instead of worrying about what other people are doing, and just enjoy playing a video game on their self, well, on their own, of course, you know. Have I talked? I have not talked to the guy. No, I have no idea. I have not talked to him. And if I did, I think that would be cool. The first thing that I would say is that I need to play the dude at a game of skate, because I know I know bro's a skater. So I'm just like, yo man, if you ever come to London, I need to play you at a game of skate. And because I think we're like around the same level of tricks, so. What skate? Skateboarding, man. It's Go Skateboarding Day, by the way, tomorrow, you know? It's actually, it's Go Skateboarding Day, so tomorrow I'm going to go skate. I skateboarded today, and it was really, really good. And I'm gonna do it tomorrow. What sensitivity am I playing? 4.5 plus 4. People on Twitter think they can force people to behave how they want without grasping, and it will only make people not want to do anything. Yeah, I know. But the difference with me and Twitter people is that I'm a real person. I'm a real person with my own thoughts, you know? And it's just like, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of sheep. It's like one person says something, but other person can't think for themselves, so they just agree that they should do what they want to do, or they should do what other person thinks, you know? Okay. So. Oh. I'm backing up. Let me jump here. Do you think more Western people... Nah, bro, it's... I don't know where people are getting this idea where, like, because one person has started playing the game, like, there's just gonna be a huge influx of people playing the game, like, you know. I just don't see it being a thing. Because, like, people know what Splatoon is. It's not like, oh my god, alright, I see this game, now I'm gonna go to my local GameStop and spend $60 and get a Nintendo Switch while I don't have one just to play it. I mean, maybe a few people would, because they might think a game is cool, you know, it might get influenced, but like, bro, it's not like it's just like, oh my god, now it's like thousands upon thousands and thousands. Unless like he started making content, you know, I think that's a different story, but you know, I just think For me, I just think one thing for sure, people are overreacting, and it's just like you can't stop someone playing a game. Which all they're doing is just playing a game. All they're doing is just playing a game. Reading some of the Twitter comments, but it's had your brain rotting. Yeah, I know. Just look at my tweet and just scroll. All you gotta do is look at my tweet and scroll. It's actually insane. I don't think we're gonna win this game, by the way. Yeah, this is a done game, dude. Unlucky. I don't think I'm gonna be able to come back from this one. The thing is, it's just that I don't know where people are coming up with this. Like because person is playing a game, this is what's gonna happen, and this is what's gonna happen, and the whole community is just gonna turn rotten, and it's gonna turn spoiled, and it's gonna be like this, and it's gonna be like that. I'm just like, huh? 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 Like, what are we talking about, dude? There's actually no way. What an amazing thing to wake up to, by the way, because I literally made the tweet last night and I went to bed. I went to bed and I had a great sleep, and I wake up and I'm just like, huh, that's funny. And then I went on my Aeon Thor and started playing Pokemon. And that was the start of my day, dude. Okay, we gotta find a new team. He was looking for a game to play in Nintendo, and I saw him playing this game. Looks very fun. Oh, heck yeah, dude, nice. Dude, we never have to check the phone when we get up. Worst mistake I made today. Oh, it's okay. Should I have tweeted Rage Blade for breakfast? Oh yeah, man. Looking for any reason to play. I just don't understand what's the point. Why is everyone trying to get so angry for no reason? You just don't have to. You can just chill and play your Splatoon game. It's not gonna change anything. Just play your Splatoon game. You know? Just play the game. Hello from Thailand? Yo, what's good, man? Just play the game. It's just all it is. Just play the game. It's just like, man, like there are people out there that they have like 4 or 5 paragraphs about this a situation about a 31-year-old just playing a game. It's just like, bro, man, like you have too much time. Don't you have homework or don't you have work? Like, is there something you gotta do? Go do something that makes you happy. Quite literally, like playing the game. Or maybe it's not making you happy because this is how you're feeling. Like, I just don't get it. Oh, I just missed all that. Unlucky. 5 days and oh, it's 5 days till start. Oh yeah, that is true. Oh, it's so cooked. Ah, oh, dang it. Four days until Deltarune? Which Deltarune is this? Is this like the 3rd one or the 6th one or the... It's not the 1st. Can't be the 1st. Chapter 5? Chapter 5, man. How have they gone and done this? Chapter 5. I've never played Deltarune or Undertale or any of these games, so... any Toby games. I just know the music is just like, yeah, man. Good music. It's like Sonic. We're getting outrun, man. This is so sad. They'll have to play. I have to try at some point. I can't stop this, man. What do you want me to do? He's got Resider. Here he comes. There he goes. Beautiful. Oh, unlucky. Am I doing any Salmon Run today? We're doing a watch party today because the North American Splatoon League playoffs are going to start. I only watch the playoffs because it's the only time when, like, it's actually at a decent time for me to, you know, watch it. Instead of, like, following through the whole league. Which I would have done if I didn't live in the UK, so... of course, I don't, you know... Read the chat? What do you think I'm doing? Who am I cheering for? I don't even know who's in the league. I'm gonna be real. I don't even know who's playing, but we'll find out, you know? We'll find out. Maybe we can make some stories as we go through it, you know? It's gonna start in 15 minutes. I am not North American, by the way, for maybe the few in chat. You might think I am. Yes, you are. Oh my god, they hate me, man. Am I gonna stream the new Star Fox? Yeah, I am. Honestly, I'm happy that the North America Splatoon is getting the love. Would love to see one in Europe soon. Yeah, it'd be cool. Maybe one day. I am British. British. We're losing, man. Oh, God. That's a hard one to aim, dude. Way too... Is he going behind me? No, he's like that. Beautiful. Nice. Man, they want me. He's out of ink. He jumped out. Ah, his friends are here too. Go, 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 go. Oh, unlucky. Oh, that beacon is bad though. We're not even close. We have to score it. Wow, we lost. Unlucky. Hi, from my country, 'tis of the... What? If they have a European league, they need to let us have teams mixed with whatever country in Europe. Forcing you to play with people in your own country wouldn't be good. I agree. That's how it was in Splatoon 1. Good times, man. Very good times. But it's so much harder to do that in England. It really is. Because there's only so many teams. Well, there's teams in England, but like it's just like the pedigree of skill between like the really good players versus like the players are not so good. It falls off pretty quickly, you know. Do you still think there is possibly we can get 120 FPS in Splatoon 3? I think it's always possible. We'd have to see. Hi dude, I just got back into the game after 4 months. I like the gun that you're using, but do not know how to use yet. It's okay, man. You got to just gotta get some practice into it. Have I ever read / watched The Hunger Games? I have not. No. I have not seen it. What's my main weapon? It's called Splatoon 3 for the Nintendo Switch. Also, it starts... Okay, let me get another Twitch tab up. Actually, maybe I watch it on YouTube. Might be better. Oh yeah, it's on YouTube. Perfect. Okay. Dude, United. United, dude. Your main weapon is table turf battle in that case? Oh, nice. Tried 52, they need to nerf it? Even you think so. It's too OP? Mm-hmm. Come on, Chelsea. Have I watched any of the World Cup? I watched England win. That was pretty cool. That was a good... You know, I don't even like football like that, but watching that game, that was a good game. Like 4-2 at least. I mean, at least... The... What's it called? The Croatian goalkeeper was ridiculous too, man. Like, bro was saving everything. And like, you know, at least we were kicking the ball into the... Like, trying to kick the ball in the net. But that goalkeeper was just good. Gotta respect it. Oh. Aw, dang. I think I need more run speed on this, dude. Aw, nice in peace. Do I have a favorite sport? Skateboarding. Let's go skateboarding day tomorrow. You should skate tomorrow, everyone. And even if you don't skate, go skate. You never skated in your life? It's time to learn. You don't have a skateboard? It's time to buy one. You got into skating recently, but immediately injured your ankle? Welcome to skateboarding. What happens if you don't go skate tomorrow? Then you miss go skateboarding day. At least in the UK, I think like there are so many skate parks in the UK that are actually like doing something. I keep hearing or I keep seeing on my Instagram like this park's doing this something, this park's doing something, this park's doing something. I'm just like, wow, man, that's cool. Oh, nice. Aw, damn, it got me. Dude takes us all to a skateboard shop to buy skateboards tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be buying you guys skateboards. That's it. Jumping out. Aw, fair enough. My opinion on the current state of Sheldon's weapons and how they relate to our economy in the Splatlands, I don't even know how to answer that. Hello? Economics of Sheldon's weapons and stuff. I mean, I think Sheldon's is pretty rich with all the weapons that people have bought from him. We are dying all over the place, and you know what? I can't do anything about it other than just, you know, keep trying. Oh, okay. Okay. We're gonna do one more game. Can I do a double kickflip? I can do a double kickflip, yes. I can do a triple kickflip, actually. Just joined your stream. What weapon are you using tonight? We're using L3, but this is the next game is going to be the last game because we're going to be transitioning into watching the Splatoon North American League. I might actually go get some fruit to go watch it to watch it with as well. So we're gonna play one more game and then we'll set things up, okay? Unless this game is like really quick. Now it's 5-1. How do you feel, Nicholas? How many minutes? How much time is there left, dude? How much time is there left? Oh my god. Surely there's some time left then. It's almost over. Oh my god, you don't even want to say like how many minutes there are. What's more likely, Splatoon 4 next year or update to Splatoon 3? I don't know. Not sure, man. Hey dude, X has started playing Splatoon and could use a coach. Well, if he needs one, he can go seek one out. Cause I don't want, for me, it's just, I'm not gonna hound people to be like, let me coach you, let me coach you, let me coach you. Like, bro, if he wants it, then sure. Like, but I'm not gonna be like, I don't want to hound people that, you know, that want to play the game. Unless they're really asking for it, but. Does your in-game locker have a skateboard? It has like 2 or 3 skateboards inside it. It's pretty cool. Dude, Harry Kane played so well. You have to see. Yeah, I watched the game, man. When is the next time England's playing, by the way? Does anyone know? I don't know when my country is doing it, dude. Let's get Daniel. Tuesday? Tuesday's a good day. That's my day off. I don't even like football. Why am I like planning my day around the World Cup? I think I just want to watch it because I think it's just funny to watch the memes go down, you know, so. Oh. Oh no. This is horrible. He let me live. Okay, thanks. Sure, I guess. If he let me live, I'll let him live. Just kidding. Wow. Oh, the blob got me. Okay, never mind. I thought the brush hit me, dude. Oh, nice. Ooh. Oh no, I'm dead. Am I dead? Oh, he's weak though. Okay, he died to the mine. That's funny. What's your favorite Splatoon clip you have? I don't have one, but I have so many clips. I would have got him. Damage, nice. I'm not gonna play Splatoon 2. Sorry, man. Splatoon 2 is off limits. Let's go that. I'm just gonna keep the paint up. Thanks, game. For providing me some clamps. Really appreciate it. Oh, hello. Sweden beat Tunisia in 5-1. Okay, so has Netherlands played Tunisia left yet? Because if they do, they're gonna beat them at least 10-0. If they do. Kill him! Today! Nice. Please pick your favorite clip from 11 years of playing. Yeah, it's just that easy, man. Trying to get this junior, man. I got him. Best weapon for Splatoon 1's Splat Zones. The weapon that you enjoy the most. Oh, wow. Germany did a 7-1 again. That's actually so funny. That's actually so funny, dude. I will never forget the 7-1 game where Germany beat Brazil 7-1 in Brazil. Oh god. In Brazil. That's just like, oh my god. And then just seeing the crowd, just like every single time they scored, it was just like, it was just like we were in tears, dude. It was incredible to watch, dude. It got to the point where like Germany just stopped celebrating. It was just like, oh my god, I hope I make it out alive. Like, like, bro, it being in Brazil is crazy. Just like, oh my god, dude. Maximum security. I am not leaving their house. Like, god. All right. Anyways, Splatoon North American League is about to start right now. I'm gonna switch over. I'm gonna switch my scenes because we're gonna head over to there. So just give me a second to set things up, and then we can get started. You know, get the North American Tits League stream up. You can hear the music. Would like to get rid of chat. Does this sound pretty good? I think it is. Studio mode. PC. That looks pretty good. I think that's pretty good. Alright. Let's go with that. Let me actually like... Yeah. Now you can... Now I'm like in the shot. What are we doing today? We are watch partying the Splatoon 3 North American League because they're doing a league in North America, and they've been doing it for like the last 10 weeks. We have watched one of these before, back in 2025. Is that the right year? It is the right year. So basically last year. It was like last year around Christmas, and now they're doing another one. So here we are. We're going to do another one. And I hope you guys enjoy, because the level of Splatoon goes kind of crazy here. So I'm gonna just speed up by 3. We're gonna switch the scene. Alright, I just sped up the time by 3. 1080p. Play back. 1x. Cool. Cool. Alright. Everyone good? Oh my god, rated E for everyone. It's time. The Splatoon North American League. I know all these people.
We had 8 exciting regular season weeks that have led us to the final 8 teams that are vying to be the champions of North America. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach.
Shiny, 9, Siren. I know all of these people. I know all of these people. I've met them all. They're all very nice people.
Good buddy and accomplished caster, Mr. 9-Hole Grains. 9, how are you doing today, sir?
Zach, I could not be more excited. This is the deepest field that we have seen in North American League playoffs ever.
W LinkedIn connections.
Quite well, and today we should see the best this game has to offer.
And of course, joining 9 is one of Canada's finest casters, a player in their own right as well. Siren, how are you doing today, and what are you looking forward to?
I am doing amazing today. I'm so excited to see these amazing.
I didn't put any Splatoon drip on, man.
Setting the stage for what's going to happen this weekend. These top 8 teams have worked so hard.
I kind of missed out.
To get to this point, and I'm really excited to see the culmination of it all.
Well, Siren said it. It is going to be an exciting 2 days of playoff action, and let's go ahead and set that stage.
Where's the squid cosplay? I'm sorry, I just forgot, man. I don't know what to say.
Of these playoffs, as you can see, we will be best of 5 as we have been in top 8s the entire way through. The higher seed will choose the mode to start us out, and the lower.
You forgot to say to me that I'm Brazilian? Oh, that's cool, man. So you watched the match, the 7-1 match in Brazil. How that feel? I'm kidding, I'm kidding. You don't have to explain that.
Modes can be played here: Turf War, Clam Blitz, Splat Zones, Tower Control, and Rainmaker, but each mode can only be played once per match. And 9, taking a look at the stage list here.
If I pulled up in a squid suit.
From our 2025 season.
Okay.
It's been so interesting
Silly top 8.
to see teams pick a stage that they have truly made their own. You look at some of the teams with the E-leader and long-range players loving Crab Lake Capital. Some of the more fight-heavy teams really getting set at Mako Mart typically. Some others, Robo Ramen, Scorch Gorge, have been popular in certain modes, but it's been so interesting to see with this
also, there's Mahi Mahi, guys. There's Mahi Mahi as well. Under my webcam, there's Mahi Mahi. Would you play in the European League if there was one created? Yeah, of course. Get me in. There's something to play for. There's something to play for, dude.
Cream Soda versus Duck Motif in the 2v7, and rounding us out, NME versus Healbook. Any of those matches jumping out to you?
You got Milky Way, you got Skiway, you got Content Cat, you got Moonlight, you got Creme Soda, you got Duck Motif, you got Nimi, and you got Healbook. So I'm guessing we're gonna learn. Love to see me compete. Yeah, it's been a little bit since I've competed. Been a little bit. I still got it. All right. I can come back anytime. I keep saying I can come back anytime.
Our first matchup, which is going to be Milky Way versus Scuba here, and 9, you've covered these players and even this team for what feels like years now. Let's have you take a look at what Milky Way has to offer.
Guess who's back? It's
Who wants snacks? Oh, I should get. I'm gonna get grapes. Actually, but not just yet. Not just yet. Unk still got it. I still got it, man. I still got it. Red or green? I think they're gonna be red. It's red. Red has more juice. Moonlight is Prochara's team, yeah. Maybe they will announce Splatoon 4 in this live stream. No, they're not going to do that, but you know what? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
And they maintain control of the entire stage for what feels like an eternity, Zach. They can hold, they can turf with the
We're just watch partying. We're just watch partying. I'm going to give my own commentary as like we go through as well, so.
On a dime. You use the word hold there, possibly one of the last holdouts of maybe what some might call a meta gone by. But
just watch your YouTube videos for beginners. Super helpful. Hey, no worries. Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
And Ice, commonly on the Forge Splattershot Pro, but Siren, they're going to be facing our number 8 team in Scuba. Let's take a look at what they have brought to the party.
I'm am so happy to be looking at
Who is
here.
Scuba?
We know how hard Scuba fought to get into this bracket, taking it up to the very last week of the regular season to get to this point. But Scuba has a squad of players who have been together for a very long time and know to collaborate well in how they play. We have a lot of really good frontline pressure players like Grape, Leafy, Fornana as well, and so they are very explosive at how they play.
What's good, Marcus?
Extremely fast, and you can see how that
People opening up a snack shop. Tell me what you want. Some cookies, please.
One thing that Siren just noted there is the player for Nana, and that has actually been their sub.
Wait, what's good, Blush? Looking fresh today? Thanks, man.
But it's possible that they might be missing a key piece this year in Kara.
Hopefully snacks from the snack shop. Yeah, that's all we can. That's all we can hope for, you know.
What a devastating blow to potentially not have that.
That's all we can hope for.
Well, it entirely changes the dynamic of their team. Of course, we all know that you need a tacticaler player in this day and age. And
Finish school and celebrate with the stream. Oh, you're welcome, man.
With the Snipe Rider 5H, it is by far and away the most picked weapon over the course of not only this season but last season.
Twitch, I'm gonna run an ad right now just before the game starts. So I'm gonna do it right now, like right now.
Totally lost. You do have some answers, but I agree they're looking at maybe too slow.
Just warning you guys. Just warning you guys.
That we see very often. I'm not saying it can't work, but again, when your weapons and your players start to overlap, it really leaves you with a lot of answers that you have to find.
I had to let the stream know.
Nana potentially on the Slosher and Siren, we get into a sequence of potential mirror matches here. The first thing that we're seeing between Milky Way and Scuba is Bran on the Slosher. They've played it, I think, over 100 times this year. And then you have.
By the way, how come we watching the NA League today? Is it the finals today? The finals is tomorrow, but this is the first part of what's it called? This is the first part of the top 8 because they're gonna. I think they're streaming every single game from top 8, so it's just like we're gonna follow it through. It's all playoffs, you know. So hopium on the rest of the third kids. It's not happening, man. It's not happening.
They can go, okay, let's play into our strengths and let's work with the players that we have and just slot them based on where we're going here.
Nine, Siren talks about this counterpicking ideology where, especially when you're starting out, you don't have control of a team like Scuba over the mode, and you have to make the most out of the stage picks. Is there a stage or stages that might fit?
Will be delivered by March. Oh, heck yeah, man, nice.
Conversely, is there something that Milky Way either really wants to go to or that they should be watching out for?
Well, Milky Way, if you look at the numbers here,
dude, I should get. Should I get the grapes now, dude?
They have yet to drop a game, not a match, a game on tower control over the course of the regular season. So
I'm a believer.
Could be a simple choice, but
maybe, man.
Noted here again, the lower seeded team does get to choose that all important stage. I think somewhere.
Any team we're rooting for? Content Cats.
You'd love to go and
we're rooting for Content Cats.
Potentially run 3 or maybe even 4 frontline players
because they have content in their name. I'm rooting for those guys. I want them to do good.
Here in this game 1, if you're just a touch sharper, you never know what might happen.
And Siren, Milky Way is a team that is pretty comfortable playing from behind. They tend to give an inch in order to ultimately get a mile. They're comfortable with losing that lead early on, and so when they face some aggressive teams in Scuba with potential.
Welcome back, Twitch. You have 36 minutes of no ads.
Is this something that Scuba can maybe take advantage of, or are they playing into Milky Way's hands at this point?
But don't worry, I'll play ads on the points where it's not when the games are not playing, you know. And Moonlight too. Yeah, we like Moonlight.
I think the playstyle that you're describing comes ultimately from the comfortability that the players of Milky Way have. They're not really worried about running in and winning that first fight all the time.
Rooting for Moonlight because they're the only one you actually know. Yeah, that's fair, man. That's fair.
Ultimately, they know that sometimes if they slow
gonna cheer for Moonlight because you don't really know any other team. That's fair, man. That's fair. Dude, do you need soda or with your cookies? No, I just drink water, man. Water is the only thing I need.
Our first mode selection is in, of course, from Milky Way. It is Splat Zones. Every time
let's go.
For the first time, we will take you through the rules. Why don't you do the honors this time, sir?
Absolutely. Welcome to Splat Zones, everybody. In every one of these stages that we play Splat Zones on, you're going to see a specific portion of the stage.
Just here to watch, yeah. They're presenting the stream as to people as well who don't know what Splatoon is, so of course they're going to talk about like the maps and modes. So just for the people who are watching right now, just like, oh my god, get on with the match. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they're trying to be inclusive for everyone, okay? For everyone.
Lower score will be the winner. Zach, this is the most popular mode. People love it, and I think one of the most common match.
Is the stream volume good, by the way? It's not too loud, not too quiet. It's good.
What do you think about this selection, and what do you think they might be trying to play here against a Milky Way?
I wish they can explain motion controls. Oh yeah, please.
Kara in this comp is coming in. Ideally, in a counterpick situation, you are going to aim to win that game one. In case things go back and forth, you're still going to have that upper hand. They want to bring Milky Way to Urchin Underpass as early as possible to give them the best
good, Tino.
possible at winning game one.
Excited to watch an NA League? Oh, welcome.
They are lacking their own anchor.
Volume sounds good to you? That's good,
So that's the biggest thing that I'm looking at. It's also another very vertical stage, something ideal for a lot of slosher players to deal with. The center of the map has a lot of ledges to work with, so I think that's one of those things where Grape is going to be feeling very comfortable, for Nana's going to be feeling very comfortable. I just think it's a great stage for them to start on and get it out of the way and have it on Splat Zones, which is probably also their favorite mode.
And now to come back to Milky Way quickly here, there's rumblings that they might be changing up their composition that's held them through this entire regular season. Do you think there's any cause for concern there?
Man, you really put me on the spot there. Cause for concern. That's the way you put it. Look, these teams are always in it.
Tad bit louder in your opinion?
Of it is, if you stick with what got you there, oftentimes over the course of a full season or a full tournament, that's not enough. Milky Way has been the one team that's been able to throw that logic to the wind. But I think they understand that we had a couple patches here. Things are always changing. That they need to have.
Can I speak Japanese? How do I say no in Japanese?
The look and identity of their composition, but potentially switching Q from that Sniper Rider 5H onto another anchor would give them a different look. But it's funny, Urchin Underpass, we might not see any sort of anchor play out of .Q.
Well, we don't have long to wait as we get into game number one.
Okay, game one starting. Here we go. Here we go. I think this is going to be a pretty good match. We got Czar on the cam. Mini Splattershot Pro. Enzap Blaster is still there.
Hey, it's exactly what I wanted to be looking
no
at.
Sniper Raiders though.
Players on the side of Scuba, and we have Mecha actually switching over.
Tri-Slosher as well for Tacticooler.
That's going to provide them a lot of turf. Just a good combination of players together. And when we look at the comp of
it's a lot of closer range weapons. I'm surprised that Heavy still played, but you know, maybe just like Heavy still. We'll see.
As we kind of expected to see, has that mini Splatling coming out.
Yeah, if you've been watching any of Milky Way's gameplay, when they go to Urchin Underpass, they will rely on Q on this mini Splatling as we see
missiles are good. Those are really good missiles.
Over to the Pro Frozen 9. That's
going to help so much paint on that side, dude.
Force them a little bit further back.
Well, forced a little bit further back, but they actually get taken out so often when you mark.
Oh, you die. You die. You die. You die. You die, dude.
Waiting for you. See Fortana there on the other side. So Milky Way did
no Sniper. Might be moving into I mean, it could just be this map too. I mean, I don't know if Sniper is so nice to play on here, but you know.
Notably, 2 custom blasters on the board here. Some changes for the blaster class coming in patch 11.2, which did not give teams much time to prepare. As we see Fortnana, of course, the sub that we mentioned for Scuba taking down Jared, and we see here Siren, some pretty good fight being put up by Scuba as they advance.
What the heck? How did you get that one, dude?
Great job moving back in here.
You're dead.
Hasn't quite applied enough penalty to Milky Way to make things meaningful here. But
all right, Scuba gets full control here. Oh, never mind. Yep, then now they get full control here. This is, you know what, I'm also a little surprised. Well, maybe it's just because it's zones, but I think beacons can be so nice here too.
And build up some great momentum for this game.
Certainly, I think not.
Because I always think when I watch this map, I'm just like, what if what if you run a Dapples, regular Dapples? I think the support is just real nice. Or maybe they just want bombs as well too. So
immediate is the operative word there. That's immediately take the zone and immediately
taking it back
to the hills. I want you all to note, Scuba, when they pushed forward, they didn't quite get this far. far, whether that's they felt they didn't have the resources, they weren't quite ready. Milky Way seizing the moment, pushes all the way, and that lead that Scuba worked so hard to get is already gone.
That's the lead back over as we see Jared trying to shred through that wave breaker. We were wondering if maybe Ice or Jared would be the one that would be on that tactical or weapon if we did not see Q on the Snipe Rider 5H, which has been sort of, as you mentioned, 9, the operative weapon for a tactical.
2 vs 2, 3 vs 3. Scuba probably gets control here. Why am I buffering? Why?
As they get so close to the
nice shot.
digits, but it's going to be a large penalty as Scuba takes it back over.
I always love panning back to Mecha and just seeing Mecha hold things down on the side of Scuba, allowing them to continue staying in this game. We see these jump-ins happen here, splashdown coming out from Leafy on the hills, but Jared able to take down Leafy in the process, and that's going to
They've clumped all on the left sides.
Coming in towards the zone from
So
the
you,
left
oh, okay, no, Scuba just get rolled off that. That's unlucky.
Grape on the side of Scuba. They're going to move forward with this opportunity, and Fornana kind of pushed onto the back foot, taking out Jared in a trade, but that's not going to be quite enough when you don't have the lead.
It feels like this gameplay is exactly what we were referring to.
All right, Milky Way back in control, dude.
It's not the 100-0 knockout that you might expect from a one.
You got a hammer, so you're playing for the hammer kill to get. Yep.
And then slowly, gradually.
They don't find Q here, they just lose. Yep, there you go. They just lose now.
Immediately onto Fornana, will not throw it immediately. Does see Mecha, but
unlucky.
will not go through the grates. That'll give them lots of leeway.
Yeah, just distracting here. There you go. That's the game win. Oh, never mind. Oh, no, it's a game win. It's a game win. About to say. Not bad, not bad, man. Pretty good.
Almost the prototype of a Milky Way game.
That was a really back and forth game. But like, it didn't feel like any of the like. It didn't feel like anything was like.
I think back to the middle
I don't know.
of that game where Siren said all the members of Milky Way are on the left side.
It didn't feel like anyone got like a really good hold until the very end, until Milky Way did.
At
So.
this point, so when their coordination is in sync, like we saw it right there.
What would it take to get Bamboo to be usable in top level? Hit every single shot, and hopefully people paint for you.
Much to digest and discuss in that first match. We talked a little bit about patch 11.2. Blasters get hit, heavy splatlings get hit. We see
the weather in the UK is pretty good still
right
now.
Maybe it's a symptom of the stage. Is that Snipe Rider 5H?
Yeah, no Sniper.
I'm with you there. I think a lot of why we haven't seen these dramatic changes within the last week or so is just because all of these players know what the dynamics are picking these particular weapons against these matchups. So even though maybe Heavy Splatling got hit, even though Blasters got hit, you're still probably going to see them because this is what these players have been used to this entire season. So it's a very short period of time to try and prep and come up with a new game plan. And I'm expecting maybe some other teams later on in the bracket will go in that direction. But this early on, I don't think either of these teams have a reason to change things so far.
I think that's really true with Blaster.
We can do what we want.
Because
you made me laugh there.
Blaster, like, I feel like when you're playing at this level, like, the blast enough doesn't really do terribly much to you, you know, so. Because it's just like, all of these players are still expected to hit very, very accurately everything, you know, so it's just like, you know, it's not really going to, like, deter them from still actually using it. It's just going to deter people in solo queue to stop using it because they're just not as good. Which is great, because people are getting, I don't know, they're getting exposed, and that's okay. Also, you should watch my Blaster video today. I got like a 34 kill game. It was great.
I told you the other day we have to have a heal.
Isn't England experiencing a heat wave? I think so. It's not that hot right now, though.
Who are more familiar with it is considered one of the swingier modes in Splatoon because unlike in a
Heavy Play did not notice the nerfs. Yeah, suddenly I'm not paying as much. What's going on? But I feel like Heavy, I mean, I need to try it out, but I feel like Heavy still probably feels nice to shoot with, you know?
The return of the vac, the ink vac, so strong here, and that's one of the
oh
things
yeah, ink vacs in Rainmaker, dude.
Natural ink vac user, but in Rainmaker, that's been the one special that's almost mandatory.
And one weapon has emerged as being almost mandatory if you're going to bring an ink vac. It is the 96. And Siren, we're going to Scorched Gorge. It's in the top 3 of stages being played for Rainmaker. Why is this one so alluring, not just to the teams here, Scuba picking this one, but also just every team in our playoffs?
I think when it comes down to Rainmaker, what a lot of players tend to prefer is that these stages where they have a lot of options of where they can pick up that Rainmaker and different pathways. And Scorched Gorge really highlights this element of the game mode because of the ability to pick up that Rainmaker, move it left, move it right, depending on where that energy from the opposing team is coming from.
Ice, we are going to see playing that 96 gal. So there is your ink vacuum.
Two 96 gals on each side with vacuum.
Mostly is a slosher player.
Slosher and dualies. Sniper is also here too. On this map, yeah, I get it.
I'd say all 6 of our eyebrows raised there when we saw Fornana.
Longer range weapons here.
Gal, because again, we talked earlier about how you almost always need an ink vac, and if you're playing this weapon, it's probably simply for that. You see Fornana right there stuck with no ink vac.
I wonder what people think about using jet squelcher though.
Of this stage. Now
I guess it's like 2-shot versus 4-shot. Maybe that's why. And like people just play quicker. Plus also you probably have, because I don't know, maybe you don't want to pair Sniper Rider into it. Maybe you could just switch the weapons though. I wonder what that would be like using jets like vacuum jet squelcher instead of 96. Maybe I'm biased because I've used it before and it works, so I don't know.
And for now, they've waylaid Jared all the way back. We didn't know if they were going to move.
I have full started, yeah.
Zach, I think we might be watching this game in reverse. You don't normally see that kind of stalling happening with the Rainmaker within the first minute of the game. Usually that's something that happens when you've secured the lead, you feel confident in it, and you're just
gets too many vacs. I can understand that. Yeah, you probably get the vacuum a lot quicker.
Very convenient timing for the members of Scuba as Mecha is finally able to seal the deal, get that first
I think maybe too because patch 11 buff too. It probably feels better to play 96. So. I can imagine that. Oh wow, unlucky.
That was imperative there. Jared gets taken down before being able to use the crab tank. And for those not in the know, once you get that first checkpoint down on range,
yeah, Nine's commentating this game right now.
Anymore. It's just the final destination.
Pretty sure.
And Nine, one thing we haven't talked about yet is Q. Right back over that Sniper Rider 5H.
Yeah, this is a stage with a lot of open.
That's his voice.
And you need a little bit of mobility.
That's his voice.
Rainmaker as well. Of course, great E-leader players can play it all over the place, but this makes perfect sense. You don't want to bring an NZAP to a stage like this because you know eventually you're going to need to stock the right specials to push all the way through, and a timely ink back will be
my god, dude.
There's that patience once again from Milky Way. They give up the first checkpoint, but they get their own shortly after. Of course, Ty is going to go to the runner, or in this case,
Milky Way's got a little bit of control. You know, honestly, I just...
We're entering these 2v2 scenarios, making super jumping back in that much more important when you can.
Waiting for teammates, that's smart.
It's so important to get in and towards that Rainmaker and get towards that action. We see that Rainmaker reset. That leaves the lead in favor of the members of Scuba as Milky Way did not tap that Rainmaker once again. And so we're going back into a bit of a neutral state here, but it's all going to rely on this team fight happening in mid. And unfortunately for Scuba here, that is going to be a win for Milky Way as they move up here on the right side. We see Q taking a very aggressive position. That crab tank from Jared that you mentioned earlier coming out as well. And that's going to be enough pressure to just move the Rainmaker all the way through the right here if they're not stopped by these ink strikes.
He was in that flow aura state as we see Ice popping the wink vac once again. We're building that Venn diagram of ink vacs. The explosion almost giving them enough room to move forward. That will be the lead from Milky Way as they have already gotten Scuba 2 down. Now Scuba trying to regroup as we see Mecha getting the splat onto Ice. 9.
I don't think Scuba might be winning this one. A minute 30, but okay, fair enough.
Jared is going to eliminate all the pressure. There's not going to be any more stealth jumps that come in on that right
side. That's too slow to go into mids, unfortunately. Oh, never mind. That's a good hit. Got vacuum ready. Okay, good live. Good living. Good trade. Do you have any tips on how to self-review your own matches? Look at where you go wrong every time. I don't know, man.
Get more points. Milky Way not able to get to the uphill portion as we see Jared still rolling around, and now
they're cheesing it.
This mantle here, Siren, of just kind of hiding in the corner with about a minute left. They might stall a good amount of time off the clock.
Ooh, well, he's bro's gonna blow up anyway. But maybe they're just popping it down there, I guess.
Mecha has a very good stronghold of this left corner of the stage. Is gonna hop onto that snipe. Does spot out Jared, and you can see all this damage going towards taking down that crab tank. You do not want it to get too close to your face, especially in this kind of scenario where you're trying to gain some sort of person advantage to get that lead back eventually at any point.
Jared currently favoring survivability as Brand's going to throw the tripling strikes now.
That's Brand gets them both. Oh, never mind. Gets one. Yeah, they're cheesing it down there, dude.
As the Rainmaker's going to go down, maybe that'll give Scuba an opportunity.
I think they're trying to get Scuba to kill them in that ditch, and then they just hold it for the rest of the game.
You do not get the chance to pick it up again.
Which is just,
once
like,
that
super
overtime
awkward.
starts. So here we go.
It's
Leafy
understandable.
cannot afford to go down here, especially holding onto that Zipcaster. Who's going to grab it? Okay, we have the grab.
Zipcaster
of the
has to be
Rainmaker
used at this point.
There's two specials, the Inkback and the Zipcaster, that are online, but that means that Grave
Never
is
mind.
going to be the one
Holding
carrying,
it still.
and that's nobody with the front line
Oh,
attacking.
there it is.
Here goes Leafy up on the top of the stage. Desperately needs to find a target. Really hasn't been able to find one now. Almost goes to and gets Jared at that point. The Inkback going through, but it's a counter
the
Inkback,
time.
and it will not be enough. Zach, a lot of things would have needed to go right there for Scuba if they were going to take that back. And
Probably
Milky
had to
Way
be a
not gonna give it
little
to him.
slightly more
Blackers
patient
on
and try to
Rainmaker
bait out the
reign
vacuum
true
first and
for
then
Milky Way as they get
move
the
back
best
and
of
then
Scuba
try
in their
again.
Game 2 for Rainmaker here, and
Oh,
Siren,
I don't know,
now
get
I
a pick.
mentioned a couple of
If
maybe
the
opportunities
if the
missed for Scuba where they
Zipcaster
seemed
gets
like
the
they
pick
were
on the
well
vacuum,
positioned and
then
well
maybe that
set
could have been a
up,
difference too.
getting into overtime, 2 specials online, just couldn't get the value.
Could have been a
out of it they
difference,
wanted.
but
I think
it's unlucky.
that comes down
a good
to
try.
opportunities for them where Milky Way just isn't getting into the positions where Scuba feels good to take on a fight with them. Every time you were like, okay, well maybe Jared's gonna run in here and take maybe a bit of a careless.
Is Scuba
fight
Mecha the
with
same one
and
as Last Resort
Fury.
Mecha? I'm
He actually
pretty
tagged
sure
up,
he
was like, "We're gonna
is.
stay in mid, we have
I
the
think
lead,
he
we'll
is,
just
yeah.
hold our ground here and make it impossible for the
But
members
I'm
of
not
Scuba
too
to
sure.
approach
I
the
don't
territory.
think there's any
Not
other
only did we
mechas.
see kind of a
I think he's the
return
only
form,
one,
especially
so-
for Milky Way playing some weapons that we
I'm
more
pretty
so
sure he
expected
is,
than in
though.
Game 1, but some strategies that we didn't really expect. Who would have predicted they would have spent that much time between Ice and Jared in that corner with the Rainmaker even before they had the lead?
Well, yeah, and I think Doc Q also got in on the action as well. So, listen, if the opponent can't take you down and you're constantly rotating,
Should have been
who's
more
attacking,
aggressive
just
as the
giving
sniper.
your opponent more
It's
confidence
hard.
to
It's hard to
answer
cool
real time.
sometimes.
And oh, yes, there are questions that happen to shoot at you as well, so that makes it more difficult. And that's the thing.
I
That
wish he was as
Milky Way
good like
does
these guys
is
so you
well,
could
and
play
I would argue
competitively.
better than anyone
Hey man,
in
just takes a bit of
North
practice.
America
You
is
can get there.
You never know which player is the one who's posing the threat to you. Siren brought up a great point there. Of just
Gotta
the
start
gaps that
grinding
Jared
for it, man.
Was slowly attacking but never fully committing to. It just gives you things that you have to see to, and as the time starts to tick away, it feels so difficult to break through.
Siren,
Don't gotta be
there's
good to
this
play comp.
concept of the
Well, that is
three
true. It's nice being.
trifecta
It's nice to
modes
be
we see
good.
most commonly. Zones, tower
It's
control,
nice to be
and
good.
Rainmaker. We're gonna see tower control now. Let's have you break down the rules for how tower control is played.
I'm so excited.
So like
to
I'd
talk
say
about
like
tower
before
control
you
as well.
start, at
Just
least
so
get to
excited
S
that there
plus.
was
You
a
know.
Rainmaker.
Get to
So
S
tower
plus.
control. These
Play a little
players
bit of
are
X
gonna
rank.
jump on the tower to
You know,
take control
build
of the
your
field,
build your
move
skill
on the
set,
tower,
and
will
then
begin moving
then
towards the goal.
then go off.
Ride the
Go
tower
crazy.
through checkpoints on the way to the goal into the opponent's territory. And if neither team once again reaches the goal, the team who comes closest to the goal will win.
And now we're going to Manta Maria for this one. Not only is this kind of an uncommon stage, but you have to look at the imposing tower control record that Milky Way has. Spoiler alert, one of 2 completely undefeated teams on this mode.
Yeah, I said earlier that I thought that Milky Way was going to take it here the first opportunity they had. Apparently, they want to put
Just
the
you do
cherry
have to
on
right-
top of
find the right
tower
people.
control, given that it's
Like when I
Milky Way.
started playing
We're gonna
comp,
talk
I
more
mean it
about
was quite
Manta
literally
Maria,
with
Zach,
the
because
start
we
of
have seen
Splatoon.
Manta Maria
So
tower control only a couple of times
my
in the
my
first
how, what the type of people that I was looking for, I was looking for people that are
They
like
had
were
the
all top
all-powerful
rank.
Inkback special,
Because we're
as
all
well as
just
the
like
Gem
gremlins
special.
playing
They can use
Splatoon
to
all day
kind of
every day.
tie together these
So
big
I was
long
actively
packs.
looking for people
I don't really know
who
either
were
of
in
these
S
teams for
plus.
that strategy, so I'll be interested in seeing
And
what
if you were
Scuba's
an
gonna
S
throw
plus,
the
I wanted to
curveball
play
at
with
them
you.
here.
If you
They
won,
wanna
I
take
didn't
them
want to play
somewhere
with
that
you.
they know their opponent hasn't practiced,
That
but
was just it.
I'm intrigued. You do have my attention, I must say.
5 times to be exact is the number that we've gone to this stage and mode combination.
It was actually during a time in
Specifically,
Splatoon 1 where
Siren,
like
you have
actually
this kind
maintaining
of
S plus was like
dual level
not
interplay
easy.
here.
Like
You've
you'd
got
lose
this
so many points.
expansive lower level, but you have this grade above it where you can kind of see everything, and then along this tower path,
So
it gets
I was
into
just
these
like,
narrow
okay,
hallways that's
I can
gonna
rely
tailor
on these
2
people to
stages.
not die
Yeah, I
in
like
stupid
that
places.
you brought that up.
I can
There
support them.
is that narrow
It's good times.
pathway down the middle that can kind of be a bit of a gauntlet for these players to move.
Slosh
through
is
as
very,
they
very
get
good.
Towards the very
Slosh
end
is very,
of
very
the
good.
tower path. You get
Not like
into
you have to
this
play
walled
every
area
single game,
once
but
again
like,
in your
you know,
opponent's base where they have
it's
another
very,
mass
very
to
good.
work off of. They have more grades, and if they have a really good anchor player, that person can pretty much
Revert
just
it
set
for a
up
bit
camp
next game.
and
I do as
work
well.
off of the side of
I
the
do as
wall
well.
there to pick off anyone riding that tower.
It's a drop down, in fact, and while it might not be as pivotal as it is in Rainmaker,
Thoughts on Tri-Slasher?
many
It's good.
more points. It is still a path that they will have to traverse as we see if Milky Way can complete the sweep here in Game 3 over Scuba. Scuba hoping they can pull off a reverse sweep, and 9.
How's my
We're seeing
day been? My
Ice
day's been
right
good.
Back to that Forge Splattershot Pro, and countering them once again is 4 Nana.
Yeah, a lot of the same here, interestingly enough, between these two teams. I will admit I was not expecting
Not good at video games in general?
mid-range shooters so often,
okay.
but again, when you have Grape on the slosher, you don't want, again, a double slosher composition if it does not fit.
I think it's the same comp, but they're running Forge this time. 2 Forges because tower control. The Booyah Bombs are really prevalent. Like, I understand. Booyah Bombs and Triple Ink Strike, very, very good for tower control. You see the side of Scuba having both, having the Slosher and Splash Up Pro for defense. But is, I mean, none of them are dead, so that's a good pick.
I think that was Q getting taken down on the tower and Siren trying to encroach on that
goodbye.
next checkpoint.
You're so
I
dead.
love how aggressive Ice is playing here, and you can see these jump-ins coming in for the
This point, this top left area is so key on this map, by the way. If you can get control of that, it's just like, it's so annoying to do anything afterwards.
I believe doesn't seem like they're getting much pushback from the members of Scuba.
Crab is so close. You gotta win that fight. Huge, huge, huge. And you just grab that. There you go. That person died, or wanted to die, but they push back. Unlucky Ice.
Down at the bottom of your screen there, Grape and Fornana helping to put that out as Q having to back off and maybe.
Fun fact, guys, the person in Milky Way, the Ice guy, I remember playing a tournament with him in like 2016 or 17. And he went under a different name, but like he was like a Charger player at the time. And he was very, very good. And he's still playing now, which is like crazy. After like 10 years now. It was insane.
As much as they can out of each push. But now with a nice shot there by Leafy, Scuba may have an opportunity to do the same.
Well, and one thing that Milky Way did really
Bran as well, dude. I remember Bran as legendary Bran back in the day.
Themselves in that hallway and put 4 there. They had Q on that low wall. They had
in Splatoon 1.
Trying to go around to the right and of course sticking somebody on the tower. Jared mainly actually went over to the
People are still playing these days. I'm still playing as well. I'm just not in a team, you know. So, but once the opportunity rises, I'll probably come back, you know. But we'll see. No promises though. I'd rather commentate. Get me on the mic.
However, you getting into another aggressive position, you would expect someone like her to be riding the
It's
tower.
currently 2-0. Yeah, the top left graphic's a bit messy. I don't know what they're doing with that, but
players of Scuba who might be hanging around that left side. Ice gonna be popping that Booyah Bomb, get some extra armor for that to stay on the tower a little bit longer as we get into the top 10 points. And just with Mecha alive, I think this should be it.
Not to be rude, the players that compete, but watching the game and playing with friends is more fun. I do enjoy playing with my friends. I played with one of my friends the other day. What's it called? He's the Portuguese champion. I don't know. Well, he's really fun to play with Splatoon with every now and then.
Elimination event. So Scuba will be going down to our loser's side of the bracket 9, but great showing early on from Milky Way.
Listen, we have a team called Healbook here. That's textbook right there. And
if they made Europe like open and like so that league things could happen, I would play with him, dude.
Ice was over there before that. We talk about how this team can rotate their attackers. It seems like each one of these players' roles, as we talk about frontliner, skirmisher, anchor, their roles are win the game. Right? That's how all of them treat their role.
A decade of being at the very top of any skill is GOAT status.
Self-sustain the attack there.
Yeah, man.
Excellent showing, and I think Q was even on the grading at the end there. The forefront member.
We need to play one day, Mrs. Shenanigans. Yeah, we can run some.
Siren, your immediate reactions here. If you want to retain that crown, you're going to have to perform pretty well. A sweep is about the best way you can do it. What did you
have a
think of our
bunny
two
named
teams here?
Steve. He's awesome.
Honestly, I was very pleasantly surprised by the showing that Scuba had. Going into this, we knew how strong Milky Way would be on a mode like tower control.
There is
So
great.
obviously
There is great.
That
That's my
game
homie.
kind of went the way that we thought it might. Just, you know, nothing really defying the odds right now so far in the tournament. However, I
Wait,
think
have they
Scuba had a
won?
pretty good
They
job
have won,
with
haven't they?
things Like splat zones and
It's
raiding.
3-0, right?
They really would have been able to pull things through. Had just one little
Guys, is it 3-0?
change,
I'm pretty
one
sure, right?
Fight one. I think they have the potential to have a really, really strong losers run.
Why is no one telling me? Yep. Okay. Cool. Nice. All right. Twitch. I'm gonna run another ads. Really, really quickly. Okay. I'm just gonna run another ad so that you guys have less ad time. Okay.
2026 Splatoon 3 North American League.
But look at the, you can
playoffs,
look at the
and
bracket
we'll
that
be
here, and then I'm
moving
gonna run the
on
ad.
to the winner's semifinals.
I think
So
Content
go down
Cat
there
and Moonlight
in
are playing
losers
next.
Top 8. We will have losers top 8 for you later today. And that, of course, is not the end of our matches here. We have a pretty exciting one coming up here in the way of our 4v5 matchup. And Siren, I want to start with you because we'll be talking about Content Cat, a team that I would classify
Favorite Pokemon?
as one of the most volatile, but also
Gastrodon.
one of the highest ceilings of
Okay, I'm gonna run the ad now, right, guys?
Yeah, ceilings. That's for sure.
I'm also gonna go get
Look, this team has a lot of potential.
I'm
and
also gonna
players
get
that
some
came
grapes,
together
okay?
for specifically
I'll be right
the
back.
Splatoon 3 North American
I'll put Squeedy
So
here.
when we look at a
You'll
roster
guard
like
the
this, we have a
stream.
lot of diversity. I think it's one of the most unique compositions of teams. We don't
He's
really see
looking
the
the other way.
tri-stringer at this level as often, but Hawaiian has been putting out a great showing so far. I just love seeing the clips from them. And we have
I'll be right back,
Saint
okay, guys?
Loser coming in
I'll be
on
right
the
back.
Splatana Wiper very consistently throughout these games, and just the amazing aggressive strength and the diversity that Pika brings to the comp. We know Pika to be a player that can just bring out anything and make it work somehow, and is honestly always pushing the meta to try different things, and that's what's brought them out. It's this unique thing that catches a lot of these teams off guard.
Content Cat is a team that has had, of course, the highest highs and the lowest lows, placed as low as 21st in the ladder, but conversely to that, have placed second twice in top 8. So the ceiling is huge for them, making some incredible losers bracket runs. But 9, they're running into a team that we know very well from last season's playoffs as well. It's Moonlight taking them on.
Hey, you talk about losers runs. We saw one of the greatest losers runs in North American Splatoon history in last playoffs. Moonlight got second place on the back of one of the most incredible runs, and this is a team, when we say identity and brand of Splatoon, everyone knows what Moonlight is going to do. They're going to slow the game down. They're going to voice these high leverage moments. They don't get a ton of splats. They don't put out a ton of turf. They don't use a ton of specials, but they can find situations that they can make big scoring opportunities open out from, and they will be oh so patient when they do it. Zach, this is a team that has a long history in this game, and players who can turn everything around. I know you're smiling at that. 3-in-1 swing there. Moonlight, a fan favorite for a reason, but I would argue they have a lot to prove today.
Gotta plug my shiny tips, of course. That was one of them that we saw, of course, with that heroic slash to get 3. That was Omega on the mid decavitator. And Siren, a pretty interesting composition Moonlight brings out. They're not traditionally going to have the snipe rider that a lot of other teams have brought, more so relying on Basil instead for the E leader, and instead going over to a player like Shadowwind for either the NZAP or the Tri-Slosher Nouveau. So should be fun to see them play today.
I'm super excited to see it as well. I love seeing a great U-Leader player. It's just one of those exciting things where it just gives you like that little happiness rush when you see Basil hit an amazing shot. And I'm so glad that Shadowwind gets to be there to enable that type of comp so that we get to enjoy the pleasure of watching them.
Basil first in our playoff teams in the lowest amount of times splatted per game, just 2.6 per game they favor, and that is systemic 9 across this entire Moonlight team. Their game, and we saw patience a little bit from Moonlight. This is patience incarnate in the form of Moonlight. They are waiting for the other team to make a mistake.
Well, and why not? Again, you only get to take your single biggest score. This team is 8-0, I believe. I don't think they've lost a single Clan Blitz game over the course of the entire Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. That's very difficult to do, I want to be clear, but I think that exemplifies what this team is wanting to do. They're going to build up the resources that they have. They're going to wait for Basil to hit one of those 2 shots, and then once that happens, the floodgates are open. Then we use our
I know
impact,
all of
we
you
use our
guys
big
missed me.
bubbler on Omega's mid decavitator, and we
I'm
get the
back.
big score there. Really, as long as they can make that work against an opposing team,
I'm
it's fine.
back.
But against aggressive teams, that's a lot to ask for, and I'd argue Content Cat, one of the most aggressive in this entire event.
What I got,
And
guys,
Siren, speaking of
actually.
Content Cat, they've taken a game off of Moonlight. Moonlight's taken a match off of
So
them.
good, right?
It's kind of even back and
Look at
forth,
that.
but you mentioned
Look at
that
that. Oh,
tri-stringer that
just-
Hawaiian's
oh.
going to bring out. They play this wonderful 2 in front,
It's a lot
2
of grapes,
behind
right?
composition where they'll send Pika
Oh,
and Gimme
look at that.
very far forward, and then they will have Kronos
Beautiful.
essentially babysitting
Beautiful.
Hawaiian to make sure that they can survive
Absolutely
and put out an
amazing.
insane amount of ink, which they always do.
Yeah, I think
the
Pika
pink
is
one,
just
youngster.
One of those players that
Oscar did as well, by the way.
thrives in
I feel well.
opportunities where there's just a lot of turf covering that ground. People are inking things for them to just run forward and surprise the opponent. I think that's the main theme that I've noticed across watching Content Cat throughout the league is I'm always surprised by them.
That
They
is
always
juice,
have
man. Oh my
something
lord,
like
that
a
was
rabbit
great.
to pull out of the hat. It's always entertaining, and that's one of the things you can say about Moonlight as well. There's a reason why they are a fan favorite. There's a reason why they are so highly favored by the lovely viewers, and it's because of the entertainment that they give us. So
Guys,
this
if you
is
ever want to
one of
get
those
into
sets
eating
that I'm
fruit,
so excited to be viewing and getting to commentate as well.
grapes.
Well, 9, we look toward the mode,
Grapes.
which we're still waiting on. It will be Content Cat selection, so they
It's
will be
literally
able
like
to
popcorn,
avoid
but it's
Clam
fruit.
Blitz at least,
It's
but
great.
anywhere specifically
so
that they
good.
want to go, they are not particularly stand out in any mode. They have a 9-4 record in Rainmaker. That's the best that they've got, but Rainmaker, not a common Game 1
Did you
selection.
saw the Taco
either.
Bell? Hell, heck yeah,
No,
man.
If I were Content Cat, I think avoiding Rainmaker until at least a little bit later would.
Actually, what is everyone eating
We've
today?
seen
What is
he
it?
could go
Is anyone
absolutely
eating?
crazy. It's the
Are we
highlights
grubbing
that
today?
Jordan said the only highlight to make him run out of breath.
Has
which is a
anyone
real
got some
statement,
like
by the way. That's a
got
lot
some?
to do with
We
Jordan
got good
Penn,
meals
but
going around.
I think that
Actually,
you want a little bit of
I have an idea.
first
All right,
before
I
you
have a
go
good
into
idea.
a Rainmaker game, even if
So
you
in
know
my
maybe
Discord
the
channel,
defense is
I have a
strong
food
enough.
channel. I have a
They
food
start
channel. All
on
right.
Splat zones, they sort of feel out what composition.
I have a food
that's
channel
going to
in my
bring.
Discord.
'Cause
You
that's
have
not
to be in the
always gonna
Discord.
Again, no pun intended on
Let's
the player,
we
but
if you're in the
it's something
Discord,
that
share what
might
food
as
you
well
got.
bring
And
on
you
a given
just post
day,
it in the
which is
channel.
splat zones
I'll
early.
start. Okay.
You'll find out a little bit of that, and then you can get to your stronger modes
I'll
as the
start.
match wears on.
Well, you won't get the opportunity if you're Content Cat to pick the stage, and that could be a major advantage, Siren, for Moonlight here. We talked
Those are my
about
grapes
Basil and the E-Leader.
in the
There
food
are certain
channel.
stages where the E-Leader plays very well.
You want risotto? You had a
also have to
pizza?
keep in
Heck
mind
yeah.
your tactical
Smart
player
food
is going to
popcorn?
be on the shorter
The white
end
cheddar
of the range
popcorn?
extreme.
Heck yeah.
I think a lot
Yeah,
of
Caesar
Moonlight's
salad?
compositional thought here is not just to provide the patience and the peace of mind for Basil, but for the rest of the players, they also have to maintain their survivability, and if they do go down, hope that they have that tactical to bring them right back.
Yes, I like that you mentioned that. And I think that's one of those dynamics that differentiates
see.
Moonlight from a lot of different comps. You're expected to have that pen player bring out
Oh, really,
the
Barbarian?
cooler, but in the case of Moonlight, if they have that cooler, it's going to be coming out of Shadow Wind. So typically with that NZAP player closely, in the front lines or anywhere alongside Omega, they're able to bring that out usually a lot quicker, and it's delivered faster to the players that need that tacticooler the most. So they have
Yo, that's the
potential
Taco
to
Bowl?
start the
What do you have
the
inside it?
acceleration of their gameplay a little bit quicker than some of these other
You just ate
teams,
some
and
curly
that
fries?
can kind of put people on their back foot at times. I don't know if Content Cat is ready for the smoke, basically.
Well, they are the higher seeds, so there are the luxuries that come with that. Of course, selecting the mode against Moonlight has to be one major advantage that you look toward, but you lose one game to Moonlight, and that swaps right back over. Moonlight can either pick Clam Blitz early on or do what Milky Way did 9 and have it
Rice,
maybe
taco
be the
meat,
cherry
black
on
beans,
top for
cheese.
them. And
That's pretty good.
Content Cat
That's-
is the
to be honest, it
one
looked
that
good.
I think of where there are weapons that we've seen constantly throughout this event, and maybe 7 out of 8
It took me
teams
2
have
hours,
that
but I
weapon.
finally
Hey.
cleaned up
Content
some
Cat is usually
cables
the
and
one
set up
exception
my
that we
new
don't see,
monitor.
but they've been able to make it work
Yo, man,
pretty
what's good,
darn
man?
well this season.
And what's interesting is they've been able to make it work.
Thank
in
you
a
for
way that
104
almost
months.
mirrors how Moonlight makes theirs work, 'cause these
What's
two
the name of the
teams,
food
these are
channel? You don't
the
see
lowest
it.
by
If you
per
don't
count
see it, you're gonna
in
have to
the
go
entire
to
league.
channels
These
and
are the two
roles,
least
and then
terrific teams thus far.
go to
They
browse
also
channels,
rose
and
as
it's
top
in
eight
it's
twice,
under
and they also
general.
got
Just
second
you know,
place twice. So
click
these teams
food
are
channel.
each other in every way except
If
the
you
way
can't
that
see
they
it.
play, which make this again especially fun, as you noted.
Well, 9, if you're talking about twice, I'm going to send it back to you a second time so that we can talk about Turf War rules. The first time we're seeing this mode today. Let's go over
playing
how it's
Turf War?
played.
This is the first mode that we play in Turf War. You have 3 minutes to turf as much of the stage as possible, but you don't get to keep the turf that you
I still
have
can't
earned
believe
the
that Turf
entire
War's still
time.
being
Teams are gonna
played in
be
this,
fighting
man.
to try to control it out. We say those last 30 seconds.
Like,
so
I
important.
understand
If you've watched
Nintendo,
any of the
but, like,
Splatoon 3 North American
it's
League,
not
you know,
competitive.
30 seconds
It's-
is way
it's
too
just
much
not
time.
competitive.
Let's talk about the last 10 seconds. And as I always say, there's rarely a game of Turf War that ends peacefully.
Siren, match 2 mirroring match 1 in the sense that we're going to Urchin Underpass as our first stage. Not dissimilar from
Does
Splat Zones,
calamari
but you're
feel
gonna
like
have to worry about
cannibalism to
the
me?
entirety of the stage, and it's not a small one.
No, I did eat
Absolutely. I
calamari
think
today.
It's one of those things where, okay, we're in a spot where Moonlight
I did.
has selected the
I did.
stage.
It
And
was
I
great.
think when they saw that
And I'll do it again.
Content Cat wanted to take them to Turf War, they were like, all right, well, if you're going to do that, let's put it, let's get this one out of the way, and then after this, Basil will be comfortable playing something that's more how do I say, where the objective is more concentrated on a certain path, where versus Turf 4, where literally the objective is the entire stage, like you're looking at it. So I think it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, we don't want to see this later on in the set. Let's take care of it now while we have it on Turf War, and then we can move on from here and never, just put it in the past. Put it in the past.
Yeah, if you saw game 1 of our first match, you'll know that the zone is deceptively small on Urchin Underpass, but now they'll have to worry about the entire thing. Our team's getting set up here. 9, we talked about records a little bit. We did not mention Content Cat's Turf War record, 7-4, so a pretty ideal place to start, and Moonlight
7-4 is not bad
here with a 4-6 record.
Well, you also don't have to look
For an
much
RNG
further
mode.
than the way that Content Cat
Pretty
has
lucky.
played on Urchin Underpass as well. Of course, they have been bringing Hawaiian on the entire family of dry stringers. It feels like a very, very strong weapon on Urchin Underpass.
You got mushroom pizza in the chat? Heck yeah, man.
We talked about the gulch in the center, the left and right. Dry stringer can hit all of those, and if you're not familiar with how to deal with that weapon,
I should
that's
make a mushroom
problem.
pizza.
The other thing to note is you and Siren have both noted, Zach.
Is that homemade?
Have the
Blush?
E-leader on the other side, so you could be confident in knowing, hey, we're gonna have the longest range weapon. Our anchor player gets to go here and still do
It looks
exactly
homemade.
what
Looks
they
good.
want, which is putting out more turf than anybody else. Hawaiian was the highest turfing player in the entirety of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 regular season. So this is an ideal pick, but on the other side, as you noted, Siren, Moonlight gets a mode that doesn't favor Basil and a stage that doesn't favor Basil out of the way early, so there's something for both of these teams in this choice.
Well, you want to talk about the mode and the stage here. I think they both proc changes that we might see swapped off in Game 2 and the following games. You have Gimme, a player that's essentially
You make homemade?
the
Oh, heck yeah,
Dapple
man.
2-trick. The Dapple Duel is fantastic for a stage like
Yo, what's good, Mel?
Underpass, so that you can have the beacons to jump to.
When are
and
you
get right back
commentating?
into the action in that Dapple Duel's Nouveau with the Reef Slider.
Can you even hear
always
me?
unexpected. They'll have to find a way
Mel, I'm eating
to
grapes.
counter that, and for
They look
Moonlight,
great.
Maybe
Look at
a
this.
non-ideal start, but a way to see the bright
Thoughts
side
on
for
these?
the later games in this match. Let's get into our second match of the day as we
Yeah, I know they look good.
at Content Cat versus Moonlight. Once again, we gotta shout out Czar on the spec cam. And Siren, what are we seeing from the compositions? Because some of it's held over from the last match, and some of it is brand
Double
new.
tri-stringer.
I don't know if I've ever been in a universe where
Double
I see two
tri-stringer?
different types of stringers on one composition.
Yeah.
However,
I mean,
this
it's a
is
lot
the
of pain.
universe that we
Fair enough.
it seems. So Content Cat is going to be the one pulling that out. I really did not expect to see that, just given the fact that usually we're looking at, a team like Moonlight. You have Shadowwind playing that reflux. That's what you expect to see. So
Have a good one, Mel.
I figured they would
Good
see the
luck.
slot with
Good luck in
Hawaiian,
commentating
and then
today.
just say, all right, well, we have that covered. Let's move on to something else. But hey, look, it's more turf. Let's go for it. That's the name of the game.
Another thing
It's
we
my
expected
boy
to see
Nolan.
is the Reflux 450, particularly the Milk variant, as we see Omega getting the pick there on to Gimme. Gimme likely to be right back if a beacon is down. But 9, some other interesting weapons, including the Sticker Splatana Stamper, which I didn't know was such a Turf War demon.
Well, listen, whenever you have a Booyah Bomb that you can fire at the very, very end of the game, Zach, it can, in those close games, and we've seen a lot of them, be what flips the game at the last moment. Again, the opponent can't turf over it. Once it's up in the air, even if the timer has expired, it will still turf. So it makes
You got
sense. So
the
there you go.
cooler
Kronos
gal.
hopping up on it right now, and just a little low. That could be a miscue, Zach. One of the things we know about this stage is it is huge. If you can turf any of your opponent's side and they have to go that far back to cover it up, you would love to have that one back.
You might be used to the gold arrow spray in your Turf War games. The similar principle here, we're getting lots of Booyah Bombs coming out, just not the main weapon, if you will. And speaking of main weapons, we once again, Siren, see the resurgence of the heavy splatling as Basil's going to make that their selection. On the opposite side, you might think the Incline
Is it crazy? Because I want both these teams to do really well, but they're playing against each other. So that's just, like,
of the league. And so far,
it's kind of sad, isn't it?
doing a good job of fighting off this Moonlight advance.
Yeah, I love Hawaiian's patience to dodge that Splatana Wiper coming out from the side of Moonlight, just waiting for the assistance of their teammate in that fight there. That's going to be ideal in games like a Turf War where you just want to stay alive as long as possible. There's no way you're turfing in the moments where you are splatted. So I feel like both of these teams are kind of just waiting things out. They see that 50 seconds left on the timer. They're waiting to get down to the 30-second mark before they really start unleashing the fury on their opponents. That Booyah Bomb is going to be coming out, and I'm assuming we have a lot of trust in the fact that we're going to be able to charge another one for those last few seconds of the game, like you mentioned before, Zach.
A lot of these players placing the trust in their teammates to hold down the various parts of mid. This is take 2, and Kronos is going to successfully get it over the wall this time, 9, as we enter the final 30.
Well, now needs to turn around and take out some of these players as well. That's big taking out a shooter weapon there, and that's Omega that's also going to go down. They might rush after Basil. They've cycled everyone except for Basil. That means everyone's going to jump over here. That's going to be a trade, but now another one goes down. 10 seconds left, Zach, and that's Pika that goes down. This might be the opportunity for Moonlight.
No one's going to be enough for status to jump ins come through. Do they have enough time?
Kai, thank you so much for right now. I appreciate it.
That blue hedgehog again, of all places.
I found the main source of ink output. Was that holdover enough? It's looking more orange.
Yeah, Moonlight
I
won
have
that.
to say, and the Judds are gonna agree, but
By
just
0.6.
barely, by 0.6.
0.6.
Moonlight will take game 1, and Siren, for all the talk that we had about Moonlight maybe
What a
being
stupid
on the
game
back
type.
foot here, they're gonna take game
It's such
1,
a stupid
and
game
now they're
type, man, I
in position to
swear.
select the mode.
I think sometimes these things come down to a coin flip, and I don't want to discredit the skill of the players of Moonlight in this situation here, but you can see in the last few seconds,
I'm not gonna lie,
3 members of Content Cat going down, and when we're talking about small little
Content Cat held the game much longer than Moonlight. They held the game way longer than Moonlight, but they lose at the very end.
Are so closely matched,
And that's why they lose.
into
That's
this
crazy.
particular set that I just think that the team fights, even though it took Moonlight to the game win here, like it really could have just been like, all right, well, we just got a little extra ink towards Basil here. All right, that
Coffee
Basil
miss, what's good, man?
Then the game would have gone back in favor of Content Cat.
9, one of our themes for Moonlight was moments. They had a huge moment in the playoffs of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2025. They were able to take down FT Win.
They're gonna add Turfwall to a tournament, add the Splatfest version with fizz bangs.
Was there a specific
Imagine,
moment
actually.
in this game that solidified that 0.6 for them, or was the entire last 30 seconds a moment?
I think if I'm going to give it one specific moment, it was Basil holding that position on the hills and taking out Kronos.
You thought I was
Now,
joking when I
Kronos
mentioned
take out
a team
one of the
called Content
members who had
Cats?
super jumped in.
No, it's a real thing.
Let's rewind here and let's play it a little differently. Let's imagine that Basil backs way far up, says, whoa, I'm the last one up here. I gotta get out of here. Take whatever space you want here. I'm just not going down. That super jump gets camped. All of that turf goes away. They were one Booyah Bomb at the end away from losing that game. I want to point out that's how close that game was. But you have to hold your ground as an anchor player. Basil gets that moment, you get your super jump in, and then you can continue the attack.
And we noted for Content Cat that Kronos is watching.
Why did they
over
put Turfwall
Alliance.
mode? I actually don't. I
Down
still
in the
don't know.
last few seconds,
I mean,
Kronos, you
I think it's
mentioned
just because
down before
Nintendo,
that. So
they want to show all the
definitely
game
a tough way to
types,
end things off, we
but it's
do
just
have
not
the mode
competitive.
Selection in Siren, it is going to be Rainmaker, so it does seem like for all the
So I'm not
strengths
gonna
that
lie, I
Moonlight
do think
has
it messes
for
with things,
Lamblitz,
but
they're going to be saving it maybe for a later game.
I think that's a really smart decision. When it comes down to it, if you end up in a game 5, which is honestly out of all of the sets that we are going to be looking at today, this one is the most likely to go to a game 5, just based on the statistics we have going into the tournament. I think when you have that, you need to hold a little something in your back pocket. Give yourselves the opportunity to go to Clamblitz when you need to, and I'm excited to see what they have to pull out here.
At 9, we are going to Undertow Spillway. Not only has this been the most popular stage for Rainmaker as a mode, but it also has the Horseshoe of Doom that I love bringing up when you go to that left-hand side checkpoint and try to get past it. The other thing I want to bring up, though, this, on paper, is Moonlight's worst mode, 3-7 record. What's their thought for going here?
I think the thought is our opponent doesn't have an Inkvac player. I mean, you're maybe thinking that Kronos switching over to that is how you could do it, or maybe you just want to use Rainmaker early on when you don't have to worry about it being a stage that you're less comfortable with, but
sorry I've gone quiet, by the way.
Rainmaker, I'll be honest,
These grapes are really, really
again that
nice.
you can maybe slide in attackers on
They're
different
so
portions of
nice.
this stage
So I've
and
just
make it
been
work
like,
at that point, but
yum,
there's also Pika's Playground and some of
yum,
those highlights
yum.
here, and honestly, if you told
They
me that
are
it was
so
coming
good,
up at
dude.
this point, I would have told you that
They're just
Content
so
Cat was
juicy.
the
It's
one
just like,
that kind of
I
made
take
this
one,
happen
I'm just
with
like, oh
Rainmaker,
my
but I'm
God.
not at all
I
surprised
wish I
to
could
see
just
Content Cat
eat them
with
forever,
the
dude.
stage pick going to Undertow Spillway.
No, and the one for Moonlight that would ideally be piloting the Inkvac, the 96 gal, as we mentioned earlier, has been the weapon of choice for that that special. And Siren, we do have players on Content Cat that can still make a strong effort. Pika in particular has held this idea that the blaster is still a really strong weapon to bring out. We'll see now if they have brought it to the table. Taking a look, Gimme of course going to be on the Dapple Dualies.
Saying with Mexico where we're not speaking, the food is good.
Siren, as well as a custom
That's good. It's good.
Custom E-leader, that has got to be unique. Basil picking that, I think just ideally to have those beacons being able to place around the stage. You never know when your opponent might pull that Rainmaker in a direction you're not quite expecting, but as long as you have the beacons, you can play a little bit ahead of the curve here. Shadow able to pop that cooler very quickly as the splatter color screen comes out from Pika, who has already taken over the bottom left side of the stage. Like you said before, this is Pika's playground.
Well,
wait, that's a 52 gal Deco? Oh wait, that's scratch. That's, I mean, I actually understand. I see it.
Get them the first checkpoint here, 9. I was
That screen's gonna be super annoying.
52 comp, but not the 52 Deco as Kronos gets it a little bit further.
Wow, I'm almost surprised they picked up the Rainmaker there to try to push it further as well. Pika now going to fight it out here. Goes ahead and gets one because, of course, Pika was there, but they are still working this through. Gimme now. The threat is not yet gone, by the way. They have cycled another special here at this point. This Wellstring V, the best weapon in the game, and popping it.
That Wellstring is doing what?
Just a couple more points here.
Oh my
Nobody
lord.
can take this player out. They've still cycled a few more. Intact, the pressure not yet gone.
It is just an insurmountable object there as we see a huge
They almost won them.
What a throw.
They almost won of that, dude.
That's been one of their bread and butter weapons this entire time. If it's not the Mint Decapitator, it's the Splatana Wiper. Maybe not in its former glory from the Splatoon 3 North American League 2025 playoffs, but still strong as we see Moonlight Siren going the other way and getting that first checkpoint.
Moonlight has a lot of turf to make up for here. As you can see there, Content Cat pushing that Rainmaker down almost
that
to the
sprinkler jump.
And so this puts Moonlight in a very rough spot.
To save him?
It's
like a shield? That was actually cool.
Checkpoint, which they have now done. You see Omega trying to get ahead here, getting that you know, the hammer in, but getting splatted is not going to be ideal for them. But as we Basil desperately trying to take out Kronos' ink back, and I don't think I've ever seen an interaction quite like that one, Zach.
Oh my goodness,
you have to charge into that one, I think.
Corner in match 1. How about that one? 2 specials duking it out as Nolan getting the pick there onto Pika, has the ink back online, and it will require a knockout from Moonlight here as Nolan is going to start this out using the ink back defensively. They won't really need it that much, 9, as Omega's going to advance forward, and you can see why these teams typically prefer throwing the Ultra Stamp unless they're doing something like popping that Rainmaker shield.
Oh man, you know, I just want to say get used to a lot of really silly interactions about to happen. When you have to get a knockout and nothing less will do, you have to
take notes on what just happened. Yeah, buff Kraken,
well.
please.
It's not enough to try to set up just a 1 or 2 down and then a long sustained push. These players are going to be going for that. Let's say that you do throw one of those Ultra Stamps. You're hoping that maybe you find 2. You're trying to predict where everyone is going to run to rather than stick on it. So again, a lot to be done.
I really like
Content
Cat's
Content Cat is more than happy
what's it called?
to keep stalling it out, keep grabbing it, and making sure
I think
they
it's
don't
very
pick up
good.
the knockout.
We're not going to pick it up here. It's going to be Shadow moving forward, and they have.
There's just like something that like
Shadow not really going to use it. Perhaps
I don't know.
Deception there, making
there's just a lot of utility, like really good utility to work with.
Here on the ink back, and there's that Horseshoe of Doom that one player is taking the Rainmaker, staying very far back, maybe thinking that there's going to be a flanker. One gets taken out, but it's on that side. Nolan advancing so far forward, Siren, and even
I think like the only thing they don't have is just like they don't have like constant bomb pressure, of course, but they just have a bunch of like really like I don't know helpful specials and tools to like hold control and stuff, you know.
You do just have to back up and give it another shot later on. But speaking of later shot, they're not going to have too many more opportunities to give one, just because we have 1 minute left in the game, and it seems like Content Cat is very
quite literally Moonlight have to win the game or to actually like progress.
I just can't get over Kronos and walls. It's like
Dapples is ridiculously good, yeah.
It's so tough,
just as a weapon. It's really good in Rainmaker.
So well here we see Nolan pushing forward, trying to make sure that this Rainmaker is well defended. 9, they may only have 1 or 2 pushes left, and with
just beacon tactical, it's just on one weapon is like so strong.
Happened, but Nolan also went down there. Thankfully was tactical, so he'll be right back before I can even finish the sentence. But Nolan has to be up there with that player. Now they've got 3 down, so
they have a lot of work to do. They got a vacuum, but I mean I don't know, it might be a little too early.
So they've set up the exact scenario that they want. There is just no margin for error. Shadow going to to have to recover that HP as well. Thank you, HP Bars, for showing us that. Now he's rotated around. Nolan's going to opt to use this now. And here we go,
Oh, it's possible. Oh, the hammer's good. The hammer's really good. Oh my god. That was a crazy fight. It happened so quickly too, man.
They do end up popping the Rainmaker shield. Was wondering
oh, Shadow's there.
Shadow flanking around. If they get this pick, that's going to be a huge gimme.
Oh, jump. I'll just jump it off. Oh, never mind. I'll just jump it off like, ooh.
Ultimately to victory for Content Cat, but 9, that
not
had
bad,
the
man.
makings of potential disaster there, as I don't think they saw Shadow. Despite that, Content Cat evens this match at 1.
Well, you know, we didn't even get to talk about the beacons that were set around that there by Shadow on the Dapple Doolies, but earlier we saw Omega
that
try,
beacon pressure in Rainmaker is so strong, man.
It was always a
it's so strong.
Even if Shadow had been able to take that out, they still would have needed to pop the Rainmaker very quickly before anybody could come over. So a great showing there from.
It's 1-1 now, by the way. We got a game here.
Too much at any point. And that's what happens when you get to 1 at the very beginning of the game. It changes everything.
Siren, in some ways, these two teams are playing mirror mode a lot, and part of that's due to the mode, and part of that's due to just their inherent composition. So, of course, bringing the 96 Gal there, both of them favoring the Ultra Stamp as well, likely for its ability to get splats on the Rainmaker with the throw, but also take down the Rainmaker shield. What else did you see that led Content Cat to take this game right into their hands pretty early on?
I think one of the things that we looked at, and I like that you brought up those beacons coming out from Shadowwind as well, because we saw that Basil had them. So a comp like that where you don't have a lot of weapon special, like, you know, pressure coming out.
Do you guys hear that?
It's just one of those things where you need to.
It's my Nintendo alarm mode making noises.
Momentum on your side. You need to build up things
every single time. It's like a different time. It's just like, you know, it does Splatoon noises.
And because of that, I think it allowed Content Cat to just steamroll in, run in, see that opportunity. All right, Moonlight is not.
It's gonna do that again in an hour, so be prepared.
How can we take advantage of that? Well, let's move the Rainmaker up as fast as we can before they get too set up, before this stage ultimately belongs to them. We need to take advantage of that, and that's how they got things so fast. I think Moonlight was maybe prepping for a longer game and more of a back and forth, and when they didn't quite get that, they didn't really know how to structure their play styles.
Well, 9, color me surprised here, because it is Content Cat selecting the mode, and they have selected Clamblitz. Our first time seeing Clamblitz. Let's have you run through the rules.
Well, all right. I have many things to say about this choice, but let's talk about the mode first. In Clamblitz, there are scattered clams all throughout the stage. They'll come in pods. Some of them will be by themselves. The point is that you're going to pick them up. You grab 8 of them, you'll build up a power clam, and then you're taking them to the clam basket, and you're trying to break the
talking flower from Mario Wonder? I have not know.
This stage. You can only open it with a power clam, and that will earn you 20 points. Every subsequent smaller clam after that will get you 3 points. Like all of our other modes, at the end of 5 minutes, or a lot more than 5 minutes as we've seen on this particular stage, the team with the lower count will get the victory. But Zach,
you remember the 8 minutes? Oh, yeah, I do, yeah. That was a long game.
And then Clamblitz after that. But this was the order. I just flatly wouldn't have believed you.
Siren, I don't want to harp on records too much, but Moonlight a perfect 8-0 on Clamblitz. On the opposite side, Content Cat 1-11 as we go to the most popular stage for Clamblitz in Museum d'Alfonsino.
Look, Zach, I know you guys are very fond at looking at the statistics of the game, but I'm not too sure if these players are considering their win record going into this. I think a lot of it is their heart is going into it. That's just what they're feeling at this point in time, and maybe they're thinking they have a miracle that they can pull out for this particular point, you know? Let's defy the odds. Let's win on Clamblitz against Moonlight. It could also be another one of those situations where, I don't like saying this because it doesn't make any sense. However, they could also just be trying to get this out of the way. They don't want to play it as a Game 5 later on. Let's do it while we have the opportunity and while we still have a game.
What's good, Melvin?
Guaranteed.
How you doing, man?
Good point. It is our job to be the analyst, and it's the players' job to give us, of course, the best show.
Are you ready for next month?
The most competitive spirit and heart that they can, and I'm sure that they have a strategy lined up here, but no big surprises coming out from the actual stage. We'll have to see how this one shakes out. We're guaranteed a Game 4, and I personally would love for this one to go to a Game 5, which means we would see our last 2 modes.
Well, what am I supposed to say? Melvin? Melvo?
Don't know what order.
Mavelian?
See a Game 5. Looks like we're just waiting on Omega to get
I'm
in.
not calling you
Omega,
Tails.
remind you, mainly using either the Mint Decapitator or the Splatana Wiper, so deciding either between those
Blackpool
two weapons,
Raiders?
or maybe
Both.
throwing something unconventional out. As we get into Clan Blitz for game number 3, it's Museum de Alfonsino as the stage here, 9. Let's take a look at the compositions.
All right,
Not
on
personally
one side,
humble, Jerry.
You're going to be sticking with the 52 Dal Deco, and on the other side, this is what I would consider the
That Pika Dave? Pika Dave is playing. He's on the 52 Deco.
Gal, Omega on the Mint Decapitator, and Shadow over on the NZAP 85. But I'm also... There's a Tentabrella, right? A Sorella Tentabrella on the field right now.
Insta-jumping. This is a classic Moonlight comp.
North American League 2026. So to see that out right now, yeah, these teams have something they've prepped.
Chronos, one of just 2 players in our playoff
Baffles,
teams
man.
that use Umbrella. The other one coming up later in JJ on the Sorella Umbrella. And this Bulbs tries.
Baffles is just so strong, man. It just deletes people if it's extra range now these days.
Commonly, but directs really hurt against a team like Moonlight.
Yeah, it can be really rough for them, and I think maybe that's a good reason why they moved into here, is because they really just want to set themselves up for good.
They're losing a lot of
positions.
control. Content Cat's got control
of
now.
which, we do see Basil here right under that basket as Content Cat begins to run in and rev up for a push. You can see that
Which pro GCC do I have? Like my one?
Happening on them. All the more
handheld. Go on Handheld Legends, dudes. Handheld Legends. Use code DO10. There you go. You can customize it however you want.
Yeah, once
I have the
again,
3.2, so
where Moonlight is just inviting
Pro
the
GCC
opposing
3.2.
team in and then collapsing on them when it's effectively too late, as we see Gimme gonna get taken down, and that might start a push from Moonlight as Shadow is gonna hold on to this power clam here.
If you use it on Handheld Legends, you can get 10% off though.
Break of the barrier.
Well, is there going to be any follow-up is the big question.
If you scroll, wait, where is this comment coming from actually? If you scroll, yeah, if you scroll in my YouTube description, you'll find the link there.
Was playing when they opened the menu to try to super jump, but we'll go ahead and call it 3.5 down. Not bad from Content Cat there. We say so often you want your
get a wireless one or a wired one.
Because you don't have any penalty that you have to work for.
Whatever you decide. But the wired, I mean, I think both can be wired though.
Maybe trying to rev something up themselves.
There's dangers in trying to maintain momentum, and Content Cat taking just a little bit longer than maybe optimal to set this up. That does give Moonlight the opportunity to combat it. The Inkback we saw come out, Omega trying to dance around this canopy. And
oh my god, that's a good Inkjet shot though. That's cool.
After these teams effectively trading out here, Cyrus, we get back into kind of a neutral state.
A neutral state is true. When you look at pushes like just out to 80,
do you recommend wired or wireless?
Here, that is
I recommend playing it wired, in my opinion. But you can do either. They both feel really good.
Like you really can't go any lower than that. So I do think Content Cat is still.
I have the wireless one too, so.
Feeling like they're very.
But I wire it anyway, so.
As they get a splat on Omega and on Nolan, I believe as well. This is huge for them. This gives them a great spot to be taking out Basil as well. But an unfortunate interaction there with that tension.
This is the NA League. Yeah, this is the NA League. It's online. They're doing a. This is the playoffs as well too. It's only the first day of playoffs as well, so it's only just, the top 8 has only just started. So I think they're gonna do half today and half tomorrow. Or the other half tomorrow.
They went from what should have been a 2v0 situation to an even situation. All the momentum gone now from Content Cat. You see, once Moonlight found their footing, they have a successful defense. Shadow going way deep in, but they're okay trading a couple players down because Content Cat has yet to build up a lot of resources.
Yeah, Shadow we see on that ends up here. We have some players in the playoffs that play it very aggressively. Shadow, I think, kind of on the opposite side there as we see Content Cat break the barrier for the first time.
That timing of that is actually like perfect because his ink back literally just ended. That's crazy.
No, not a lot of time left. However, if they're able to get another break on the basket here, which they now have another and that one we call the pity underneath their own basket as well, just waiting for them. That gets them in a very good spot. They might just be able to cheese something in here as long as Omega can get towards the basket. And
Moonlight gets a lot, like a big score here.
That's going to get
11 clams.
But we need to be reminded of the dynamic that now this is.
He's got a lot of clams. She tossed us in.
Opportunity to volley here if they're able to get
that's okay.
picked off entirely.
That's perfect.
That was all 4 specials online.
Content can come back though. Pika is close to screen as well.
Tactical are helping them get back back into the action. Pika using the curling bomb to try and take down the
Oh my god, they're still scoring. Wait a minute.
They're going to get it in. They need one more clam in order to claim
Oh, unlucky. Oh no, he missed.
Going to fall.
Oh my god, alright.
Situation here, 9 Moonlight. They won't get the knockout, and that'll buy Content Cat maybe one more good push.
Well, it's gonna have to be a great push, Zach. Let's make no bones about it here. This is basically the exact same scenario that Content
Oh
Cat
my
went
god,
through
Content Cat has loads of clams. Dude, I want to press the map button so I can know where the clams are, dude. In my mind, I'm just like, I feel like I'm in this game. Like I'm pressing the map button so I know where the clams are. But oh, okay, the push is starting. I didn't go Inja. Oh my god, wait, hang on, wait a minute.
Hold on here. That's another
Oh no, oh that's, oh no, oh
my goodness, here we go. Can Gimme get close enough?
You can't.
The answer is no.
Get him. I think Hawaiian got picked off really early, dude. Bro got picked off really early when he uses Inkjet.
And the small unforced errors will clutch it out for Moonlight.
9
Unlucky, man.
Things ended up being true. That was a great push, but it was still not enough. We have to.
It could have happened too. I just think
was not just on this mode in general, but with that
maybe overheated when it was trying to push. They went in too deep and they died that way.
Their 2 specials invested.
They had to give up like a little bit of grounds.
Right under the basket, but then they had the follow-up
and then play off that.
Wavebreaker and the tactical core that keeps their presence on top of that court area.
Because I feel like it's inevitable that your team will scramble coming out of that. Especially if the way they were dying too, but then they just, I don't know. Content got picked off one by one after that, unfortunately. So they just have to play for the scramble. And like maybe have like one guy go back and then they kind of like, I don't know, alternate or something.
Still has points ticking down onto the basket of Content Cat, and I just don't even know how they did that. It's like a ninja.
9 for Moonlight. It's not just about the patience that we've said Moonlight is known for. It's about multiple options to get back in. They have that in the beacon from their E-leader. They have that in the tactical, or giving them the buff to that super jump. So they are, before the game even gets started, investing in options that are going to pay off when they're in the nitty-gritty, when they're trying to maintain space, because Content Cat, they put out a lot of ink. If Hawaiian's on the board, they can reclaim space in a hurry.
They can reclaim space in a hurry. The question is, what space can they take? And that's really the important piece of how Moonlight likes to play the game. When we say they slow it down, it's not that they are inactive, right? The only thing you cannot be in top levels.
Guys, I'm thinking about those grapes that I just had. I'm still thinking about it.
You can't get here because
I keep thinking about, man, I wish I could have more, but I know for sure I can't. I shouldn't have more. But they were so good. They were so good. W stream, thanks Joseph, appreciate it, man.
Holding things down. Of course, you've got a curling bomb that you can toss out to do that, but you have the beacons from Gimme. Of course, those don't do any damage. So you know,
increased vac usage. Yeah, it's actually interesting to see a bit more now.
You have the one opportunity to do it. And they need it just about everyone.
In my mind, though, I'm just seeing, okay, if people are using VAC, I want to use a Kraken against them, though. It just counts as all of them. Can't go wrong with grapes. It's just so good. I'm gonna have the rest tomorrow. I'm gonna have a reunion.
I'm going to be totally honest, I think both of these teams are so used to playing Splat Zones on Mako Mart that I can't really look at these comps and say, okay, one of them has an advantage here. I think at the end of the day, this is...
Thinking about grapes, are you Knuckles or something? I might be.
Pick this as their starting one. It's so that they can
I might just be.
And that's why it's so weird that we have this playing as a game 4. It's because of the fact that, like, this is normally what you would pick to see what's going on with your opponent. Where do they feel comfortable?
Bubble weapon plus vac would sound OP.
Where can we make jabs? But I think things like what you mentioned before, the defense that
if you pair it well, yeah, maybe.
Clamblitz is important to pay attention to here, because Mako Mart is ultimately very small. It's not that hard to defend in certain areas, and I think because of that, Moonlight just might have the very, very, very slightest edge, because it's not that hard to get towards the zone, and therefore I think their defenses are just going to be a little bit stronger.
They keep slouching, man.
Well, it's Content Cat's job to try and take this one to a game 5, but
Cotton Candy grapes are really good as well. That's crazy.
Strong on that E-leader. If they bring it back on this stage,
I need to turn my fan up, actually.
Small stage, but there is a
I think it's too cold in here. Well, not too cold. It's
that gives you a great
it's too hot.
Of the rest of the stage. Yes, there are some box boxes and walls. I think they're shelves or places.
Oh, it's 30 degrees, bro. It's getting hotter in here.
You can set up on or shark around, but Basil could potentially.
Maybe I should open my window just a little bit.
If Content Cat
Yo, Ophi, thank you so much for the
Remember Die-Head Prime lol.
Content Cat can force a game 5 or Moonlight is going to hold on and advance to our winners semifinals 9. I'm seeing an incline tri-stringer. I think I saw that Tenterbrella coming back and a roller to boot.
Well, here we are. Omega on the splat roller does not really surprise me. I'm a little surprised. I guess Pika's going to continue to run this 52 Aldeco until the very end of the tournament. Has already taken out Omega.
Let me
So
get in
the
the
two players we called out both fight at the very beginning of the game. But it makes sense that Splatter Color
Splat zones, though.
can fairly safely make
Using
that
10 on
game
splat
difficult
zones,
for
interesting.
the E-leader players. Right now, Content
Incline
Cat
splat
in a pretty
loan,
good position.
splat,
They're really relying
splat.
on Hawaii
Yeah,
to get a lot
don't
of
worry.
turf, and the others are
I
just
can't
gonna
speak.
try to fight it out.
You thought the Tenterbrella canopy was going to be the largest on the stage. We introduced the splatter color screen that is going to absolutely dwarf it when it comes out. It's going to be Content Cat taking the zone first, but Moonlight in pretty firm control. They are going to lose one member rather early on as Shadow just sits behind the zone, this funky plush-shaped zone, and Siren tries to keep it painted, which they will for now.
Yes, I think they've done a good job at stalling things out, waiting for their opponent, their teammates to come back in to maybe assist them. But with that not quite happening, that gave Content Cat another opportunity to get back in here. You saw the Tenterbrella set up, but it seems like Moonlight was just waiting for them to get in that specific area before they took the fight, saying, all right, this is where we have coverage. Let's move in from here and wait for Content Cat to maybe get a little bit greedy. We are not nervous looking at the timer right now. We are basically even in scores. We are very, very close. So let's just take it slow and wait for the big advantage that we can get from this.
Nolan was greedy for splats there as we saw 2 go down. They were looking for
Content Cat's comp is kind of odd. To some degree, I wouldn't agree. I mean, I can understand why they might be using 10, but I'm not too sure for zones. My only thing for zones is just that I don't think it paints enough, but maybe it's just that they're relying on the tri-stringer more than anything to be able to do what it's trying to do, and then you kind of just use the tent to make openings with the shield. But I mean, I don't know, I feel like Moonlight's dealing with it really well. They're just kind of breaking, like they shoot the shield but then they just break it, or like they don't fall for the distraction, you know?
Not abandoned until now. That Charger Overlook Omega gonna fall, and we're gonna see them starting to put ink down.
The screen's what's weird? I don't think the screen's so weird. The screen is when they're set up, it's for stalling. It's for stalling and also just pushing the enemies into a different position too.
Yeah, I love to see,
especially on that top left, because most people in this map, they all just go top left, so it's just like, okay, I'm gonna throw a screen right there when they're all there. Now we've stalled them for like a good 20 seconds, and we get a lot of points off that, and we know that they're either gonna go right, or if they go through the shield, they just die. So
they're very concerned about the different angles that Tenterbrella might come in from here, and that's been causing them to wait and play a little bit more hesitant, but ultimately I think that's been paying off for them in the long run. However, they can't dote on these opportunities for too long. They only have a little bit more points to go through here, but with the speed that Content Cat has been playing at, they just shouldn't feel too safe if they're not moving up past that zone.
So many of the specials and weapons brought today, kind of forcing this war of attrition, forcing these players to invest so many resources into either moving past or
yeah, he's using the screen to go around. Big distraction, but just
cannot log onto a singular right 9, but they couldn't decide on one as we see Moonlight.
It was just a little too sporadic.
From Content Cat, but with major penalties.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Pika was fighting with his controller there because of input lag. I think he hits that, but like it looked more like he was fighting with his controller, dude.
So now that Kronos is back, Omega needs to find these players. If they get too many more flips, they aren't going to have opportunities, but that may have been the pick that they needed. They're at full strength.
Yeah, knowing the wherewithal to get the pick and then immediately jump out, you have to know that was pre-planned, and that time
another one.
Gets another one there.
Roller just gets kills, man.
They will watch under this ledge as they enter the flow.
This is a good map for Roller too, dudes.
With a penalty behooving them, Siren as Content Cat looking to desperately regroup.
A very well-timed tactical coming out for the members of Moonlight when they don't really have too much more to go to get to the knockout.
I mean, they can get zone here, actually. It's possible. Oh, Shadow with the stop. Yeah, I don't know. This is where 10 just doesn't paint the zone. Oh, okay, good job, good job.
That's huge huge. I wasn't sure
just
if
the situations like that when you want to paint the zone fast. It's just like I'm shooting it, but
knockout here. 9 under 20 or so seconds left here. Desperately trying to save this ink fact that they've just now built.
I think any other mode, but I mean I don't know. I don't know what they're. Maybe it's worked in their scrims or something. So.
The main turfer. This one may be going the other way. That's another one down.
Yeah, they're just getting slammed, dudes. Unfortunate.
Nothing left,
yeah, they're gonna have to do the losers run now.
Often want to do gets the big play in the middle of the game on Mako Mart, and there you have it. Moonlight completes.
Unlucky for Content Cat. Moonlight goes through.
Their winners, quarterfinals victory.
That's only the second game too, man. That's crazy, dude. It was a good game too, man.
Milky Way coming up in
really
the
good game.
Semifinals.
Okay, man.
It was a closely
In
contested the end between
I am gonna put my bowl away.
It was Moonlight all the way.
Guys, I'm gonna put my bowl away.
When they get into a specific
and
they will just go on a rampage if you give them the opportunity.
Order.
And I think what was really throwing a wedge in things for them for the longest time was Cronus picking that Tenebrella. It felt like early on.
I'm gonna put my bowl away.
And I know it can be a difficult match.
And I'm gonna drink some water, okay? I'll be 1 second again, all right?
Slow,
1 second.
So it can be hard to move around when you have a Tenebrella painting your feet. So I think that was giving them a bit of a hard time. However, they were finally able to get a bit of a flow state, like you said, flow aura state. And finally, once they were able to get those fights and figure out how to sequence their events, that's ultimately what got them the win at the end.
9, we mentioned Moonlight, such a great team that has been around since 2023, adaptable to a fault, even facing this Tenebrella multiple times. How did they pull it out?
I think when you know what your composition is coming in, you always have the advantage. And that match may be, more than any other, a clear match of we have a composition that we think is going to counter your composition. What Content Cat brought out there, make no mistake, that was an anti-Moonlight composition. And
I drank my water.
It's so interesting and why we love this game so much.
What did I miss?
Option from the weapon select screen. So
probably nothing.
A lot of credit to Moonlight here. That was a great showing for Content Cat. I think we're getting the good Content Cat today.
Switch 2 Pro Controller is good. If
wired, GCC is still better. I agree. I actually agree. I so much agree with that.
That they're so comfortable in.
Well, as
if we're talking about controllers,
these in-studio casts, we have the Telestrator online to look at some replays, and it's none other than Falco Flyer on the
Falco is on the Telestrator.
What do you got for us?
Hey, thanks, Zach. Hey, everybody. Yeah, we are going to show you a clip from Game 3, Clamblitz Museum d'Alfonsino. This is a great game for Moonlight to try and come back and get the win. We'll try and get this clip going as soon as we possibly can, but it was such an amazing game for them. They had all 4 of their players alive, getting some really good pushes the whole time, and we're going to actually just toss it back to you, Zach. We'll try
the Telestrator is not working.
We might see this soon. We'll see. We'll join back up with Falco in just a moment. We will have
I felt Falco was just feeling like awkward, but I was just like, yeah, I'm talking and there's like nothing that I can show. Guys, help. Please.
They finished second. They had some powerhouse match victories, and even with the game dropped, they're looking like a very strong team in these playoffs.
That wasn't supposed to happen, though.
I know that Moonlight is one of those teams that works extremely well under pressure. They've taken a lot of different tournament victories just off of, right off the skin of their back, basically. Just I don't really know the best.
They were gonna show a specific play, but the specific play did not show up. So
they've always done such a good job at adapting. And I think this was like the textbook example of Moonlight adapting to the cards that they've been dealt. And I think one thing that I'd like, that just kind of came to mind recently is you brought up how long Moonlight has stayed together. And with that has been some changes in their comps. And I think one of those things that may have taken them back there and given them a bit of deja vu was seeing the Tenebrella coming out from Chronos, because back in the day, Shadowwind was a Tenebrella player as well. So it's one of those things that you think about in Splatoon, like, I've played this weapon before, so I also understand the weaknesses of it. So I think it's one of those things where a light bulb must have gone off in Shadowwind's head and was like, okay, wait, I know this. This is how we deal with it.
You could say
who's playing right now?
Before, if you will, and 9.
We shall see very soon.
there is not the end here for Content Cat. They go down to the losers portion of the bracket, and one of the main things we said about them is in multiple weeks during the regular season, they had these just heroic losers bracket runs going all the way
I've
to
played
grand
these games
finals
before.
twice. Is there a path where they can do this again today?
I think so, and I think it's nice that they will find out very quickly if they're even going to be playing tomorrow and have the opportunity to do so, because again, this is a 2-day playoffs that these teams are going to be running through. So for a team like Content Cat, they need to catch fire if they want to make that run. We've also seen them go 0-2 in a couple of these brackets as well. So the nice thing is you can build.
You're rooting for Moonlight? Yeah, they just won the quarterfinals game, so they're off to the semis now. So pretty good.
You won't be playing Moonlight, so maybe that composition they don't feel is their strongest. They just felt was strongest against Moonlight. So the cards are certainly there. Tomorrow they could go on a great run, and I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever.
My opinion on Sonic 35th anniversary.
The largest number of teams.
When does Sonic turn 35? What day?
You have to have rematches if you make it far enough through, either in the loser side of the bracket or once you get to grand finals. So it really is a situation where we could see Content Cat making some of these heroic plays once again. And Moonlight, of course, a bright future ahead. Siren, I
23rd of June.
Put the cart before the horse.
Less than 3 days.
Oh
wait, July?
Just briefly, this
June? Okay. Alright, that isn't 3 days. You think they're gonna reveal something? I feel like they should. Give us a game, please.
What are you
Give us a
thinking
game.
about for these two teams facing off in our winter semis?
Don't care what it is.
Well, look, I don't want to underestimate Milky Way, because I think that's one of the biggest mistakes you could ever make. However, we saw their set against Scuba, and it was a lot closer than we had originally anticipated for the speed, despite it being 3-0. Like, those scores in some of those games were rather close. It was very much within batting.
Don't think they'll give us a game, although they had time to cook.
So when I think about that and I look at Moonlight and how strong they played the set against Content Cat, which I don't believe they were slotted to win.
Guys, what do we do between these breaks?
You gotta
Should I do something?
Well, maybe this is a really
Should I get some?
Moonlight.
Should I show you some games on my my floor?
Sitting around waiting for the,
Should I show you some games?
Their next set necessarily, so they're gonna
go
have
to Tesco and get more grapes.
Time between these games overall. So
really want a new Sonic game?
Well. They have another opportunity here to watch what Milky Way is playing. I'll toss that back to you, Zach. We have a lot of things to look at here.
Well, one of those things to look at is the bracket following our match number 2 in the winners quarterfinals.
Cream Soda versus Duck Motif next.
Taking the victory over Content Cat 3-1, and there
I wonder how far they're gonna go for this. I think they're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4.
Semi-finals, but 9. We have another
1,
match
2.
coming up. Before that, of course, Content Cat
and then 1, 2, right?
Matches in our losers top 8. But the next one we have for you is Cream Soda versus
Maybe they do
Duck
8 matches
Motif,
today.
our
Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8.
That one should be rather fascinating.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe 7.
On this one. So, listen, this is such
I think so.
a
6 or more. Yeah, maybe it's 7 matches.
Different style than any of the teams that we watched thus far today. Content Cat plays.
Yeah, maybe it's 7.
But as we saw in that last time, they have their idea of how they want to get to aggression. Sometimes it's through a Tentarella shield. Sometimes it's through beacons. We're not going to see a whole lot of that. There's a very different way that Cream Soda gets their attacks.
Do 6, maybe.
Motif, I mean, this is a team that is synonymous with North American Splatoon, I would say. You talk about a team that's been around a long time. Duck Motif, plenty.
And Siren taking a look as well here with our Cream Soda versus Duck Motif match. Anything that jumps out of you? We know Cream Soda
tomorrow
was
they do losers.
For quite some time. They're one of the
I think that would make sense. So maybe they do
but they'll have to go up against Duck Motif
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah,
and then
I mean,
1,
look,
2.
I'm gonna try and be an optimist.
Semis,
about this
maybe?
one. I
Is that a piece of fluff or was that like a fly? I don't know.
Well. And you mentioned
hopefully that was
Duck
not a
Motif
moth,
is
dude.
synonymous with North American Splatoon. They've been around for a really long time. However, Cream Soda is another amalgamation of players.
Did you notice the increase of viewerships Splatoon 3 got on Twitch? Yeah, there's been a bunch of Japanese streamers playing the game. There's been like a big influx of Japanese streamers,
is based on overall
which is really cool. It's cool for the game, you know.
We're both cheering on Cream Soda and have our own ideas of who is going to win today. And there's a reason why I do think that they're going to be able to pull through very far in this tournament, and a big part of that is just because of the momentum that they've built up. Like, they've fought to get to this spot, and so we can see how passionate they are about today.
Well, we endeavor to cater to all types of Splatoon fans here, and if you're tuning in and you like what you
tuning in,
but you haven't seen much Splatoon before, here's a quick history lesson that'll bring you up to speed on the entire Splatoon series.
Oh, really? Is it that one video that we watched the other day? I bet you it is. Just for this, I guess it was. The recap? Yeah, it's the recap. A quick rundown.
Whoa, that was a lot to take in, huh?
Oh, here we go again. I've reacted to this already.
Speed on the Splatoon series in no time.
I've reacted to this already.
Oh, hey, it's you.
It's not me.
You can be an Inkling or an Octoling in some games. Both have a swim form resembling some very familiar sea creatures. They've also got a wicked sense of style. From how
okay, guys, I'm gonna bring up a Pokemon game, okay?
Top to bottom. So go wild with expressing yourself however you want.
Hang on.
This is ink. And you're gonna need a lot of it for all sorts of stuff.
What do you mean I'm not connected? Let's try again.
Whether you're playing turf war battles, hunting down salmonids, exploring strange areas, or fighting giant enemies, ink is vital.
Let's try that again.
Running on empty? Just dive into it, take a beat.
Sorry, there's window sounds.
While you're hitting the bricks around town, you'll meet characters
Give me a second.
from all walks of life. Like the residents of
Give me a second. Oh, there it is. Wow. Wow.
We can't forget about the musicians. They play a huge part in the series.
Oh, I just crossed it off, dude. I wasn't meant to do that. I was not meant to do that.
We've also got Deep Cut, comprised of the shrewd Shiver, the feisty
All right, here we go.
and the big-hearted Big Man. Rumor has it they're off on a treasure hunt in their
Okay.
latest adventure. Still with me? Cool. There's a lot that happens around the city.
Let's get some 3DS going. All right. Should we catch a Reggie Pokemon? One of the Reggies.
They're big in the world of Splatoon. Understatement of the year. They're huge. Splatfests are competitive and
I could put 53 hours into this game, by the way.
And to kick Splatfests off,
I gotta turn the mouse off real quick.
live by the musicians. Music is a core part of Splatoon, with their fresh beats and variety of styles. Just take a listen.
Alright. So, last time on my adventure, guys. So look at all the Pokemon I got. Alright. I got a Shaman, I got a Darkrai, I got a Manaphy, I got Cresselia, I got Giratina, I got Heatran, Palkia, and Dialga.
Except for this cat. Wait, what?
Do I have Splatoon 4 on that thing? I don't, unfortunately. But it's okay.
It's not a perfect world, though. There's
I have an idea.
to contend with.
This is a team, by the way, alright? Because I'm catching the Reggies, right? This is the team currently. They're a bit dead, but that's okay. They are a bit dead, though. We're gonna go to let's go to the Iron Islands, actually.
Well, Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that.
Palkia and Dial. Yeah, I haven't called them yet.
Splatoon has to offer, but now we have to get into what the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs are going to offer. And Siren, that's our third match, and we have to start with our number 2 seed, Cream Soda.
Cream Soda, a team to absolutely beat today. I'm really excited to be looking at this highlight reel. We've got a very strong roster ahead of us today, and I heard a little bit of, not gossip necessarily, but Hexen should be...
They don't want Splatoon 1 to exist, apparently.
That's going to leave a lot of aggressive players today. Just Hexen...
Oh, this is not the Pokemon Center.
Focusing on coaching and analyzing and making sure that basically they're dotting their I's and, and has all their ducks in a row, basically.
We'll have that highlight video from Cream Soda coming at you momentarily here. As you mentioned, a very deep roster. Hexen, a very accomplished and tenured Western player in their own right. And that's just their sub-9. We've got tons of players for this team.
Okay.
Dominant. Zenith,
to respect what's going on, I'll go back to watching it, okay? To respect what's going on, we're back to watching again. There was just a bit of downtime, alright? It was just a bit of downtime. And I wanted something to do.
Custom Blaster, Wave, one of the most accomplished Snipe Rider 5Hs that you're going to see, could even bring out that heavy Splatling that we've seen today as well. Rounded out by one of the most, if not the most dominant 52 gal player in the entirety of North America in Goss. You can see some of the highlights from the team here. They love setting up. They love being in the action here. They are a dominant, aggressive team that you know exactly what you're getting. And 9, that's kind of the scary part because they don't have a super deep roster of weapons. Countering them, though, is a Duck Motif team that we also saw in last year's playoffs, and they're looking to repeat some of that success.
Yeah, if last match was a mirror match for the actual on stage, this is a mirror match for the funny reasons. We have a Hexen versus Vexen matchup, and we also have a battle of 52 gals. Kaden joining Duck Motif, not on the team last season.
It's not Failboat.
That has reinvented itself. They put out a lot of turf. They put out a lot of specials as well. It's a much more effective Duck Motif squad when they are on the attack. They've taken matches from every single team except for, unfortunately for them, this team right now that they're playing against in Cream Soda as well as Milky Way. But this is a team that, again, when they get on the attack, they're so well coordinated. Whenever Red Shell is behind you, you know that there are problems when this Octo Brush comes. They have just enough versatility, Zach, but I love the changes they've made between last season and this one.
So fascinating the way these winners' quarters have worked out. And Siren, we already have the stage and mode combination. We are going the more conventional route as we start with Splat Zones as our first mode and going to Crab Lake Capital, a stage that has mostly been played for Turf War, so kind of adjacent to Splat Zones. It's just the one zone, but lots to take in.
Crab Lake Capital, okay.
Spread around this stage.
Yeah, Greats is the exact thing that I was going to bring up as well, Zach. This stage in particular is very much dominated by who has control of those Greats at any given time. So a lot of
Have you thought about going pro and joining a team to compete?
Like chargers, things like even just pulling out a crab tank on there. You can roll onto there with a dually, pop a crab tank, and then all of a sudden you have all this coverage of your opponent's base in just a matter of seconds. So that's going to be the name of the game here. Both teams are going to be vying for those Greats before they're even considering the ground below it.
I can tell you now,
we talked about
I have thought about it.
Matches here. We may not get to see Hexen versus Vexen, but we are likely to see Kaden versus Goss on the 52. That is a high-level bout, and of course, we have to mention Red Shell on just about any variant of the Octobrush that you can think of.
Yeah, that Octobrush, and I'm glad you brought up the different variants too, because the Comet's Octobrush with the Kraken Royale, I think, has given them an entirely different dynamic. There were, again, a lot of stages where they didn't have an ink vac necessarily, but when you have the Kraken Royale, it means that you can go and attack on some of these other modes in a way that you can't. And Zach, I really hope that you are right here that we get the 52, because if there was ever a stage that Caden would switch off of the 52 and go to the tried and true custom dually squelchers or even the regular dually squelchers, this might be it as well. So this is a really fun pick to see early on, and I'm excited to see these teams.
Does it still make sense to play Splatoon 2 ranked? Is it still fun? You will just struggle trying to find games
on this particular stage and this particular mode.
I have, in fact. Thank you for plugging me there. And if you haven't checked out the most recent episode of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 show, we implore and encourage you to do so. But yes, Crab Leg Capital, in fact, is a stage where teams control both the drop down into mid, as well as, if they can get there, the court area in which the respawning team will try and regain ground. The Great Siren are, of course, very important, but maintaining that pressure and dominance is going to be equally important. We'll see if Cream Soda can pull it off in their first bout today against Duck Motif. Shout out to Czar, as always, on the spec cam. And Siren, back to you here, as I do, in fact, see Caden on the dually squelchers.
Yeah, that was one thing I was looking forward to seeing from Caden. I know they have a history of playing it in the past, but I just see you pointing your fingers. I noticed that you're looking at that L3 or H3 rather nozzle.
Oh, heck yeah,
L3.
L3.
Don't see very often in competitive Splatoon 3.
I do believe it is, in fact, the L3 nozzle nose D.
It's because it got buffed.
A pretty solid kit 9 in the burst bomb and the ultra stamp, just not a main weapon that we see because it doesn't really have that one burst splat potential.
No, but I'll tell you what, that weapon.
But if you hit 3 and then 1, boom.
A splat zone. That thing can pump out turf like you would not believe, and build
Let's
up
go
a
pick
ton
the
of
pink.
specials on the other side. And they've also now swapped Vexen over instead to the 52 gal, which is the weapon that Vexen played last year. So this is a completely different looking Duck motif here. They
to be honest,
keep the strengths of what their new comp brought. Will also
there was like when the what's it called? When the in Splatoon 2, when the Kensa L3 came out, it's basically the same thing. You got burst bomb, you got ultra stamp, except the L3, well, that L3 had a wall, so maybe it's a little different.
Has slid up onto these top right grades, which are not the ones you normally expect to see people dominating. However, that wave breaker coming out in the last 20 ticks of the zone timer here. Kai is just going to be standing above with that Snipe Rider 5H, has all this coverage over it. However, that splashdown coming out from the other side of the wall is going to aid in painting and covering that zone and getting them back in.
I think it was the one thing that saved them from a knockout there. That was absolutely critical in giving Cream Soda any chance to come back in 9. They don't have a large penalty to contend with, so they're off to the races, but Duck Motif has been on it, and they've got multiple specials out now.
Multiple specials, and again, I want to keep coming back to how much better their comp is at turfing this zone. Again, Red Shell now moving forward and attacking, not even concerned with the zone. I don't like to see them control it. Now they'll control it here. But in splat zones, if you drastically outscale your opponent from a turfing standpoint, it means you force them to move forward and attack you. I know Cream Soda's usually happy to do that, but just keep an eye if we see a few more.
This is a strange World Cup game. Yeah, it's a little lit. It's a little lit.
We did in fact go with a blaster.
It's a little funky.
It's going to be the custom variant, of course, with that triple splashdown that was so imperative to help me
appreciate the 56.
This is a strange World Cup game.
And even despite limited range, Siren encroaching on Duck Motif, Cream Soda's going to get past the halfway mark.
Yeah, Cream Soda now ticking down past that halfway, and it doesn't look like they're anywhere close to stopping. You can see this hammer coming out
that's
from
gonna be an ad.
However, they've just been siphoned into this corner here as Thunder closes in on them.
Should be
and
2
with
minutes.
Thunder underneath a ledge, that is one nuisance that you have to take care of sooner rather than later.
Doesn't matter if it's Pika, Len, or in this case Thunder, the blaster's going to be camping.
Okay, Cream Soda wins this game. Very close attempt from Duck Motif. Very, very close. Good try. It was a good try. Twitch, I'm going to quickly run an ad. There should be, I mean, it's only 2 minutes, so it shouldn't last so long, but when it ends, we should be getting straight back into the game, alright? So I'm going to run the ad now.
Splatoon is the pendulum. It swung hard one way for Duck Motif, and it swung harder back in the way of Cream Soda.
You know, in the schoolyard when you're playing tetherball with like the tallest and strongest kid in class.
YouTube, on the other hand, you guys are chill.
Hit you in the head, but they hit it so hard that it hit you in the head.
These Twitch ads are coming very, very quickly, so I just have to run them when they're close.
A little voice in my head started talking like, oh, not like this. And I mean this in the nicest of way. That is Duck Motif in a nutshell. They can almost beat anybody, and they get so close to doing it over and over again, but you can't give these teams that many opportunities. And once they got all the way pushed back, and that high turf output comp that they have didn't have a zone to shoot at,
Cream Soda is in the leads. That one. Duck Motif. I mean, Duck Motif did really, really well. Getting there though. I wonder if they'll use L3 even more.
From Thunder claiming the zone in its entirety. Still, I think lots of positives to pull from for Duck Motif.
Yeah, I think Duck Motif has a lot of potential going
Are you
into
forced
the
to
set, so I'm
run ads
still
on Twitch?
held
My
back
ads
by that Thunder
run
Tucker
every
ball.
30
It's
minutes.
not something
They're only 2
that
minutes.
you know as if it's happened to everybody.
But they run every 30 minutes, so it's just like...
Can't say it has.
Okay, I got...
We can move
Just...
Yeah.
They're somewhat
I'd be really
shorter.
happy to.
Somewhat
but
shorter.
Now we're now in a position
But I try to
where
run them in
Cream
places
Soda
where there's some
does get an
downtime, so
opportunity
nothing
to
is,
select the mode that they're going into in the
nothing is,
second
being
game,
intrusive.
and it looks like we are going to be going into tower control for our second option. And you know, we were talking about the trifecta before. Things are naturally falling back into place. However, this is another. I would argue that tower control has even more of an opportunity for Duck Motif to do what they do best. Right?
I mean, after seeing an L3D, there's only so much deviation away from the matrix that we can do here. We have to have some sense of normalcy here. As 9, we will indeed be going to tower control for game number 2, but this stage is one we don't get to see too often.
What's the stage,
Not
man?
only is it Robo Ramen, which doesn't come up a lot.
Is it tough war?
Usually when it comes up, it's more of a Splat Zone stage. We're seeing it for tower control now.
Oh, tower.
This is
Oh, that's like an unfair stage. What the heck?
is here for Duck
Welcome back,
Motif,
Twitch, by the way.
because Tower Control Robo Ramen, not
Tower Control
necessarily
Robo
comes to
Ramen.
North America.
It's a little bit unfair, I'm not gonna lie.
You all have played
It's one of those
so
stages that's just like,
that second graded area where that second checkpoint is.
That's-
you have to find
yeah.
a way to break through. Typically that's done by way of a big old explosive special or a blaster. When I think of the compositions that Duck Motif tends to bring to the game, those two things aren't usually in the cards. As Zach noted, now an L3D has come out. We can't predict anything at this point, but I'll be interested in seeing what the rationale is here and why they chose this, because they had a lot of other stages they could have picked.
May not be a majorly picked stage overall.
Blaster,
but it is tied for the
Zimmy,
fourth most
52,
common tower control stage as we
52,
get into
Twinkles,
game 2.
and
Duck Motif
Octobrush.
hoping to
Okay.
tie this one up. I am seeing the Splat dualies here from
How is it
Vincent
unfair?
Siren.
When you
It's
pass
not
the
Splat
second
dualies that we normally see.
choke
This
point
one's
or
gonna have that
checkpoint,
fizzy bomb and the big bomb, maybe to
the
protect
tower
that
goes in a
bomb.
really
I
strange
think
path,
that's
and it's
really
a
smart
bit
decision
hard to
coming
get.
out of Duck Motif here, and maybe that played into the reasoning of why they selected specifically Robo Ramen, because there's so many vulnerable areas.
Ooh,
So
okay,
knowing
Duck
that they can pull
Motif.
a big bubbler, they might think they have a better chance at defending and a better chance at being able to ride that tower for extended periods of time.
That'll be the Twinkles Splat dually there with the Fizzy Bomb and Big Bubbler. As we take a look, they do have that Big Bubbler online, and they're going to use it immediately, indeed, on the tower, as Duck Motif is going to get started 9 right where they left off from the start of Game 1 and get to that first checkpoint, but not much further.
No, not much further here. Retro got to be careful there. Almost walked into just a little too much damage there and seeded what was.
Yeah,
honestly a
the
pretty solid
second
control
checkpoint is like a
of the center of the
huge
stage.
like
This is where it gets so difficult to play
it's hard
against
to describe. It's like
double down and you aren't entirely sure
there
how
is a
they're
way
going
to
push, how they're
like
going to move
get
forward
to
and attack
get to
you.
the tower.
Now,
I mean, there's like a
on the bottom
path,
area,
but
as
like
we discussed, this double big bubbler
it gets
composition that
super
they're going for right
suppressed, and it's like you know, it doesn't even really make you feel like you want to go there anymore.
Duck Motif doing a diligent job of at least forcing them off.
So,
but you have
I don't
to
know.
wonder how many more times that'll happen if they keep building these double bubbles.
Arguably the scariest mode to play against a double Big Bubbler composition.
I'm surprised none of these
CK
teams are running a
They
triple link
didn't
strike though.
Indeed bring the 52
For this.
gal this time around, so no dually squelchers at least for game 2. Zine is trying to shred that Big Bubbler as we see Red Shell getting into the recently buffed Zipcaster here, looking for a pick, and it looks like that member Goss of Cream Soda was just too
Could not
fast
find
for
anything, he
Siren
just
as we
dies.
stay in a state where Cream Soda will get past or right to that first checkpoint.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Zach. I'm not too sure how either of these teams were prepared to play on Robo Ramen Tower today, and I think it's reflecting in what we're seeing here. We're almost halfway through this game, and neither of these teams has been able to break through that
Unlucky.
initial checkpoint, and it seems almost like it's effectively a stalemate. Both of these teams desperately trying to vie for the center of the stage, getting the
Oh,
tactical
bubble.
and getting all these specials, but not a lot of momentum is resulting from any of it.
Like on so many stages, you want your Snipe Rider player to either be on the tower or on
Dies.
a low wall that gives you lots of objective view. We see Kai backing off as they were the one on the tower. Caden briefly joining them, but it's going to be effectively a 3v2 for Duck Motif as they do take the lead and continue to press forward here with a flank from
Alright.
Boss 9. We likened them to a ghost. You don't see them for so long.
This is
and
the
then they
check.
appear behind
I
with a
don't
splash
think
wall in front.
Duck is going to be able to push anymore. But once you get past that checkpoint and you're away 3 and then you got like 2 or 3 down, you kind of run away with the
Last
game.
90 seconds, it feels like they have not had a great way to slow down Duck Motif in an explosive fashion. Siren, I'm so glad that you brought it up because again,
like most of the game is like the first check and then the,
when you're breaking out, though,
you know, the middle of the map.
We're
probably gonna see mostly.
Feeling pretty safe and secure for now.
Cream. I keep saying creme because in Splatoon 1. But cream fresh back on the tower. Cream fresh? What? Cream soda back on the thing. Whatever.
To get a member? No, they don't. Is the answer is Cream Soda will survive another onslaught, but still, Siren, Duck Motif holding the lead 57. I would not wager on most, including this stage, to be a game-winning push.
Absolutely, that's my thoughts exactly, Zach. I just can't imagine winning this particular stage on a 57 lead. However, we do see Duck Motif at least at the very, very minimum able to hold the tower near this point here. We might be able to break
oh, that's good. And there he goes. So I'm not gonna lie, I think Duck Motif might. Ooh, actually, never mind.
They just have a flicker of health and will somehow
the blaster went crazy. Got all 4 kills.
And it was doomed from the moment they jumped back. But
I was about to say, yeah, this is where they go the way of the game. But I mean, that did just happen. If you get a quad, then yeah, of course. Had that not happened, though, I mean, they got 1 guide, which is crazy. Now the
start to that, and a well-timed tactical as well is going to give some real opportunities. Redshell thinking better of it, jumping out right there, coming back around, still fighting.
Oh, blast enough! I saw that explosion just not hit.
Redshell missing out on that opportunity, and Thunder still in this flow war state as they advance forward. The members of Duck Motif are grouped up. It's trade, so Thunder not maybe getting as much out of it as they wanted to see. Tries to hold on to the tower. 20 seconds left to go as they attempt to advance, but Duck Motif locking it down. Goss appears like a shadow and will take down Caden.
Oh no, dude.
Of Robo Ramen, they'll clamber atop the tower and allow the jump-ins to come through. And Siren, we might.
What is going on, dude? They're still on.
I'm surprised at how long Zenith has been able to stay alive. Vexen hopping onto the tower, and Duck Motif has control.
Duck Motif, get it!
Barely able to clench through.
Oh, what a scrappy ending, dude! What the heck? Hey, let's get Smudge. That was a scrappy ending.
Checkpoint of the tower in the underbelly of Robo Ramen.
It's a good ending, yeah. It was a really good ending.
Where you have this path, the main path leading to mid, directly next to you. So
we got 1-1. It's a game. It is a game.
Trying their best.
Zach, that's the first tower control game all season that Cream Soda's lost. Unbelievable. Do you want to guess what Duck Motif was ranked win percentage-wise in tower control?
Not great.
8th.
Oh my, 8 out of 8.
Our best tower control team just lost a tower control game. And again, these are all actual I'm not making any of this up. Our best placing tower control team just lost a game to what would be the lowest placing tower control team. That's playoffs right there.
Cream Soda.
That's a good choice of words, line. He didn't say worst.
On tower control, they were coming into these playoffs. That is as
because I would have been like, yo, the best lost against the worst. That's crazy. That is a great choice of words.
Despite the loss on Splat Zones in game 1, they want to run it back on a mode that really favors inking the stage as much as you possibly can.
I think that's really interesting. I think when you go back to something like a loss, where you know something is reliant on how much turf output and how much input you have, why go back here? I wish I could think and give you a proper answer to why they would do this, Zach, but I really don't know what's running through Duck Motif's mind, and maybe they're going for like this weird backwards thing where they're like, all right, well, Cream Soda wins everything on tower control. Well, we lost earlier on something like Splat Zones, but so why not turf war? Why not?
Recognizing that it might be a bad habit to keep looking at these records, you have to find a weakness for Cream Soda that you can exploit. And Cream Soda 2-2-9 on turf war, where Duck Motif is 3-4. Yes, it's a losing record, but as we take a look at Mako Mart as the stage, they're thinking this is a way that they can get up 2-1 in this match.
Well, tower control Mako Mart, I would have said this makes perfect sense. Turf war Mako Mart, I still think it makes perfect sense actually, because we've seen Goss flank around the right side here over and over and over, and this is a stage that in terms of controlling the entirety of it, Cream Soda I would say does it as well as anybody. So to have this as the choice makes a ton of sense.
I should probably close my window.
What wave goes, and frankly what Zenith goes as well. We really haven't talked a lot about the Zinc Mini Splatling that's come out from Zenith. Not a lot of that we saw in the regular season. It was a lot of 96 gal. It was a lot of NZAP 85. So You know, Turf War, we see a lot of players pick different things. Of course, the Zinkmany Splatling, fantastic at turfing, so, you know, maybe not from that choice. But I'll be interested in seeing here if what Cream Soda has prepared, if they're starting to doubt it a little bit.
You have to think for Zenith, the heavy Splatling as well. That's one of the weapons that they've been on primarily 15 times. That's as many as they've played the 96 gal. And while we haven't seen Rainmaker yet in this match, that's something to watch for as we talk about Zenith. One of the most versatile players that
I enjoy Big Run? Yeah, Big Run's fun.
You can liken them to a
I haven't played
like
it.
Shadow Wind,
Like,
where you just
time
never
around,
know
yeah,
what
it's
exactly
fun.
they're going to bring out, but you know they're going
just
to be
salmon run.
adept at it. As Siren, we take a look at Duck Motif, and they're really feeling themselves coming out of that tower control.
Is it me or the UK decided to go bipolar? Go from bipolar to more bipolar? Yeah, it does that. It definitely does that.
Yeah, I'm really excited to go into Turf War on Mako Mart, and it's one of those things that I find interesting because you don't really see this too often. That spawn point has moved into these far bottom left corners, so it's even harder to get into the center point of the stage, and that's not something that I think a lot of these players are used to. I feel like the tried and true pick for this season for Turf War has been Urchin Underpass so far. So seeing something that's like everybody's Splatzone's favorite pick getting pulled out here is really interesting, and it almost looks like we're trying to copy the approach we would take to zones here, and kind of just skipping the part of Turf War where we would just be hanging out in our spawns.
9 as we see specials getting traded out. Some shades of the last time that we saw Turf War today as we see the Claws 96 also coming out, and both teams favoring the Reflux 450 Milk variant.
Well,
cool.
Again, one
Wait, this is tough.
The difference between victory and defeat the previous time that we saw Turf War. So, hey, I get it. Go ahead, toss it out at the end of the game and come what may.
How come dualies get 3 good kits and all dualies coaches are bad?
Very interesting choice. Again, we've seen Goss play some really
awful.
all the Gal variant weapons here. Certainly adept with that weapon.
Don't you have a one with like bomb and Wavebreaker? I think that one's pretty
Maybe
good.
Goss has to hold a little further back than you'd like that player to do, but again, when it is Turf War, you're okay with that player taking a slight step back.
One weapon that's not a surprise is Red Shell on this Octobrush as they have the Zipcaster at the ready. They used it multiple times in our second game as they don't even need it to take down Wave, who we know is going to be used.
I feel like you see that a lot in TAF. Like,
that's created, Siren,
you see
here for Duck Motif.
Yeah, Duck Motif
a
has
team get a kill and jump out.
With here. They've covered a lot of the center of the
Especially
stage
if
here,
they're
and that
clumping.
puts them in a spot where anyone getting splatted, like we just saw now, has a chance to just hang out in the spawn, get all that important turf, while others hold.
This is such a big
so
map for TAF, man.
Really
Dude.
taking a
Instead's got a lot of
approach
control.
to
Well, actually,
Turf
Duck
War that we
Motif got a lot
haven't
of control,
seen
to be honest.
and I do like that we have Kai
Seems like it's
looking
been
at all
turning
these
around.
different angles and where people are feeding in from, because it does give you eyes on Goss, which, as we hinted at before, is a rare occurrence.
Shout out to Zara, by the way, speaking of angles, giving us a great view of that sprinkler for Cream Soda that's going to constantly be going as we see Wave charging up and making sure Duck Motif can re-enter. Goss in a bit of trouble as they get stuck in Duck Motif's ink as we get into the final minute mark here at 9. These teams building up to see if they can pull off 2 specials before the end of the game.
Well, there you go. That's both anchors trading out at that point here, and that's another one now going down for both sides. We'll call it 2 out in the wash, and this is the important part. Can you hold on to the portions of this stage that you need to have in order to turf a lot? Kate opting to go down and fight against Thunder, and maybe not the right choice, will get some assistance, but you have to have control of your stack.
30 seconds
at
left.
this point, and that's why they're both throwing booyah bombs at their opponent from there.
Thunder, the 5th most splat assists of our playoff team's players as we get into the final 20 seconds here. Kai able to get the tacticooler down as we see Vexen trying to dodge out of the way of this very lethal Thunder Blaster coming out from Cream Soda. Vexen doing their best to try and paint on the Reflux Milk as Thunder is going to fall. That's a main offensive.
I think Duck Motif win this game. Yep.
Red Shell advancing forward, seeing the jump-ins from Cream
100%.
Soda. They do get the pick onto Thunder. It's
Oh,
looking
wait,
quite
this-
purple, though. Zenith is putting up a heck of a resistance there at the end, and only the judges will be able to tell us
Yeah,
the
Duck
result
Motif
of
win,
this
100%.
one. And in the end, it is Duck
56.3,
Motif capitalizing on their mode pick, and they, Siren, will take a 2-1 lead in this match.
I'm just as shocked as you both are. I saw both of your eyes widen as those judges gave up these scores. And look, I'm sure folks at home are also surprised to see one of our top contenders of the tournament be put on such a back foot. They are now
I hate that it's tough though. I can't lie. I hate that it's tough, but it is what it is, you know.
On the winner side of the bracket, and that's really interesting. I don't even know really where to go from here. How many more mode picks can Duck Motif use to just throw off Crush Soda?
9, as we know, Game 4 is selecting the mode for both Game 4 and the possible Game 5. So Duck Motif really in the driver's seat here. Our 2 options left, Clam Blitz and Rainmaker. We have the selection in already. It will be Clam Blitz, and we'll go over to Inkblot Art Academy.
You know, as soon as I was thinking, okay, this is Duck Motif's choice, it took me about a half a second to say they're probably going to pick Clam Blitz because Duck Motif will take even Moonlight to Clam Blitz here. They simply do not care who their opponent is.
Clams,
they have
man.
a strong affinity for it. And with the way that they've been playing, why not, right? Go wherever you want. I will say that Inkblot Art Academy is maybe a slightly tougher look for them because it's going to take a lot of force to break through. But to Siren's
Let me make sure I get my OBS up so I can see what's going on with me.
From Cream Soda getting 3-0.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
I mean, I cannot stress enough how surprised I am at this result right now coming out of this match. And listen, Clam Blitz, if you want to keep the game from getting away from you, go to a stage where you can easily defend. And I have to think that's part of the rationale for why Cream Soda has taken it here. But I have to wonder now, how is their mental state here? Do they still feel good in their fights? And if you're Duck Motif, you're taking every fight in the
How
game
many
right
monitors
now.
do I have? I have 3.
Awesome.
Duck Motif, they're used to this kind of volatility, right? They're used to close matches. They're used to playing from behind. They're used to even playing in the loser side of the bracket. And they have been
You guys want to see what I see?
uncomfortable but exciting situations before. We see the lobby here.
I can show you.
Soda fully readied up. Whether they're going to take Game 4 or not, they know exactly
This is what I see right now.
To the party. Duck Motif still selecting. It'll be Red Shell, possibly selecting which Aqua Rush variant they want to try and carry them to
I'm
victory
watching the
here.
game.
Cream Soda just wants it to get to a game.
We're getting started, guys.
Inkblot Art Academy.
Game 4. It's time to get going.
Major upset we would see so far in the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs, and Siren taking a look at the loadouts here. Much more sensical. Not a ton of surprises here.
Yeah, I think maybe Duck Motif ran out of surprises for us to have so far. But I think the biggest surprise and the biggest victory for us out of all of this could be seeing a ridiculous upset in just the very first round of this top 8 bracket. So we do have Thunder coming in on the right side. Honestly,
Nah, 2 of them are 2K, one of them is 1080p.
You're almost playing
The top monitor is 2K, the one I'm watching is 2K as well.
Making sure that both of these stacks are taken care of and nobody's sneaking through either side of the stage. And early game means getting a lot of turf on the ground and just moving through things.
9, typically there's 2 ways that Clam Blitz games play out. You either have small pushes back and forth, or what looks like is happening here is you don't have anything for minutes at a time, and then all of a sudden one team explodes with a huge push.
Yeah, and that's why I said that this makes sense for Cream Soda here. If you're on the back foot and you feel like nothing has gone your way,
it's 10 o'clock, guys.
Go to a stage where you don't have to.
My Splatoon clock's going crazy.
Nickel to dime and slowly losing control of the game. Give yourself an easily defensible stage and then break through with the explosive play that you know you have. You have the only blaster in the lobby on your side. You have Goss that can move through. The one thing that they don't seem to have right now, though, is clams. They did not build up a power clam despite controlling really the last 30 seconds of that game.
I hate to break it to you, but Barnacle and Dime is not one of our stages, so you can't get as much nickel and dime as you could there, but still on Inkblot Art Academy, we are going to see Red Shell in that flow aura state, so maybe that vanilla Octobrush pick paying off here, Siren, as they look for an opportunity to use that Zipcaster. It'll come out now, but their teammates helping to clean up.
Dudes.
Oh,
that's good. That's good.
Wave, and that's a big opening for Duck Motif.
Yeah, despite the fact
not a lot of follow-up, but I mean,
have much of a man advantage,
get on the board at least. I think Cream Soda is going to get like a really good push off this though.
Coming out from Red Shell there, and that gave them the perfect opening to a first power
that's not good.
But like you guys were saying before, you want that first.
Sniper is in a good spot though.
You don't want to give your opponent an extra power clam to work with on their counter push.
This is not
and
looking
that's exactly
good.
what we're seeing here now.
It's
Wave
not looking
has
good.
a very organically built power clam that they're holding onto, and they have a great opportunity to get a counter lead.
Okay, good defense by Duck Motif.
Maybe you
Not
worry
bad.
that Duck Motif overstepped on their their first push, but Cream Soda not putting all of their eggs, or in this case their clams, into the basket. They're going to retain that second power clam, and they had 9, a strong amount of stage control in mid. Duck Motif,
unfortunately, he just got picked up at the start.
They didn't waste their potential.
That's insane.
Once again,
Sorry.
a shout out to the health bars, because with Vexen and Caden, I think we're sitting at single-digit HP at the end of that
nice
big
shots.
movement. Now, could have taken out a second one there. Red Shell might make good on it as well. Though they're going to rotate back to the middle and find one that was swimming to them. So here we go. Duck Motif again in a position to hold on. Caden has a power clam. They also have their power clam sitting underneath their basket, so they can continue to threaten as well. Zach, we've only got 2 minutes left in the game, and only 2 power clams have found their way into baskets.
That's just the nature of Duck Motif's composition. You have 2, if not 3, super mobile weapons at your disposal in the Octobrush Splat Dualies in 52, which did just go down in line with the Splat Dualies. You do have to hope that Red Shell can pop off on the Zipcaster, which they're going to use now, and 2 go down from Cream Soda. So despite the big bumper, Cream Soda being 2 down, they will take the lead and advance Siren all the way.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how they just did that. It's just suddenly they had control.
On their side, and finally that culminated in a great push down to 51. I wouldn't quite consider that the safest lead to have on Inkblot Art Academy, because I believe this stage is pretty infamous for these very late overtime leads and a lot of sneaky plays. So if Cream Soda does want to rely on what they currently have, they have to be very, very careful about it. They need to put all of their efforts on defense from this point on.
We don't have Lily here today, but shout out to the possible 3-minute Clam Blitz overtime that could happen. So the game is not truly over until you see the finish screen. Under a minute left to go. We see the Crab coming out once again from Vexen. They are going to stay alive in it, holding onto this power clam. They're constantly marked, but 9 maybe prioritizing just culminating for one final push instead of 2 smaller ones.
Well, I don't know if they've done the math in real time, but they know
let's
2
do this
power claims
too.
gets them the lead.
30 seconds left though.
They have to do, play for
but Cream
overtime
Soda
and
can
do
score
it.
again,
The
maybe.
only thing is, again, you cannot be passive if you are Duck Motif in this situation. You can't just play for that moment.
Yeah.
Red
Shell! Red Shell's doing the sneaky sneak. Jump to me, jump to me, jump to me, jump to me, jump to me. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. And now it's just... Oh, this is...
Keep in mind, Cream Soda has 20 clams at their disposal, and they just need one power clam plus another regular clam.
Okay, the kill 1, the kill 2. No! No! It's just that they died too early. Oh, it was a good try. It was a really good try. I respect it. Oh, 9 is done.
So back and forth, and we saw that play out perfectly in the final minute plus overtime.
I am
unlucky,
so
man.
Shocked, Zach.
Yeah, it's a game 5. That's cool.
Leads and all those jump-ins that we saw just behind our vision coming in into the basket of Cream Soda towards the end of that game there. That it was
the collective move is true. That's he feels how we feel.
Cream Soda's ability to keep their cool there and just prepare a game plan the moment
9 really loves watching Splatoon. He really, really does.
Their basket was maybe still open for a little bit longer.
As like I assume most of us do.
That is the
but
sign of
I know 9 that he really loves watching Splatoon. You know, he's really into it.
You were shaking your head, and I have to think part of the reason is before Game 4, you mentioned they were 1 triple splashdown away from a possible 3-0.
He's got the passion, yeah, for sure.
100%. Push adds on to that for another Cream Soda game win, and as a result, we're going to a Game 5.
I am so stunned. Everything that happened at the end of the game there, because we had talked, and trust me, there's no greater pleasure as a commentator than saying what you think might happen than it exactly happening. When they made that jump, they being Duck Motif, to score those 2 power clams before overtime started, I thought this is brilliant. If one of them stays up there and they can continue cycling jumps, all they need is to keep that basket open, and we don't get overtime, and that's it, and you've won. It was the correct decision, and I don't know if it was Thunder, I don't know who called out in what had to have been just a screaming voice chat there of saying, they're behind us, they're jumping. To call that out and to get the wipeout as quickly as they did so there was no more threat of any super jumps coming in at that point, that is the play that Cream Soda made that got them that opportunity. To the wherewithal to try that if you're Duck Motif, the wherewithal to take the hit and then push it aside knowing that you have overtime from Cream Soda, this is as high level as it gets, and I mean, my heart rate still has not dropped. It's like 180 right now.
I'm honestly surprised that both teams had enough clams on the field to build up multiple power clams in that last instance, but Siren, Game 5 we knew would be on Rainmaker. We go to a not-so-surprising stage in Undertow Spillway, and it's anybody's guess who's going to come away with it.
Your guess is better than mine, and my guess is better than yours here, Zach. We knew it was going to be Rainmaker. We knew it was going to be Rainmaker. And I think a lot of players might be dreading this exact scenario because it's not usually what you want to be seeing here. But with these loadouts, it's not what you would necessarily expect.
Quick comp on Cream Soda.
All these teams coming out of
Sniper Rider on
I would like to mention that
Dark Tides. Game 5. Someone is going to lose in the next 5 minutes.
9, the last time we saw this stage mode combination.
Early pickup from Duck Motif, interesting.
Into a corner with a Kraken Royale barreling down on it with Red Shell on this Comet's Octoburst. We may see that same situation play out once again.
Well, it's going to be Goss and not Zenith who would be holding that Inkvac as well. Another interesting choice. And Zach, this tells me a lot about how they're feeling on Wave as their backliner right now.
Shut it up. I think you just wait.
That means that they're going to try to have Zenith over.
I would just wait.
That forces Goss to change over as well. Now Goss is good with a gal. We know that, but keep an eye on that as the game goes on.
Rest in peace,
really
Red.
Oh,
never mind. You're still alive off that. What? You live. You live. How do you live that?
Times during top 8s of the regular
season.
Nice. Vexen's going to hold on to the Rainmaker here, taking lots of damage. Will dodge around Siren, but they will fall as Duck Motif goes 3 down.
Thunder in a great position here to move up towards that left side. We talked about that triple splashdown quite a few times throughout the set that we're watching right now. Wave moving up towards there, and you can see that triple splashdown clearing a perfect pathway to Wave.
Nice, man.
Wave up on that checkpoint, and that is going to
Cream Soda have got 3.
Cream Soda has
they have all their tools hit. Oh, never mind. The whale stops it. 3-3. Kraken as well. Oh, they're jumping back. Okay, the push is dead. 58's pretty easy to push up to, though. You just gotta get the check first.
You've just got to be content making a living. There were points to be had there. They pulled back because they wanted to try to go for the big push.
Can position himself right.
That's how it works and how teams tend to play it here. But they had a wipeout standing on the pedestal trying to pop it here. Instead, they'll be stuck at 58. They did break through it, so they're probably content with it, and they're going to try to go for another. And I would think at a certain point,
pushing again, dude.
But you can't play with your food too long. Duck Motif has been too strong.
Thunder started this match with a triple splashdown in tow. They're hoping they can have the same level of success, bringing the custom blaster back here. They're going to spot out Red Shell, get the indirect, and finish them off. So that's going to be an opening pick for a Cream Soda team that had 3 specials online. The Wavebreaker will come out, Siren, and help facilitate that. But they don't have that first checkpoint to worry about. As Kai able to take down the impending splashdown.
Kai doing amazing under pressure, just like a... Well, the pressure cooker. Well, we have Kai looking down at the middle of the stage, and this game is anyone's at this point. You can see that we've only broken 1 checkpoint and not much further in favor of
that
Cream
bomb,
Soda.
dude. How's that going to happen, dude?
Too early, but Goss is popping these vacuums maybe a little bit early. I think the potential is not again. Quite being reached for how they use them towards that Rainmaker itself, and now it's put Duck Motif in a great spot to pop specials of their own and push Crush Soda into the territory that they want them to be. You can see that Kraken coming out from Red Shell, going into
go on, Red Shell, nice. Got the kill at least. Staying to the blaster though is the annoying thing afterwards.
They make it appear Red Shell getting the pick on the Rainmaker as it's effectively a 3v2 in favor of Cream Soda.
Caden is there. Good stop from Caden. Huge kills from Caden though.
Not to use it, and they pay the consequences as a result.
I don't think they knew Caden was there. That was the only weapon in that position that could do anything
Huge play.
about it. And I'm gonna keep coming back to again them not getting those earlier
Whale's probably not doing anything there, but you know, it is what it is. I think they're just trying to get a little bit of space.
They will take the lead, and that's an important.
I think they're just struggling to get the space though.
Keep in mind the wipeout that happened when Cream Soda landed on that
that's a good starting pick. Could have gotten for that too. Oh, okay, this is good. Oh, that vacuum is so annoying. It's so annoying. Oh, that vacuum is so annoying. Oh, it's only one on Duck.
strongest ink-back shot there. Oh my goodness, that was
I
played
think
so
at that point you just pivot to go right.
who was being fought by 2 or
It's
3
not
players
ideal,
right there.
but it's just that they've already pushed it to
Preserving
58.
the lead. Unbelievable play. And hey, use them as often as you like, Goss, if your shots are like that.
Okay, nice.
Goss, the gal aficionado, they're a ghost in the night.
Can they come back? Oh, and he's got a vacuum as well. Oh, they're falling apart. Duck motif. Oh, it must be over now. Then you just take it away, so you win.
Here, who's gotten the Rainmaker and tries to move forward. Are there any flanks this time around?
Yeah, let's leave it up there.
Mark. All members alive for Duck Motif. Vexen gonna come out of the crowd tank here.
GG.
Protecting with the ink vac. Will it be enough? It will. Wave backs up into
Ah, nice job. I was rooting for Duck there. I wanted him to win there. Unlucky. Very, very unlucky.
Deficit. It will be Cream Soda that advances to our winners semifinals in a 5-game scenario. And Siren, what a performance. We did not, I think, expect to see a game 5 in this match in particular, but what a show it was.
What a show. I mean,
good stuff though. Good stuff on both teams. They played really well.
Us so much entertainment
today.
Very,
very good.
I'm very happy to see it.
I think it beats last time because I'm pretty sure like there was so many like 3-0s. 3-0, one 3-0 after the other in the last league that we watched. So, I mean, that's good. It's good to see that games are close like that.
Nine, I have to get your thoughts on this hectic back and forth, surprising, unpredictable, but unbelievable 5-game match here.
It's so rare that you can say that both of these teams could have won all 5 games. And for Duck Motif to have this kind of performance against a team that looked, during the back half of the regular season, Cream Soda utterly unbeatable. That's how they looked.
How much has the player base spiked since XUC started playing Splatoon?
Where they went 0-2 when
I don't have the answers for that.
A single game from teams who aren't even in our
I can't tell you.
For Duck Motif to have this in the tank today, I know that this has to burn for them, knowing how close they were to winning this, but they have to feel great about their chances. And Siren, I'm with you. Throw it all out at this point. Who is the best team today? I really have no idea, but what an incredible show that was.
It's a game of inches, and to cover every inch of the action, we have some replays from Falco Flyer. Falco,
oh, here we go.
For us.
Thanks, Zach. What a great set.
It's working now. Let's go.
So we're going to review this game.
Let's just hope it works.
On Inkblot Art Academy. This is the final 23 seconds when Cream Soda had the lead, but look who is right here. It is Red Shell getting ready for the flank. Let's start the clip.
Yeah, I do remember that.
As Red Shell is going to go up with this flank. Other members, Thunder is the first person to spot them.
Yeah, they noticed.
Everyone else from Duck Motif knows to jump into the basket. Wave, let's pause it right here. Wave has to stop for a minute. Doesn't know how many players are jumping to the basket. Wants to keep going up this way, but it isn't until very long that Wave knows they have to backtrack. We'll keep the clip going here as Wave has to go back. But Thunder able to clean it up, get the wipe out, and take a look at the score
they
right
had
here.
Both
just
power clams, dudes.
Meanwhile, all this is happening. Cream Soda still has 1 point, 1 power claim, and 1 claim to follow up. There it is, and there's the follow-up too. This set up the momentum. This kept us on our toes. I know you guys commentating were, screaming what is going to happen, but Cream Soda saved their game and is moving on to the winner semis because of this play. Zach, back to you.
Thank you, Falco, and truly, this could have gone any direction. I'm so excited for the rest of the Splatoon North American League 2026 playoffs and both of these teams. Let's take a look at our bracket to see the journey we've gone through so far in just a bit. Of course, we will have one more winners quarterfinals match for you coming up next. That'll be the number 3 seeded NME taking on the number 6 seeded Heelbook to see
NME and Heelbook. I have no idea who's on this team. Who are on these teams?
Finals. You can see, of course, Duck Motif awaiting the loser of our
so will be interesting to see who's playing.
Game, and it should be super exciting. 9 cannot wait to get into this last matchup of the winners quarterfinals here. Let's take a look at NME as the first team.
Yeah, well, we already saw Moonlight, who last season got 2nd place in the playoffs. NME, a team that is mostly comprised of Fofofo, who got 3rd place. So they would love to repeat or better last time. But Zach, this is a team where, listen, you don't need the best push, you don't need the best attack. Let's just keep attacking and see what comes out in the wash. This is an aggressive squad. They move forward and attack so well, and they are high octane in every sense of the word. Dark has been holding it down for them. a stabilizing force, allowing everybody else to move forward and attack. But listen, it's Dat Kid, it's Dat Menace, whatever you want to call, that's a problem, getting quads all over the place with a variety of different weapons. They have 3 true frontline players that can make plays at any given moment, and they're just so much fun to watch anytime that you get to see a Sploosh-o-matic with an Ultra Stamp close out a game and then even fire off a
Sploosh, man, you know what? Fair play, dude.
An absolute treat.
The reincarnation of Fo from the Splatoon 3 North American League 2025 playoffs, adding 0 to the mix. A very competent player, mainly running around with the instep in a much more aggressive fashion. But Siren Healbook is the team they'll be taking on. We haven't seen as much of them as some other teams, but they are certainly one to watch out for.
Healbook, a absolute burst of energy team, if I had to say anything about it. A lot of these players are known for their specific weapon picks, and they're kind of known more or less for being one tricks. I look at Len in that example, but do not get it twisted whatsoever. They are not rigid in how they play. They are extremely flexible. They catch a lot of people by surprise, and you can just see the way that they move together as a unit. Healbook is a force to be reckoned with.
Now, Siren, we take a look at Healbook. They have some interesting players. Of course, JJ on that Sorella Brella has to be one of the premier options you look at. Not that that's all that they play. Can play the Wiper as well. Can play the Splat Brella too.
What comps are we going to see out of this game? Out of these games, man?
Had this match
That's the thing I'm interested in right now.
But unlike most of the casters, you had a pretty interesting result for this one that I want to take a look at.
I have a lot of Healbook, you know, a lot of belief in Healbook for this first round. I think it's going to be close. I mean, I didn't think Cream Soda and Duck Motif was going to be quite that close. However, I really do think that this enemy and Healbook matchup is going to be very close. And part of that is just because of Healbook's ability to get a lot of these teams that aren't really quick to adjust on the back foot, and that's the interesting thing about it. So I do think it's going to be difficult for enemy to catch up once Healbook does get a little bit of momentum throughout the set, and I don't know. I think I'm hoping, and I think that Healbook is going to be able to pull through in this first round.
You have a bit of an exhausting day lined up for NME. You have them in a Game 5 loss, then you have them in a Game 5 win.
A cooler weapon, maybe.
So I hope it's going to be fun for them, even if it's that exhausting. But 9, you know, we have to take a look at these two teams. NME, they're the only other team besides Milky Way and Cream Soda to win one of our regular season weeks, and it was pretty emphatic. They had some big wins over Scuba, Healbook, and Content Cat during that stretch. You have to believe that they're trying to pull from that Healbook win in this match.
Well, it's the only time they played Healbook too, and to get the win that they did told me all I need to know about this matchup, because it is an intriguing one. These are 2 of the only teams that I would argue have 3 true frontline players, but the way that they go about their frontline play is totally different. We're going to harp on JJ quite a bit, partly because we just don't see a whole lot of Sorella Brella play, but also because of what that opens up for the rest of the team. You look at Len's numbers, you look at Adapt's numbers, a lot higher than you might expect those weapons to do. I mean, Blaster's going big, maybe not a huge deal, but to see some of the numbers that Adapt has put on the Slosher family,
what, no cooler?
Opened up because of what JJ is capable of bringing.
No cooler is very, very slow.
Comp, and it's worked so
very,
well.
very slow.
This matchup is so intriguing. You just don't get different flavors of frontline like you do like this.
Siren, we're sticking with tradition here, and stop me if you've heard this one before. We're going to be going to Splat Zones first, and it's going to be Urchin Underpass first. So there was a tie between
it's a bit
Urchin
rough
and
too
Mahi Resort for Splat Zones play.
To not play with a cooler.
Pull away here.
I think so too. I think a good contributor to that is a lot of these groups just don't really want to see Urchin Underpass in a lot of different modes. So the second that they see Splat Zones, they go, okay, we don't have that many options for tower control in our own minds. We're restricted by our own thoughts and our own brains, and anything is possible here, Zach. However, I think they see an opportunity to get Urchin out of the way where you think Urchin works the best for you.
We're coming off of a match that featured Thunder on that blaster, that sort of strong tip of the spear aggressive play. And for Healbook, you're going to see a similar player in Len, who 9 has the 3rd best splat assist per game at 14.2, but the worst amount of turf per game, one of just 2 players under 1,000 on average.
This guy only plays blaster. From those stats, this guy only plays blaster.
And I also want to look back on this particular stage and mode combination. Heelbook got a huge win here earlier on in the season, and I believe it may have been against Milky Way. So good, they have the identity of how they want to attack here. Again, because of the versatility of Prosper, their backline player, who we haven't talked a lot about, but certainly does a fantastic job as well. Plays just about everything that
My
shoots
thoughts
over
on
a
the
certain
screen guy
distance.
earlier?
So
I think it's a
that
cool
opens up
pick.
a lot of options for them as well. I think that Inkjet
I think it's
from
cool.
JJ Sorella is very strong here as well, especially if you get the opponent pushed back into their hills area. So in my mind, this makes a lot of sense. And
It made sense in the comp too.
Steelbook was able to make this as their first stage.
The
We've
comp's
spoken
still
a little bit,
playing.
too, about the 52 gal, 96 gal composition that some teams are electing to run. What's different here is that we would likely not see a Snipe Rider 5H backing it up. We talked a little bit about Zero on that NZAP 85, who plays it quite aggressively, and we're going to be getting into our first game here of our final winners quarterfinals matchup. This one between Enemy and Heelbook. Shout out to Czar on the Spec Cam operation, and Siren, I'm seeing one of my favorite weapons up there in that Tri-Slosher Devo, and on the opposite side of things, another player using the Dapple Dualies.
Oh, I am just as excited, and I have to point out my favorite here, the Sorella Brella coming out from JJ. Like you guys mentioned earlier on, I think that's going to bring in an interesting dynamic as these as Heelbook moves in towards the base of Enemy. And very early on here, a quick lead in favor of Enemy, as you can see that Heelbook is starting to charge up some specials to get towards the zone.
Yeah, one of only a couple players manning the Inkjet. It's going to really push back the numbers of Enemy. Didn't find the picks that they were maybe looking for, though it is quite difficult to land the directs, and the radius of the indirect shot is not as large as it once was. Is Dark going to take the pick onto Len here, and Enemy cruising right now, 9.
Yeah, stabilizing force that just decides not to do it instead and go and fight everybody. And you got to be
Even
careful.
that nice.
I don't know that you want to be shooting up at an Inkjet that is already pre-firing you.
This
so
is one of them back and forth ones. Why is the gal a meta weapon? The 52 gal, I mean, it's the 52 gal, man. Hello. Thing 2 shots, it's good paint, it's good efficiency, it's barely any RNG.
That's when this comp really makes it happen.
We'll see how hard the pendulum swings the other way. One thing I like about Adapt is that they are very well adaptable in either being a more passive Tri-Slosher player going for the tactical or getting aggressive and trying to contend with a player like JJ.
Ooh, okay.
Another one as they are landing.
Now, can you paint the zone? Can we hold? We need to get a little bit control on right.
Look,
We need to paint a little bit more on right. Oh, okay.
And it's little things like that. JJ moving up on the right side here, and Len is another
Then
force
you just
to be
hold
reckoned with.
now.
You can see that they're going to drop towards that left side. Make sure no one from Enemy is leaking in through the sides of the stage. But what you and I can see right now is that everybody on Enemy is really focusing all their efforts on the right side of the stage here, trying to clear the hillside before they even focus on anything else. As these points tick down for Heelbook, are they going to be able to make an approach?
Well, Len, it seems like, is focused on nothing other than landing this triple splashdown, which they will indeed. That
They're getting a lot of like
JJ is 3 down NME.
What's it called?
Exactly clean 9, but Heelbook.
They're getting a lot of value from their inkjets. For sure. Just hold, just hold, just hold. Oh.
The problem is, so are all the members of Heelbook.
Heelbook, no. I think they probably needed to spread out just a little bit more. I think they kind of clumped together there. That's so unfortunate, dude. Because getting back in this game is not easy, and plus, enemies got the they got daffles. So oh, that kid's being sneaky with this one. So much value from the inkjet though. Holy. Yeah.
Keep their wits about them, or they're gonna have someone in the skies raining down.
My favorite thing about watching any particular inkjet user at any point in time is finding
that's so unlucky, dude. I don't know how to. Oh, actually, never mind. We're coming back.
They don't belong in.
Are we?
10 seconds
Oh,
left
we're not
to
coming
go,
back.
though,
Never mind.
and Enemy
We're not
is
coming
very
back.
firmly planted on the zone. We're in the single
We're not
digits.
coming back.
Can Heelbook make it back in time? It doesn't look like
It's too late.
it.
Dude. They needed to spread out. They needed to spread out a little bit more.
Enough, and I don't really like the idea of history.
They got so much value from
Prosper,
the inkjet,
only
though.
one
That was really good
remotely
stuff.
Close to the zone at the end of it. Adapt straggling in with 1 or 2 points remaining on the zone, but it is going to be the win here for NME as 9. Another situation where the lower seed contends and they come hot out of the gate. But it's the higher seed with that patience and resolve to claim game 1.
But you also see why teams tend to love splat zones. You never really feel like you're out of it. You always have 4 members who can make something happen. You're not holding on to
It's like they didn't even really play, brother. It looked more like they'll just play an inkjet, dude. I'm not gonna lie. But you know what? Fair play.
Up in that inkjet and hey,
Fair play.
With the way that those shots were going, why not? But remember that when JJ is in,
I think you
that's
get
a
inkjet quick
long
fast though on that weapon though,
at least
so
in the game of
you know,
Splatoon. 5
it's all
seconds
good.
is long in the game of Splatoon. But we've already talked about how this team doesn't put out a ton of turf. And if Adapt is fighting, we know Len's not going to be turfing enough. And on Urgent Underpass in particular, if your anchor player is pushed too far back, there's not a lot of things that they can turf. So you look at the way that Enemy attacked, the way they pushed into the hills and forced them over to that right side. I love them pulling that strategy out in the middle of the time. And that's almost composition agnostic. That's just knowing the stage and playing to your routes.
Siren, Clam Blitz has penalties.
Going to
Splatoon,
Clam Blitz?
when you get that low, has penalties. Like it is, it's going to give you, when you're up to 65, 70 penalty points, that's multiple team fights that you have to win at that point, and Heelbook was just not able to capitalize.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the biggest struggle for them, is that it's not really linear when you're looking at splat zones, and well, at least not to us with the bare naked eye looking at these scores, right? It's hard to determine what kind of penalty you're going to be dealing with ahead of time. So when Heelbook wasn't able to knock out, when they got it down to 4 there, that was, you know, that's when they knew they were going to be in troubled waters here, because it means, okay, we need to grasp and keep hanging on to applying penalty points as much as we can. But it just felt like they just weren't letting go. They were able to hold on to the zone for such a long time, and the longevity is really what matters at the very end. You can be explosive as many times as you need to be on splat zones, but if you are the ones holding on to it for the longest period of time, you're still going to win the game at the end of the day.
I want a pillow, man.
Like a bridge over troubled waters, I will assuage the worries
I'm gonna get a pillow.
of the viewers, ease their minds, if you will, 9, by taking us into tower control on Crab Leg Capital. So we maintain the mode trifecta, and Crab Leg, this is what I tend to see it on. If not turf war, tower control tends to be next.
Yeah, you know, I love that you use a lovely bit of vocabulary, and then
I'm
are
putting
nice
the
enough
Twitch
to
pillow behind my
explain to
back.
the rest of us what that word actually
Sleep stream?
I just wanted to be true to the lyric.
Well, no, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I just want a pillow.
It's interesting, I think,
So I can
that
lay
this
back
is the
and just, you know,
choice. Not necessarily because it's not what I expected. We know that anytime Crab Lake Capital Tower Control comes up and Heelbook is in the choice to make it, they are going to go to Crab Lake Capital. They are so strong. They have comeback after comeback on this stage. It might be their best stage and mode in the game. What I'm a little more surprised on is that it was allowed by NME. I mean, they could have waited until later, or waited until maybe they lost a game to dodge this, to dodge your opponent's strongest choice. But to your point earlier, Siren, we're playing on vibes here. We don't have these things.
Let's go
The
vibes.
players don't keep all of this. They
Playoff
say, "We
vibes.
love tower control. We'll play
That's
it
what we
anywhere."
need.
And well,
Vibes.
we'll see if that ends up paying out for them.
Doesn't matter if you haven't lost on a mode. Doesn't matter if you maybe only have 1 win on a mode. What matters is the here and now. Same philosophy applies to the regular season. Doesn't matter how you got here, your placements in any individual regular season weeks, other than your 4 highest event scores contributing to whether you would make it to the playoffs or not. So as we get into the game here, Prosper, the last one to sign on here for Heelbook. Let's see if they can be that strong backbone and back line for Heelbook as they look to even this match against NME. And Siren, taking a look at the compositions, that is an Octo Shot. That is something I know Zero for, but
Octo
it's
Shot?
not something I know them for in this event.
Are you sure we have the right players in this lobby? I don't
Triple
know.
wing
This
strike,
is
Octo
Duckbo
Shot?
team still
Okay.
hanging out, but maybe Zero was feeling a little bit inspired, or no, Dat Kid was feeling a little bit inspired. Zero playing very typical to what we would expect in that being the Octo Shot coming out, and Dat Kid immediately running for the ledges, as you would maybe estimate that you know, we're playing predictive here more than anything, and Heelbook very much focused on covering a lot of ground and just giving Len opportunities to run forward and go crazy with that blaster.
Not many other surprises. We do see Prosper over on the heavy splatling and the vanilla, if you will, blaster as compared to the custom variant with the triple splashdown.
I wonder what his build is
the pressure on here, 9,
to get that many,
helping to take in part
what's
that
it called?
court area.
Triple ink strikes.
That's all you needed to see to know why this was the choice. If you don't have a blaster player that's going to run up, you've got to generate some sort of explosive damage that can take out a few players or ward them away, and that's what that job is done for. Now the push is going to continue to go. They've jumped in, hopped off the tower for the time being, but we often say it's that first checkpoint that is the most important on this stage, and that lasted all of about 30 seconds.
Well, what's important to Prosper is trying to stay
From Brazil here, Waro, bro. What's good, man?
To take them down, ending
How you
up being
doing?
a trade as the momentum continues on this train ride for NME, getting to the halfway mark, and more importantly, Siren, that second checkpoint.
Yeah, second checkpoint already here, and with Heelbook on the back foot, I do have to imagine they're feeling the pressure right now as the members of enemy
so
close
difficult
in on them.
to
It's a
stop,
straight
dude.
line moving forward from this checkpoint.
They don't have any
a lot of
strikes to
flanking
stop the
options from there
tower.
on in. So from here, it's just a straight up gunfight, and it's going to be Prosper versus Zero. Odds are not in favor
Okay,
of
nice.
Heelbook, but yet they pull through and are able
Yeah,
to save the
Heelbook
tower, albeit with
have a really
push
rough
down
time
low.
trying to get back tower because they got
Especially
0
when a
strikes.
surprise shot from JJ helps to back them up. I mentioned earlier how Prosper would have to be that backbone for Heelbook.
So they got like nothing to really just like. They don't have anything to to stabilize tower. It's just all brute force.
As well as the shot there, and it's going to be the pencil or the Snipe Rider 5H trying to stay up. JJ
And it's like, oh, okay, maybe you have the Brella use the triple ink strike version, which I guess you could, but I'm just saying, bro with the inkjet, he's getting so much value out of that. I would want to keep him on that, so I feel like something's gonna change.
That kid not able to get anything out of the barely activated special, so we're going to go back over to the push, and this is where enemies got to be a little careful, Zach. You don't need to get too far out over your skis here. You have a couple specials that can stall out and protect certain spots. Just don't go in guns of well.
Unlucky dudes.
He's going to do exactly that.
You might find it somewhat unusual to see a somewhat shorter range weapon in that Brella staying on the tower, but with that canopy, it does provide you a good amount of protection, and you have Prosper there backing you up, who's also backed up by that big bubbler as JJ setting up for another big inkjet, but it's going to be Siren, the triple ink strike, locking it down. You can see that pick for Zero is really paying dividends.
Yeah, it feels like Heelbook, okay, they've burnt through that first checkpoint, so they know they can move that tower past that one part of the stage that they really do not want the tower to dwell on. However, in the maybe panic of the moment there, JJ not quite able to stay on the tower for long enough and having to decide between hopping off to get away from those ink strikes or not, and I think that's a little bit
I
of
mean,
hesitation
this
what
is
took
where
them
you
out
need
here.
triple
It is
ink
now
strike,
giving
dude.
enemy this great opportunity to move back in and get the tower exactly
Because
where
now
they
they're
want
just
it.
using their
It's not
weapons. They're
gonna
trying
trust
to.
at this point,
It's
Zach.
just not
It's the
gonna
heat of
work,
the moment
dude.
telling you what Zero meant by picking this weapon that's worked out super well, especially from the triple ink strike perspective.
rest in
And
peace,
that's a
dude.
major wipeout by Dat Kid. They are an absolute Dat menace on this Zipcaster, and with the Octobrush, enemy cruising past their best mark. Len trying to see if they can get late stage heroics, and they just may. It's a 1v1. It's a 52 versus the Sorella Umbrella, but it's going to be 3Z having to clamber for the fight just to go down.
They pushed it to 1, man.
Down to 1, and yes, Heelbook would need a knockout.
Who could you even
JJ
switch
Knight
here in
saving Heelbook for
Heelbook's
now.
team?
Well, there you go, and you can't go down
Maybe
two
the heavy
more
splatling?
times.
I don't
mean,
know,
that's
dude.
what, we'll call it 3 full pushes
It'd have to
that
be.
is
You
made
have to
over
do
the course of
something
this game. We have yet to
with
see
either
Heelbook get a
the
good one
what's it called, the
opportunity.
try
And
or the
that
heavy.
stay
I
up
think.
here as well. Getting back into the center of the stage might not even be
I would
easy,
keep the
because that
blaster and
tower is
the
right at your doorstep once
and
again.
the umbrella, but like
Seconds left to go. Zero holding on
I feel
to
like
this triple ink strike
the
until
I would
opportune
change
moment.
something like that
Now
because like
Heelbook have
the
to
zero
keep
strikes thing is just so it makes tower control so ridiculously hard, man.
And here's Dakin on the Zipcaster, taking down an
And you can see why, like literally, like every single time, like they enemies just pushing for free because the Heelbook have nothing to stop it.
We'll have to go to the low ground to see if they can get on the tower. and nobody able to claim it, as Zero did indeed save those triple ink strikes for the
You would have to switch out heavy or
Siren. That is a
the
major
try,
point to keep the momentum,
and you would have to.
enemies.
I mean, I would change both weapons, then use a different, like, I don't know, use a different cooler weapon, use a different, like, longer range weapon, or someone learns sniper or something. And if we don't do that, then, you know, maybe do like, what's the long range?
As quick as possible, and we saw that come into play a couple times.
I mean, you could do, you could swap the tri-slosher for, you could swap the tri-slosher for like regular slosher, and then maybe use, I don't know, heavy edit splatling for cooler as well, or maybe use a different cooler weapon. Could use zap as well. You just have a little less range, but like, I mean, at least you got strikes, you know.
Stick out to me. We look at a player like Zero, we say, oh, they're on the end zap.
And it's not even like they have crazy range with the heavy splatling either. So it's just,
the Octo shot, I think they got the opportunity, even with saving these triple ink strikes, to play more like a Slayer. And we cannot forget the amazing Zipcaster activity that we saw from that kid, taking out JJ in the air. That inkjet had a huge potential to change the tide.
Forget, that's all I want to talk about, is this relationship between the Zipcaster and the inkjet. Because in that first game, we saw JJ hit the shot onto the Zipcaster that was diving at it. And in this game, that pesky Octobrush was the one that got the better twice, 2 times in fact. And I never thought that I would say the Zipcaster is the natural attacker of the inkjet. It's just not a relationship between 2 specials that I had thought of. But again, you saw exactly how enemy attacked that stage. And we said earlier, hey, this is the stage that if any team has figured out, it's heal book. But when you can take the composition that works so well for you, make one small tweak with just one player and still play it like that, they absolutely were prepared for this event.
That's the fun of the Zipcaster. If there's
I think Machine, you lose a lot of pain.
If it's low, sometimes even below the stage, and if you have time, you can make
Machine is quite slow as well, so I don't know.
Complete the trifecta
I'm not sure.
of modes.
You could though. It'd just be a little hard to play.
Be Museum to Alfonsino, so Clamblitz not played. If we need a game 4 or game 5, we go to Clamblitz. Museum not going to be on the table.
Museum is not going to be on the table for either of those, which is kind of a shame because it is one of my favorite.
Could use a Booyah. I mean, you can use that like a Forge Pro or
with
I don't know, any other Booyah Bomb weapon.
It is notable that it's one of the rare Rainmaker
but strikes are just
where
good
there's only
too,
one
especially in that
initial
one.
checkpoint for these teams to choose from. They can only go one direction for it. However, the barrier between that checkpoint and everything else in the stage is going to be this giant gap, and you can go multiple paths to reach the same exact spot, but at the end of the day, it's, you know, you still have one area to defend. It's just the angles you need to watch because it's super open.
Museum de Alfonsino, the second most played Rainmaker stage, behind, of course, Undertow Spillway, and definitely some shades of the way Clamblitz is played on this stage, as you have to contend with the area next to that spinner and the tight hallways that it belies, because that first checkpoint is in a very, very narrow spot right next to a huge drop.
You also want to get that first checkpoint so quickly, because again, to Siren's point and your point, hey, there's a lot of stuff going on right around where that checkpoint is, but if you clear that checkpoint, and you no longer have to worry about it for subsequent pushes, you can put your resources in other facets of your push and take it a lot further than you might expect.
Enemy one game away from making
double gal.
The cast look like
double gal brush and zap.
Go to a game 5, and instead
zap slosher jet sculpture.
As we see the aforementioned 96-52
I see.
composition with Zero going back.
So we got someone using jet sculpture. That's cool.
It will be an in-zap mirror, but Siren, I want to talk about the elephant in the room, that jet squelcher coming out.
Oh,
vacuum.
That's the elephant you're talking about? I thought we were talking about the 252 gals on the side of enemy. Okay, yeah, jet squelcher. That's not something you see too often. And speaking of which, Prosper immediately popping that ink back. It is an alternative choice to play that's not as common as we're seeing the 96 gal this season. However, I think it's just as viable if you want to slot that into the ink position.
Zero back on this.
I think so too. You have so much range.
Once again by the triple ink
you have so much range. You have I mean, you have dots, of course, but more range to work with. You got vacuum as well.
You know, it doesn't seem so dramatic when you have the protection like that. When you've already forced the opponent back, the way that enemy is attacking is so smooth.
Well, for patch 11, I would advocate for it.
For them, they were not great on Rainmaker throughout the entirety of the regular season. So for this to be what they have to overcome very, very
Not bad.
difficult. It's a nice trade right there. You didn't give up anything beyond the checkpoint, Zach, but as we noted earlier, you did give up the first checkpoint, and that dramatically changes how you have to defend.
Well, and how about the Ink Vac coming out right as the Rainmaker went down and was being reset back to mid? You're using it, I guess, to get the remaining members of Enemy off of your plat area and try to get some control of mid here, as we see Adapt doing. Enemy grouping up a little bit, and there's 3Z as Goss is want to do, setting up that splash wall with Len on the float or estate. Can they continue with the pick on the 3Z? No, they will.
He's holding on to the triple
Siren,
splash.
and maybe the momentum now swapping over to Healbook.
Nice kills.
Great
Good kills.
position. Gets 2 trades on the board. That's going to be 3Z and 0 out of the way.
I see why.
Able to move forward here. We're near that checkpoint, but where is that Rainmaker still hanging out on top mid as Dat Kid comes and becomes a bit of a Dat menace as he sneaks around. I'm sorry, I had to throw one of those in too.
Yeah. It's a rite of passage at this point as we see Dat Kid advancing forward, holding on to that Zipcaster. Maybe not optimal to use it while you're marked. And so we see Adapt here, who is on the Slosher, usually on the Tri-Slosher Nouveau, but trying to mirror with the NZAP will go over to that vanilla Slosher as we see 3Z advancing forward in tandem with the Zipcaster and Healbook now on the back foot once again. Dat Kid looking for the pick, but it's going to be the Ink.
Nah, I ain't getting that.
Alive just barely.
And he's pushing deep here too, man.
Greatly forward with the Rainmaker and
Guys, no pop.
Well, there you go, and Dat Kid's still there. This would be a lot even for Dat Kid, so that will be the end of that push, and one does go down to the Rainmaker pop as well. 0 still wants to fight.
Dat Kid and that push.
All the way down to 30. Just 2 minutes left in this game, Zach, with little change here or there. They do take 2 out, and this is the opportunity, the counter push to maybe get that checkpoint, but the members were just waiting, and how are 6 people down?
0, we featured them doing some flanking on this very stage, using the box to get around, and Prosper, again, having to use the Ink Vac at a somewhat inopportune time. Nobody on Healbook even has the Rainmaker yet, and that's one major resource, one that you bring exclusively in a lot of cases for Rainmaker down. However, Prosper gonna get the pick onto Dat Kid, and they have the tactical rebuff, so Siren, an opportunity for them maybe to advance forward.
A good opportunity for them to advance forward, and maybe these unopportune times of Ink Vac can equal
okay, Healbook.
as that
that vacuum is annoying. You're good though. Oh my god.
The enemy
Kill
is
him.
Ink Vac of their own. It doesn't really amount a whole lot. There's going to be a lot of trades happening here, but it's just the Slosher left on the side of Healbook.
They lost 2 there, and they shouldn't have.
That checkpoint though, and a minute and a half is just enough time to make something with.
I mean, the phrase "use it or lose it" comes to mind. I'd rather have you use the Ink Vac at a strange time than go down with it and not have it for that last push, as we see Adapt trying to get something going for Healbook using that triple Ink Strike and now having the Tacticaler, but Enemy will be the one to pop this Rainmaker shield here, 9, and they're hoping maybe to advance this 30 lead.
Well, Dat Kid now is in a really weird spot. It's sort of marked because of that Tacticaler. It does have the Ink Vac as well, so they're going to back all the way up here and try to maybe dive that Rainmaker in an opportune time, maybe even wait for that Ink Vac to come out there to go for it. 3Z somehow has got behind now and is diving on top and will close it out. Wonderful usage of the specials to eliminate the
I don't know if Healbook are going to be able to come back from this one, guys. 30 seconds left as well.
Panic time for Healbook here as they go multiple members down.
Oh, that is evil. That's an evil. That's a really evil spot.
Hoping to put the cherry on top of a sweep here.
You want to die there too, yeah. That's sick.
Gonna counter with the Tacticaler. 10 seconds left to go, and
because how do you can pop it, but like the setup to actually grab that is just so annoying. Now they're just going for frags, so dude.
There will be a brief overtime, but overall that answer is no, as NME will take a 3-0 and sweep through in our final finals game here.
Evil!
9, this is
that
not
was
the
evil!
result we expected. Yes, a lot of us had NME winning, but Healbook, no games earned. That has to hurt for them.
Well, you think back to that first game, and you talk about hurting, how close they were to winning that Splat Zones game. And Zach, you and I talked a lot about this event and a lot about these teams. The thing that we said was
nice 3-0.
The gap between their best
starts. So there should be either 2 or 3 more games. I'm not gonna lie, I'm hoping 2. I'm hoping 2, and then we'll pick it up tomorrow. Okay.
They went to the modes that they liked, and you saw what the result was.
Well, of course, even in a 3-0, we have some exciting moments to look at, and we have Falco on the case. Falco, what did you see?
Hey Zach, thanks guys.
It works.
So we're going here to game 2. This is where enemy already had a very strong lead, and they had it already pushed to 12, but they had a 3-player advantage. We'll roll the clip now to see what happens after this. Again, they have a lot of space that they can move. We're going to have that kid be the first one to push up, serve as a distraction, and we're going to pause it right here because enemy has a lot of room to work with. We see everybody from Healbook pushing from this side. There's going to be one player coming up pushing from the other side, but we'll keep rolling the clip as it happens. And I think what's really important, you have some key players like Dark and Zero getting a cooler. We'll pause it again once more. We can see both of them are here in front of the tower. That's absolutely key. And then 3Z picking a fight with JJ over here, distracting them, preventing them from the flank. We'll roll the clip and keep going here. So as they're able to push up, again, this tower is really uncontested with a lot of force being pushed forward, and we have more players from enemy who are able to get in front of the tower.
And Healbook has no strikes as well.
Because enemy is not satisfied with that 12 push.
That's why they can't actually stop the tower.
Take a look at the Zipcaster here from that kid, able
So
to
them
go
just,
up
like,
and
be
get some
pushing
more
for free.
picks. Again, this is just making it so much more difficult for Healbook to try and break back in. Gets all the way to 1, and that brings a whole new fight for Healbook to try and come back. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for them. Enemy is going to be taking that set 3-0.
All right. Not bad.
And of course, we have some fantastic matches. That did conclude our winners quarterfinals. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how we concluded that round. It will be Milky Way with the 3-0 over Scuba, Moonlight advancing to take them on with a 3-1 win against Content Cat, Cream Soda with that nail-biting victory over Duck Motif in a Game 5, and they will take on the team we just watched sweep through Healbook, NME, in our winners semifinals, as well as down in losers top 8, we will have Content Cat versus Scuba and Duck Motif versus Healbook. Siren, I want to get your final thoughts on the way this bracket has shown out and the final matches that we've seen so far.
Well, I'll harp right back on what we just saw with Enemy versus Healbook. I know I was the only one who was predicting that Healbook would take the set, but you know, sometimes you just need a little cheerleader in your corner, knowing they have your support. I still, you know, Healbook, you're still in my heart for the loser side of the bracket. Overall, though, most things tend to go to prediction, except for that Duck Motif set, getting very, very close to taking out our number 2 seed for the top cut. And I'm really excited to see how things continue going on in the bracket, and because we do get to see that first round of losers later on today, how well Duck Motif will be able to continue their streak going into that.
Nine, I want to get your brief thoughts here as well, because I don't know about you, but my cortisol level is absolutely spiking.
Well, sorry to hear that, first of all. To the point that Siren made, I think a lot of us had a couple 3-0s, a 3-1 and a 3-2, but the puzzle pieces have been swapped around. I am so curious to see, after a performance like that from NME, how much momentum they will take into their later matchup with Crush Soda, because last year we saw it was Fofo who made the big run and initially knocked FT Win into losers. Could they do that again against the 2 seed here in Cream Soda? I mean, could history really repeat itself like that?
I can't believe wait, hang on.
If that was the case, but I've been stunned a lot today. These teams truly have brought a different level of Splatoon, and I'm in love.
Well, these two deserve a break, as stunned as they are, so we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. That was the conclusion of our winners quarterfinals, but that is just the beginning of all of our action for the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs taking place today and tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We'll have more action for you in just a moment.
Guys, I got to 4,400 followers.
On my Instagram, and I forgot to make a story about it. Hang on. I will do that very quickly. Hello, 9, what is this? What game is this? Is this even a game? Yeah? Mysterious book. Oh, it must be. Not bad.
Plus, in the Donkey Kong Bonanza, DK Island and Emerald Rush paid DLC. A limited time collaboration with
Not
Super
bad,
Mario
not
Brothers
bad.
is breaking through.
Well, there's a bunch of Nintendo ads.
Enjoy outfits for DK.
So chat, how are you guys doing? Chat, do you want to talk? You want to have a conversation? What are we doing right now? What's going on? Are you enjoying the games? Are the games good? Have they been fun to watch? Let's talk, bro. Let's talk.
This limited time collaboration event will be held in 4 waves.
All good, bro? That's good, man. Doing well. Holy smokes, it's Emerald Brush. Yeah. How's skateboarding? It's getting good. Let's go skateboarding day tomorrow. No headphone dent, no. What team are we rooting for? Content Cat and Moonlight.
Playing this game is pretty simple. Just get into the groove with press
Ba,
and correct.
ba, ba.
That's all there is to it. But it's not always the same rhythm.
Do, do, do.
Listen carefully to the beat. Find your flow, and you'll be able to feel the rhythm. 2, 3, 4, now. 2, 3, now. 2, now. 2, 3, now. Over 80 all-new rhythm games are included. And as you play through the game, you can unlock different modes. For example, go forth, magician. Use the magical power of rhythm to beat monsters. Cast a fire spell with BA. And a healing spell with B down A.
They locked in, man. It's a little. We're on a break right now, guys. So they're just doing a little bit of. They're doing a few Nintendo ads here and there, you know. You think Moonlight's gonna win? Yeah, if I'm real, I think Milky Way will win the whole thing again. I'm not gonna lie. I think they're gonna win the whole thing again. At least the way they play. It's just like, I don't know. They seem a little too consistent, you know. Just a little too consistent.
Up to 4 players can enjoy dedicated rhythm games. Note the timing and block.
Favorite ink color in Splatoon does not exist, man. I don't have one of those. There are just too many colors to pick from, you know?
3 o'clock on the dot. There are over 30 cooperative and competitive games to play. Get into the groove solo or with friends. Rhythm Heaven Groove.
Rhythm Heaven comes out very soon. Very, very soon. Oh, we're back.
Everybody, to more action from the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026.
They got rid of
playoffs. My name
Nine
is
and
Shiny
Siren,
Hunter Zach, and we have
replaced
some
them for
casters to
Mel
introduce you. You
and
may
Falco.
know them, of course, from the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 show. And we're going to start with Milana here. Milana, how are you today?
I am doing so good. I was watching all of those matches in the back room, and I was literally like sitting at the edge of my seat, being like, oh, like, you know, I just could not stay in my seat. Those matches were amazing. I can't wait to see more.
I don't know about you. I'm hoping for more of those standout.
Like Guitar Hero? I do like Guitar Hero, yeah.
Not only do I want to get
I'd
your
probably
welcome
like
here,
Rhythm Heaven
but
as well,
I also
but,
want to
yeah.
take a look at your bracket and predictions for this weekend.
Well, let's take a look at it. And Siren, I'm sorry I chose the right team who won that previous match. Enemy, I thought it would be a 3-2. I thought it'd be a very close game, but it was exciting nonetheless. But yes, all of my picks have been correct so far. The nail-biter between Cream Soda and Duck Motif, I didn't know how that one was going to turn out, but again, chose the right team. So, Zach, it's been so much fun so far.
I think a lot of us were complete opposites on the actual actual numbers behind Cream Soda and Duck Motif, and then Enemy versus Healbook. That one was just astounding to watch. And we get in now to our winners semi-finals. I think, Milana, this was a matchup that despite the seeding, a lot of us expected.
Look at the name, man.
Milky
Content.
Way taking on Moonlight.
I'm just so excited to see these teams play. We saw a pretty standout, just performance from Milky Way just coming into this playoff series. And, Moonlight is a team that we've talked a lot about how they can stand toe-to-toe with the best teams, but only if they're playing their best game. So I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of game they are going to bring for this match.
And Falco, I want to harken all the way back to regular season week 1, where there were 2 Game 5 scenarios between Milky Way and Moonlight.
Can I just say Zach is putting in a shift, by the way, to be commentating or
I know, and it's crazy we're seeing it in the winners the winner semifinals.
To be like, I guess, main commentator throughout
That's what happens when you're the 5 seed,
the
of course,
games.
Moonlight.
It's crazy, man.
Second place in the season previous
Been a
year,
shift
but now
4
they're
hours,
in
man.
this position, ready to face Milky Way, and they have gotten some game wins, Zach. You mentioned all the way to Game 5 a few times, so we know they can do it on every mode.
And these are players that have played together for years now at this point. We mentioned Moonlight being born, if you will, in 2023, and Milky Way playing together on a previous team.
Yeah, this is going to be a good match.
In Milana, we've already got the mode locked down. It will be Splat Zones, and unlike the beginning of the broadcast where Urchin Underpass was the flavor of the month, we finally now go to Mahi Mahi Resort.
Listen, if this is the flavor of the month this month, then I'm really excited for it. Mahi Mahi Resort is just such an interesting stage for them to pick, because I think what we kind of want to point out is that midway through this game, we're going to see a stage change. That water level is going to kind of alter how these teams are going to come at each other, and I think that's something to look out for.
And Falco, there was some question from Milky Way about, are they going to change up their composition? Is Q maybe going to go over to the E leader? Now, I think we have more proof that we'll get to see that classic matchup between the Snipe Rider and the E leader.
Why am I lying like this? I need to get up.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see, of course, a lot of these players reevaluating what weapons they want to play with the recent update. And of course, it all depends on which stage and which mode we're playing into Milan.
My chair is way too comfortable, okay? So sometimes I just want to like just go all the way back, just like, yeah, man.
Both teams favoring a 96
lay down.
We've seen a good bit today. It's no longer the ink bag.
I'm not gonna lie, I think the grapes are making me like tired.
As we get into game number 1 for our
I'm not too sure, dude.
semifinals match between
just kind of like
and Moonlight.
Shout
out as always to
Czar. But I have to lock in for this game though.
Here, and Milana,
this game I have to lock in.
Look at the comps that these teams have brought and see if there's any surprises. I'm already seeing the
let's see what we see here.
One particular variant of
Roller.
that caught my
okay,
eye.
I like Omega on Roller, dude. I really like it.
Out right here, and with that big bubbler, I think it's going to be imperative that Jared is going to use this on the zone to be able to kind of capture that zone and hold on to that control as much as he can. And I think that's going to be kind of a key thing that to
another
look out
snipe.
for Milky Way.
My eyes also immediately drew to Omega, who usually plays either the Minty.
Alright, they're all just in one. So they don't need to overextend, they just need to hold here.
He's using the curling bomb to move forward. That Falco has put Basil in a great position as Moonlight takes the lead.
Yeah, anytime you can have your anchor or backline player push forward and be able to get
don't push.
that is so great. And Moonlight's doing a really good job controlling the zone. We mentioned the water dropping before that 4 minutes and 20 seconds already started, and Moonlight's still getting some picks along the way. Milky Way finding their way to break back in. We knew they would, able to contest the zone at 407.
Yeah, a little bit of overheating from Moonlight, but you know what? It's all good.
It does look like they are
they're taking it back straight away. Love to see that.
Giving that penalty, Milana, over to Moonlight, that's going to buy Milky Way at least one more team fight.
Yes, but with that lead, that nice pick coming out from Omega, Moonlight is in a great position to just be able to hold on to that zone and take down that penalty, and that's exactly the kind of play that they're going to need. But Milky Way is going to have to group together. They're going to have to
I really like Omega being just on regular roller. I think regular roller is just so strong when you get in the good spots. And Omega's just a really good roller in general too.
It is the E leader duel that Basil's currently winning, and
love that.
Gets the pick onto Q to enter that flow or escape. Milky Way trying to counter
the strikes
with
to
the triple ink strike. but do claim the zone, Falco, just briefly. One of the benefits of a smaller singular zone.
Right, and that was a great pick from Basil again, getting 3 down onto Milky Way.
What a shot.
I did see Brand flank from the side, and Omega caught them, so that maybe have changed
I love sniping, man. I love sniping.
Just a little bit, but Moonlight has done such a great job. Anytime he can hold Milky Way to 92, you know you're doing great, and Nolan still has the back. We have the Wave Breaker online as well, so there's a lot of specials that Moonlight can
no
still
kill,
use.
Unfortunately,
These
but
are
it's all good.
arguably our 2 most patient teams, and maybe no one
I
more
like the
patient
back.
than Basil, who's been getting crazy
that's a good
shots.
shot.
Like, I think
That's a really good shot.
Nolan building up the ink back just a little bit too late.
Basil's
so
on it
yet
today.
Again, Milky Way Milana only able to just needle those score forward a little bit.
we love
Moonlight
it.
maintains firm control. The wipeout's going to help to cement that.
Remember what I said, when Moonlight is on, they are on. This is exactly the kind of gameplay that Moonlight is going to need to be able to take that win from
these shots are ridiculous,
we see
dude.
Basil hitting her shots, and you know, if we can't get the opponents anywhere close to the zone, it's obviously going to be a good look for your team.
Brand, who stayed
There's not a lot
on
of
this
time
launcher
left.
for so
Brand's gonna
long
get the
during
strikes,
this
and they're
season,
gonna
trying
neutral
to
the
find
zone
an
here,
entry
but
point for Milky Way. Moonlight into the single digits. Brand
Oh,
has built
yep,
up the
rest in
triple
peace.
ink strike and is going to use it. A couple of picks going down from Moonlight, and that will be just enough, Falco, to give Milky Way the zone. But they'll basically
2
need
minutes
to hold
left.
it the entire way through.
You know,
Milky Way are back in
is
control,
fine with
though.
that. They're
So
probably
now
not
it's
fine
them.
how
It's
it
time.
led
Their
up
turn to
that, but
hold.
They needed to do anything they could to take this zone, and Brand was wise just to get as much pain out there, build up those triple ink strikes, and just throw them at the zone. And this is by far Milky Way's best push so far, able to push forward and get some picks. And we might see them
don't
really
stagger.
take out Moonlight one by one, just as we saw Moonlight do to Milky
Okay,
Way.
good kills,
So
good
it's
kills,
just a
good
matter
kills,
of
good
how
kills.
long can Milky Way hold on to this.
There you go,
It
another
might not
snipe.
be very long
Huge, huge,
here, Zach,
huge.
because Moonlight's back in control.
Minute
Ice facing some
30.
heavy
Tactical
resistance there
is
with the big
no,
bubble.
actually
You
not.
can only
Not
shred
soon.
so
Actually, not
much
soon.
and just watch as your opponent sit
Just paying
in
up.
safety. We've seen
Let Omega get
multiple times
kills.
today already a team reach single
Shocks around.
digits on zones, and we'll see if the other team, in this case Milky Way, can come back as Basil, one of the main oppositions. Milana finally goes down and helps to in
I like
part
the jump.
force a retreat.
And you know what? I think what Moonlight really has to be careful of are these triple ink strikes
they-
coming
yeah.
out from Brand, because they are constantly taking over the zone and
Yikes.
you know
Unlucky.
allotting this penalty onto.
It's a minute. They're just gonna get
down
control
on
again.
Moonlight
The
now.
penalty's
I
quite
think
big as well,
Milky
so
Way is in a great position to be able to kind of position themselves to prevent Moonlight from moving back into the center of this stage. Q positioning herself on this tower, Jared as well, preventing Moonlight from moving back into the center area here. And I think this is what Milky Way needs.
Yeah, Jared, normally on those splat dualies with the crab tank, is going to have to make great use of the big bubble.
That's not a good
Basil
start.
in a pretty solid position, and now Moonlight comes
yes.
in. They get the pick on the Brand in the back, fighting back as well. Jared, maybe a little late on the big bubbler, not able to provide their team as much solace as 2 members of Milky Way go down. Jared
Kill him.
trying desperately
Nice.
to survive, but Shadow will lock it down. Milky Way in the single digits.
Brilliant bubble.
Can they hold this
Oh,
zone?
get
They're
it,
facing
get it,
heavy
get it,
opposition
get it,
from
get it,
Q
get it, get
and
it.
Jared, and Ice behind the zone. They'll take it back,
no, they
and it
lost.
will be enough.
No,
Yet
they had
again,
all the
we see a
sickest
team go into the
plays
single
and then they
digits,
still
and yet
lose, dude.
Again, Milana, we see their opponent come
Look, I
roaring
wanted them
back
to win
and
after
claim
they
victory
also
as
Basil
Milky
started
Way
hitting
goes
those. I was just like, okay,
What I
you
said
have
in
to win the
beginning of
game
this
now,
game,
dude.
That Jared's big bubbler is going to kind of cause a lot of trouble for Moonlight,
That's so
and that's
unlucky.
exactly what
That's
happened
so unlucky.
in that last few seconds of the game, right? We saw this kind of firefight happening in the center of this
Yeah,
stage.
the strikes are so
Teams
strong in
trying
that
to
map
duke it out for
to
control of the zone,
just
but that big bubbler
get the
in
zone
way
back.
really made it difficult for Moonlight to
Kinda need it.
take
It's
over
kinda just
that zone,
needed.
and I think that really made or break that game for them.
Falco, for Milky Way, I think there are, while all of our playoff teams today are very well adept, I think there's
Unlucky.
only a couple that Milky Way would deign to swap off of their tried and true compositions for. Cream Soda has to be one, but the other one has to be Moonlight. With the history that they have to find some way to catch them off guard.
Yeah, as far as teams go, teams facing teams, Moonlight is the team that Milky Way is most familiar as far as these teams in the top 8. And for Moonlight, anytime you can put Milky Way's backs against the wall,
we got
that is
some good
crucial.
clips,
But if
okay?
there's any team who knows
We
how
got
to
some good
respond from
clips,
that,
and that's
it's
what we can
crazy.
take from
And
this.
we just saw grand finals caliber match here in our winners semifinals game 1. That's what I'm most impressed about too. It really, such an exciting start for us.
We have to keep history in perspective. The Splatoon 3 North American League 2025 playoffs, this same matchup, Milky Way finishing first, Moonlight finishing second after some close matches there. Fofofo they took down FT Win. This year, the competition remains super difficult, Milana. As we wait for our next Moan, the onus stays with Milky Way. They've gone to Splat Zones, wondering where they might go next, although I know for a fact it's probably not going to be Clam Blitz with how good
I do not think FT Win is playing.
We have that trifecta, right? But so I'm thinking maybe a tower control. Because we both talked about how both of these teams play very patiently. They play kind of to each other's strengths, but also kind of to the opposition's weaknesses as well. So I think tower control might be where we might see our next game.
Falco, it is indeed tower control, and harkening back to our winners quarterfinals, we talked about Cream Soda. They had a 9-0 record on tower control and then lost it to Duck Motif. Milky Way looking similar. They have an 8-0 record. Do we see a loss here?
Records are hard to break for a reason. So, I mean, both of those teams were undefeated going into this. But again, we talked about what's at stake here for this team. None of them want to go into the losers bracket, especially after winners semis. So it's going to be really important for both of these teams to keep up the momentum. But if Moonlight can take a game off of Milky Way, it's going to be huge for them to be able to choose the mode for the next one. Obviously, they're not thinking about that right now. They're thinking about what they learned from the Splat Zones Mahi Mahi game. But for tower control, going to Mako Mart, if you will, too, that's an interesting choice because I feel like Milky Way, in general, does really well on tower control, but Mako Mart, it still seems like that might be one of Milky Way's stronger stages.
Mako Mart, our stage selection here, and it does take some funky dips and curves as that first checkpoint is in this low elevation right next to a wall. You can put a splash ball up, but you're basically just going to be boxing yourself in at that point. And my eyes are definitely going to be on Q for this one. Will she stay on the E leader? Because from the clips that we saw, Milana, it looked like Basil was maybe getting the best of her.
Yeah, I mean, if it's anyone who could stand toe-to-toe with Basil, it is Q. Q on that E-leader is just a deadly presence, and I think that definitely is going to be something that, Milky Way has to consider as they're moving forward, because Basil was just such a force to be reckoned with in that last game, and, I think they're just going to need something to be able to combat that.
Interested too in whether Jared will
Are you
stick
going
with
to the
that
one
Twinkle Splat
in
Doilies,
Europe
Big
this
Bubble,
year?
Of course, a fan favorite for tower control,
I don't think
taking
it's been
over.
announced
We'll be the
yet, but
Splat
I
Doilies, so we're
think
going
there
back to the
will be
crab
one
tank
in
variant here.
November.
And on the opposite side of things,
And I
Falco,
most
Omega
likely will be going to
sticking
that
with
one
the
again.
roller, so will not go to either
In
the Minticapitator
Germany.
or Splatana Wiper.
Yeah, keeping that roller with
Cologne.
that bubble, and Bran on the blaster with the bubble as well. Both of those teams keeping it pretty standard here for tower control. But yeah, it's interesting to see if Q was going to go back to the
starting off the
Sniper Rider,
game.
and they are. So we'll see how that can bring the momentum for them. And of course, getting 2 down onto Moonlight this early is really great for Milky Way.
Important to note for Milky Way too, this is a tried and true composition
No
for
strikes.
them. We would only maybe see Bran on the Slosher instead of the Blaster, but no ink vac for
Through
their
your bomb.
protection, as opposed to Moonlight's 96 gal, who is down. So Milky Way
they have
Milana getting the
vacuum?
early hot start here, a far cry from game 1.
And we see Jared propping himself up over here on that left side with that tried and true crab tank that we love to see him on. 3 down on Moonlight, and Jared is going to be a force that Moonlight needs to deal with before they can even make it to this tower. And this tower is just smooth cruising towards that last checkpoint.
Look at how forward
they're
they're
just
playing, and I've seen this
quite
movie
literally
before.
chilling. I'm
Our
not even
Ice
too
just
sure
hangs
what's.
on to this.
Oh,
Booyah
unlucky.
bomb until the last second.
Unlucky.
I haven't seen Ice getting taken down mid Booyah bomb animation. Falco, that's just another piece of proof as to how Basil is helping this Moonlight squad.
Yeah, Basil's really making sure things don't get too out of control. And for Milky Way, it was Jared in particular who started off with the flank, but then it moves to being, I'm way in front of the tower, and we have all of this ink in front of the tower, so it turns out to be a very, very good net positive. And again, getting it all the way to 16, that is a great start. And Milky Way still has decent control here in in the mid stage as Moonlight's trying to find ways to break back in. Some of their players are now going down, so Milky Way
there it
with
is.
a great start even in the middle of this game.
Doesn't seem like many people are able to do
3v3.
better than trading out with Omega and those
16's
more
quite hard to
aggressive
push, but
close-range weapons.
I think it's still
They typically
doable.
don't mind trading. In fact, their kits, the abilities that they bring with their gear are oftentimes built around the ability to come back quicker here, Milana, as no one on this 96 gal holding on to this ink back as Moonlight makes their
Oh my
first push of
god,
the
that
game.
bomb.
They're gonna need to use this ink back in a very.
I don't know about you guys, but like when I watch these
judicious
games, I
way
feel
right
like I'm
here.
playing the
No
game
one
as well.
Protecting that tower push with the
I'm
ink
like,
back.
okay,
And
I'm
with
watching for that
ink
guy,
back
I'm watching for that
as
guy.
well from
Oh my
Omega,
god, that bomb.
gives just a little
That could have
bit
got
of
me.
protection on the tower, but
Oh
with
my
no one on
days.
the
Like,
tower to push it, it really is going to kind of go to waste these specials right here. So now we are going to see members of Moonlight
I'm
getting
just
back
so
on this
immersed,
tower,
man.
But now we don't have the same specials to be able to protect the tower as they're moving forward to that next checkpoint. And this is
pain.
going to be a rough one.
Makes sense, though, to see heavy special
Really
investment
hitbox.
on that first checkpoint in particular, because it's pretty far along. Some of their
Spectator
stages,
cams
we
putting
see
in some
no one
work. Yeah,
go
shout
down
out to
there,
Cesar.
have a first checkpoint almost immediately. This one, you have to kind of meander through a little bit, and it gets you down to around the 60s mark here, Falco, as yet again, Ice is hanging on to this Booyah Bomb and doesn't need it to take down Omega.
Yeah, Ice has not had to use the panic button to try and stay alive and go down. Well, they finally went down without deploying it, so that's unfortunate for them. And Moonlight's still trying to find a way to break back in. What I think Moonlight's going to have to do is just watch out for Jared. Jared, this is their third flank of the game. No one is wise to spot them out. Now it's going to be
Oh,
the
God, that
1v1
bomb.
staying alive from that suction bomb.
Is he right
While
there?
all
No?
this is happening, Moonlight
Oh,
is
he jumped
still
out. Okay.
controlling the tower. You know, if you can control the tower and control where Jared is, that is really good.
Hazel
for
is not
Moonlight.
hitting,
Well, and they're
not
trying to
hitting these
control
snipes
where
right now.
Basil is set up here as we see the crab tank on
Struggling.
top of the
Oh,
tower, and they
just kidding.
can't
Just
look everywhere
kidding,
at
just
once. They
kidding,
have
just
to
kidding, just
turn their
kidding.
back on somebody, and Moonlight was ready for that fact, as that is going to lock them down. But the push to 16, still the one to beat for Milky Way, as Moonlight looks to come back. Shadow building up that tactical core once again, and we enter Milana yet again, this neutral, slightly calm before the storm
God.
stage, which we may very well need overtime to settle this one.
We might, definitely. And I think what Moonlight is going to have to watch out for is that Booyah Bomb that Ice, again, we mentioned, is holding on just in case something gets a little bit precarious for Milky Way. But it's seeming like
vacuum
Milky
missed,
Way is still
unfortunately.
in a good position to protect this tower from moving past this this first checkpoint area. And, you know, with Jared here holding out on this drop here, I think it's going to be very difficult for Moonlight to push back.
Ran, as they are wont to do, sitting right below this drop down here, making sure that nobody, whether it's a Charger player or not, is able to get in, but they didn't expect Omega to get right on top of them as soon as they put that big bubbler down. Yes, Falco, that's a use of their special, which is better than none at all, but inopportune as they go down immediately.
Yeah, and that's what's really hard to navigate.
I'm not gonna
'cause they're
lie,
have to
guys.
rebuild that special
I don't
once
like
again, and
Moonlight's
they're
call.
running out of time, especially with how many
I don't
players
like
they
it.
have alive with 15 seconds.
I think he
And
changed
again, you still have a checkpoint
96
you have
to
to get through,
52.
and Milky Way is not going to do anything that's
'Cause
going
I
to
feel like-
jeopardize their position. They're pushing in front of the tower, but they're not doing anything risky, just waiting for Moonlight to try and get in.
There's no
Especially
weapon that can
players like
really
Jared and
follow
Hugh
off
who are
the
just
roller.
able to guard it, and that's going to give Milky Way the win 2-0.
Jared needing to do little more than dodge and roll their way around the tower in
'Cause
order
it's like
to
you-
ensure they could step on
the top
it
left
right
looks like a
as
foot.
the timer hit
But
0.
it's
and
like
that will
you
help
have
to
the zap,
secure a victory for
the
Milky
gal,
Way. Certainly
and the leader.
less back and forth
If the
Milana than
leader
game
hits the
number one, but
shots,
regardless,
then
it's
okay.
a 2-0 lead for Milky
But then
Way.
it's just
Yeah,
then it feels
certainly.
like
I think
if the
what
leader's not
really
hitting that
kind of
like that many shots,
maybe
then it
tripped
feels like
up
3
Moonlight a
support
little bit
weapons
is
that
just having to
kind of
direct
wait
your
for things to
attention in so
happen
many
and they
different
don't really get
locations.
anything
And
done.
we talked
And it's
about
just like
Jared and how
literally
Jared's a
only
key player
like
on Milky
the
Way,
splat roller
about how
to
he opts to go
to
with
create
that
like an
no splat
opening, you
dually
know.
pick. And you know what? I think what we don't really talk about with the splat dualies is how maneuverable it is.
I don't know
right? We
what
have the
like I don't think
rolling,
you would
we
get a
have
lot done
being
with the
able to
vacuum.
kind of just appear
I mean,
out of
maybe to
nowhere
stop the
in,
booyah
like,
bomb,
random
maybe
piles of
maybe it was just a
ink,
counter.
The flanking, we have that crab
But
tank also. So just having your attention,
I feel like
always having
something
one eye on
something
Jared,
more
I think
aggressive
really kind of
was
messed
needed
up
there.
Moonlight.
Falco, it feels
Have a good
like
one,
one
Ghost.
of the marks of a good team is the ability to know when to hang on to your special and use it at the exact moment. And part of that
We
is
might
staying
reverse sweep
alive
them.
long enough so that you
I
can
hope
use
you're right,
your
man.
special. We saw both ends of the gamut from Milky Way. We saw one variant where the big bumper comes down, or from Moonlight where it comes down and they're taken down immediately. You would think it was Omega who got them on Milky Way's side. And then Ice on the opposite end of that just hangs onto this Booyah Bomb for so long. Sometimes they go down with it, but the other times they have it right when they need it.
Right, and what you want want to do is try and use it for an offensive push, but sometimes you're forced to use it on defense, and you have to rebuild that gauge to try and build it up and use it again. And there aren't a lot of players who really want to use it on defense, because that just means, again, they're not going to have it handy. So that's what's really difficult to try and figure out. And like we mentioned with Ice holding on to that Booyah Bomb for so long, Ice was on a streak getting pick after pick after pick. No reason to use a Booyah Bomb when you're playing so well, but it just takes one shot to get caught off guard, and that's unfortunately what happened to Ice in that situation.
That was Bran on the blaster for Milky Way getting taken down by Omega. We may see them return over to the Slosher as we get set for Game 3. We're not going to complete the trifecta here, Milana, as we go to Clam Blitz, but it's no surprise for the stage. It's going to be Museum d'Alfonsino.
Listen, this is part of my trifecta, so really everybody wins, okay? So I think, you know, like you mentioned, we're no strangers to Clam Blitz on Museum d'Alfonsino. It is just something tried and true. Both teams are have demonstrated that their expertise on this stage and mode, and you know what, it really is just vanilla, but just because it's vanilla doesn't mean it's not exciting. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams bring.
Vanilla, a lot of people's favorite flavor of ice cream or cake or all sorts of confectionery.
I like chocolate
here as we
though.
take a look, Milky Way, you know,
really
they
like
did
chocolate.
get the win here, but Falco have
To be honest, I only eat
historically this season on Clam Blitz, and even
two flavors of
3-3,
ice cream. It's
that's
either
going up
chocolate
against
or
a Moonlight
vanilla.
team that entered this with an 8
There's no in
record on
between.
Clam Blitz.
Yeah, I mean,
But
if
I guess the
Moonlight,
in
this
between
is
would
the
be
stage I
chocolate
wanna
and
pick for
vanilla
that
at the same time.
particular reason. These teams had 2
Yours
weeks
is mint
to
chocolate.
research all
You know,
what's
I can
happening.
ban you.
Of course, they don't know their Game 2
I
opponent
can
yet,
do
but
that.
you have a good idea, especially when
I'm
Milky
just letting
Way's
you
in the
know.
beginning of the bracket and you're on the same side as them. So this is one of those games that they anticipated. We thought, hey, if
I
Milky
have the
Way's going
power
to
to
choose
do
Clam
that.
Blitz, we want to go to Museum d'Alfonsino. That's where we think we have the best advantage.
But interesting that it's Milky Way that picks Clam Blitz, because regardless, this is going to be their last mode pick. And so if Moonlight is able
You
to
wanna
win
elaborate?
this Game
That's
3,
okay.
and the record shows that they have a
It's
strong
okay.
chance to, they then get put in the premier position of choosing the mode for Game 4 and Game 5 if needed.
I'm kidding,
so
by the way.
Milana, you know, you look at this as kind of a boon for getting Clam Blitz
He thinks
handed
the
to you in a
default
way,
flavor
but
is
also that
Devira?
Moonlight is saying, I will
Bro,
challenge
vanilla,
you
there's
at
like
basically
there's
where you're
nothing
known
wrong
best.
with vanilla.
Yeah, you know what? It is like
Vanilla
kind
is just
of
vanilla, you know? It's
a
good.
game of who's going to
vanilla.
be better, and you know, both of these teams have proven that
It's
they
just
can,
so good.
you know, stand toe to toe with each other. So
Just
looking
tastes
forward
good,
to
man.
it.
Indeed, the swap over from Bran from that blaster onto a slosher as we see Basil sticking with the E-leader and Omega Falco going back to the Mint Decapitator, which has been their main weapon this season.
Yeah, one of my favorite weapons to watch Omega play. We've seen them get pick after pick. Well, they're going to go down themselves, but that was to Ice Cube and Brand who were able to do that. But that's what you just have to do if you're a player like Omega. There's always going to be one player who's going to drop to the right side, try and get some leverage, but sometimes it's just not as successful.
It's a high-risk, high-reward weapon. Omega with 10.4 splat assists per game and 8.5 times splatted per game. So you are on another one of those weapons that likes to trade.
Yeah,
as we
I
see
feel like
Basil
Milky Way's
holding
being
on to this power clamp.
way
But yet again,
more
Milana,
vigilant
we're seeing
over
Milky
Basil
Way
now.
see if they can flank around and get these picks where Moonlight's not expecting it.
They're not, and even though Moonlight had that power climb at the ready, Milky
Lemon
Way
is so great
was
for
just
summer.
able to be one
I
step
guess.
ahead of them. They were able to break that basket. But you know what? Sometimes if you just break the basket and realize, hey, we're not really in a great position to continue this push, it is okay to take a step back and regroup with your team, because what you don't want to do in Clam Blitz is you don't want to get wiped by the opponents, and you don't want to lose turf, because turf is going to be your number one resource for Clam Blitz, and this is what they're kind of looking out for. So I think it was very smartly played by them.
Q entering that Flow Aura state, and I mentioned during the winner's quarters that there are two ways a Clam Blitz game
just
typically
dying.
goes.
Oh my
The
lord,
one,
dude.
as we see Q
They're just dying.
in this Flow Aura state back on the Snipe Rider 5H,
Yeah,
and
just pushing for
this
free
time
now,
we're
dude.
seeing, Falco, that Milky Way is just getting any push that they can take and not waiting multiple minutes to get into the 20s with their clams.
Certainly, they're doing everything they can. Really not much to follow up here, but what's important is they're keeping up the momentum. Moonlight has 2 power claims at the ready. They're going to have a third that drops by their basket, but that doesn't matter as long as you can control the stage here and don't let them do anything funky. We've seen some Clam Blitz shenanigans happen a little bit earlier on today. So Milky Way's got to be on edge, making sure that doesn't happen.
Shadow waiting for the precise moment when they can pick up that power clam before it despawns, and has the tactical at the ready. So you would think with that pick and another one going onto ice that the time has to be now, as Basil has that power clam at the ready, trying to see if they can catch out Brand. The rest of Moonlight using the box, but maybe getting a little bit too optimistic there as they get spotted out. Of course, you're marked when you're holding onto that power clam, and Milana, that's going to be the end of what could have been a big push.
I think what we kind of we don't really mention that much. Nice snipe by Basil, by the way. What we don't mention that much is that if we are trying to make that jump from that box, it is a very mechanical technique that these teams have practiced time and time again. But if you miss that, it becomes a missed opportunity for a push that could happen. And that's, I think, what happened here, kind of making that push kind of fall apart at the seams. But still, Moonlight having 16 clams at the ready, in a position to be able to make a push, this could be big for them.
How do they initiate,
Ice has
man?
lived behind this spinner for so long. They have to retreat back, and
nice.
Omega
Okay.
gets the clam and puts the big bubbler
That's
down.
an
It
awkward
looks like
one.
it'll be taken
Ooh.
down by the triple ink strike as Moonlight
Can't
looking
push
for any
more
sort
than
of
that.
follow-up that they have. Shadow being beset upon. It looks like by Q had to throw the power clam away, and it looks like it works out as they get the pick on Debran. And now Falco, Moonlight playing Milky Way's game where they'll just take any push they can get.
Yeah, and that's so hard for Shadow because we could see what they were trying to do. I have the power clam. If I can jump to somebody, I want to jump to you, throw in that power clam. I'll probably get splatted, but that's okay. We will take the lead. Unfortunately, it just didn't work. No one stayed alive enough. These backline players, by the way, Basil and Q just really popping off with some really good picks. Again, entering this flow aura state now with the help of Nolan.
It's hard,
Basil
it's hard.
and Omega getting both in here.
Okay,
Down
cool.
to 50, Moonlight taking the lead, getting some picks. Probably not going to fall by
Nice
Omega,
jump out,
but
huge.
safely able to jump out, Zach. Name a better combination
That's
than
very, very
Omega
good.
and getting
Because he was going to die anyway, so jump out,
as we see a big
reset,
there that helps Moonlight claim the
in a
lead.
good
We
spot
wondered if they would
for
be
the
able to
reset
get
as well.
in,
So
jump in, and it took some risk because we saw from Basil they had essentially lived in that little
Rookie Day
corner,
needs
that hallway,
one
and
power
all
clam,
they
4
pushed up, they were a
clams
speck of health
to win
when
this.
they had the protection from the ink fact, but they just barely had a path to get through here, Milana, as we see Milky Way with about 17 clams. They lose Jared in the crab tank, and they're starting to lose resources.
Yes, they are, forcing Ice to use also that Booyah Bomb in a way that, it, like Falco mentioned, is defensive. But what they need is they're going to need some offensive specials to kind of move themselves into the area to be able to break that clams basket. But, you know, Milky Way also have dropped all of their clams with only 20 seconds left on the clock. They're going to need to build just enough clams to be even able to make this push happen. They do have a power clam at their basket in their base, but with 10 seconds, just a little over 10 seconds left, they're going to have to make this push count.
Jared taken down. Q and Ice still by the spinner, grouping up with Brand. They throw the tactic cooler down as we get set for a possible overtime here. Here's that Booyah Bomb coming out. The barrier broken, though, by Moonlight as they look to extend and stop.
Not bad. 2-1.
The
Moonlight.
overtime from coming through. We saw those 3 members of Milky Way on the right of your screen. Meanwhile, on the far left, it was Moonlight sneaking in and breaking that barrier. Falco, as Moonlight will indeed take at least 1 game here off of Milky Way.
That was a great ending for Moonlight. As soon as they got the lead, they knew exactly what they had to do. Retreat, give Milky Way a little bit of space, but not too much space, because we know what they're capable of doing. But getting that power clam in before any player from Milky Way could score the basket just completely changes how Milky Way has to play in a split second, and that's what got them the win, and it was a great victory here for Moonlight.
Moonlight proves their prowess on Clam Blitz once again, and now
Good job,
they have
Moonlight.
a decision to make,
Now
because
2
if they're
more.
going to take it to a Game 5, they'll be deciding the mode for both Game 4 and Game 5. We've got Turf War and Rainmaker next. Will we see the Turf War tax paid in Game 4, or will they try to hold out?
I don't know. I'm kind of thinking that they're gonna lean a little bit towards Rainmaker just because it's more tried and true, and we know how strong Moonlight is at Turf War, and I feel like maybe, you know, Milky Way doesn't want to take it there quite yet. So if they have a last resort, maybe that's what they're gonna leave it to, but I feel like Rainmaker is going to be the pick.
Either way, I think it's going to be a hectic and exciting finish. If we do go to a Game 5 Falco, it will be Turf War. But before we can get there, Rainmaker is next. That's the selection.
I can't believe Game 5 is on a Turf
We don't have the
War.
stage yet, but it's Milky Way's first
my
opportunity
God.
to select it.
Yeah, and that's what's really difficult for me to figure out what Milky Way
I would
is
be
going
so
to
mad
choose.
if I
have a
lose
few stages
the
in
Tough
mind.
War
I'm thinking
Game 5,
Scorched
dude.
Gorge as a way that
The
they can just
ga- the
propel
Tough
themselves.
War
I'm thinking
Game
as if
5,
I'm
can
Milky
you
Way in this
imagine?
position too. But for Moonlight, again, they didn't
I would
really
not
have a
wanna
choice.
imagine it,
Like you
dude. It
mentioned,
would
they
just
have
be
to
too
win
much for
both of
me.
these. I honestly thought they were going to go to Turf War just to have a curveball a little bit more unconventional, but either way, they have to win these next two if they want to win this match. One of your top 3 Rainmaker stages already off the board in Museum de Alfonsino, so maybe if you're looking at the popular vote, you look at something like an Undertow Spillway or a Scorch Gorge Milana as the next one to go to, and both have their benefits. Scorch also equally good for Clan Blitz as well. You may not want to go somewhere that might play to Moonlight's strengths, so I think for Milky Way, you might stray away and go for a more tried and true Undertow.
You know, I'm just gonna say that because of, you know, what we've seen so far, it's just gonna be Undertow Spillway, which is I'm not complaining about, right? It is tried and true. It is exciting. It is fun. We have the Horseshoe of Doom.
What even is the
there's
best
a lot
strat
of
for
things to look
Tough War?
forward to as far as, you know, seeing
Win at the
Rainmaker on
last
Undertow
30
Spillway.
seconds.
But I think what I would love to see is a double
Don't overextend.
maybe Splatling comp coming out from
If you get 50% of your
Milky
sides.
Way, because I think having that maneuverability,
at the
having
end,
that
it's all that
ultra
matters.
stamp from that mini Splatling coming out from Q, I think could be really interesting.
Yeah, Q is so scary on the variants of the mini Splatling, and the vanilla mini Splatling, if you will, has been her primary selection with the Ultra Stamp in tow. But also, we've seen Falco today a good bit more heavy Splatling that was quite popular during the regular season, but there was some question about it with the 11.2 patch if it would fall off at all.
Yeah, and of course with Cube doing very well with the E-Leader as well. I know that was one of the big weapons. What do we want to change to? And Q's typically only played like a Splatling during Urchin Underpass, for example. So it doesn't come up as much in Undertow Spillway, but that stage is a lot bigger. A lot of uninkable areas on the stage that you want to have a lot of speed, and many Splatlings have quite a lot of speed too, if they want to try and opt to go for it. But again, there's just a lot to consider.
Guys, I
when
can't
you're
believe
going to
I'm
this
actually
stage
zoning
and how
out.
you want to approach it, 'cause it can spiral out of control.
I'm zoning out. I'm trying to
Well,
I'm trying to stay
keeping
alive.
track of
I'm trying to
stages,
stay awake,
the
all
answer
right?
is none of
I'm trying
the
to stay
above.
awake.
We've seen it for Splat Zones. We've seen it for Turf War. Now we're going to see
I
it
don't
for
know why I'm
Rainmaker
zoning
Milana.
out.
It's Urchin Underpass,
think it's the grapes.
hallmarked, I think, by that grape
I had
that
earlier.
signifies maybe a good push from a not-so-good one.
You know, I think it's
Let me-
interesting for sure. We don't really see this too much, and I think it's because of
It's
that.
just
you know,
about
that
to
grip
ask if
that
I'm
is
falling
just
as-
vertical. It will stop your
I'm,
momentum
like, so
right in your
comfortable,
tracks.
man.
So
I'm
I think
just
what
so
we really are
comfortable.
going to be looking out for is something extremely strong, like a very
Sleep
strong
stream
push.
starting
Because
soon.
I think
Oh
if you
my
don't
God,
have
dude.
that control, it becomes very difficult to move forward.
Control over the area you could call the hill next to that alleyway is going to be more important now than ever. It's where that first checkpoint closely is going to reside, and the second
Fall
checkpoint
asleep,
is
it's
a
good
far cry.
content.
You have to get through a grate, you have to swim up around.
I was
and you
watching the
basically have to walk
Splatoon
part of the way
NA
through if
playoffs,
you need
but I
to
fell
get to the
asleep.
final checkpoint, Falco. I'm not sure we'll see a knockout here. Just the best push wins.
But they were good
79.
though. That's
For
the
Milky
thing.
Way,
yes,
they
I
can
don't know.
think of a stage. What would Moonlight not want to play? What would they not be prepared for? They could be prepared for Scorch Gorge. They could be prepared for Urchin Underpass. Or I'm sorry, the other stage. But Urchin
Okay,
Underpass
let me lock
might
in,
be the
alright?
answer that Milky Way wants.
Well, we'll see
Ugh.
if Moonlight can extend it to a game 5.
If I
or
had
if Milky
popcorn,
Way will
that would
win
probably-
this
that would
iteration
probably
of the
put me to sleep
bout
as well. But,
between
I
Moonlight
don't
and
know.
Milky Way. That, Milana, is a weapon that we have seen a little bit of this season, but it was not very common before. That's Omega going to the Luna Blaster Neo.
You know, we did talk about how beneficial an Ultra Stamp could be
Rainmaker.
for your team, but a weapon like this, incredibly uncommon. Not to say it can't be strong in the right hands, and you know, if I was to trust
Got a
anyone
hammer.
with a Luna Blaster Neo, Omega might be that person. But it is definitely an uncommon practice to put into comp Splatoon right here.
Aw,
Omega
lucky.
pulling out that Ultra Stamp, not really getting too much mileage out of it, and you know what? I
Let's
think
go.
with the ink vac also down on Milky
Unlucky.
Way, I think, you know, both teams are really just trying to feel each other out in the center of the stage and scrap out in the battlefield.
We did correctly predict Q on a mini Splatling, but not the variant of mini Splatling. It's going to be the Zinc mini as we see Omega going down to Bran. Again, you can see why so many players opt to just throw the Ultra Stamp when they build it up. Q, Falco,
It's Luna, yeah.
prioritizing that big bubbler to help Milky Way maintain that space.
Yeah, they want to take control because on paper, from the beginning where the Rainmaker is to the checkpoint is not very far at all. Those checkpoints you see are very condensed on that line at the top of the screen, so they want to make sure they control the zone and get that checkpoint if the game somehow ends with only a checkpoint tie, it's going to be the first team who gets it. So they're fighting for that territory. Moonlight's going to be able to pick it up. Omega opting to go to the side, but is going to have to retreat. But now we're finally in a game where the objective has moved, and that's going to make Q move up a little bit too. So it's a brand new game even right now.
And neither team has done it, but this is a stage where you could basically trip over your own feet and you land on the first checkpoint. It's the second checkpoint that's going to be the one that's much tougher to get to, as Basil, unabashed from being marked here, is going to move forward with the heavy splatling. You talk about the versatility of these anchor players. We have Q over on a mini splatling. You have Basil over on a heavy splatling. It's splatling city here as both teams will on a jockey for position.
You know, I think this pick was done deliberately so that both of these anchor players would have to kind of swap off of their tried and true, the E-leader, the Sniper, and I think this elevation of the stage is going to really make a big difference as to how these teams are playing. And we see, you know, Moonlight grabbing that first checkpoint, and like you said, it is not a safe push, because as you can see here, Jared, really just taking 5 seconds to be able to kind of make it back to the opponent's checkpoint right here. But with 2 down on Moonlight, you know, this is a good position for Milky Way to kind of move forward.
Yeah, it's a long walk on
They're
the
very
short pier
patient.
here as these teams are trying
They're
to
making
take it
sure that they
easy.
can get this
Milky Way
checkpoint,
now
you know?
on the back foot, they're really
Which is what I
getting
wish
this first
most of my
checkpoint.
Rainmaker
Jared just
players
making
do.
sure they have enough ink to clamber up. Of course, the team
Instead
that
of
makes
just
it to
running
that
it.
checkpoint first is going to retain the lead. Milky Way, though, easily getting up there and claiming it. Backed up is Jared by the ink vac. Can they get through the grades?
That's a good vacuum.
Will, although not
Very
landing
good vacuum.
Falco, so it will not count, and the Rainmaker stays on the opposite side of that grade.
That's so difficult, because if you're carrying the Rainmaker and you're fighting an evac, you're doing everything you can. You're not even going to shoot your Rainmaker. You just need to go, but you need to make sure you land so you get those points. So it's not going to be there quite yet, but 48 is still a good push here for Milky Way. And when they had their push to go to 48, they did it so well to slowly approach that checkpoint. Players from Moonlight were moving in one by one, but by the time they got to the checkpoint, everybody from Milky Way was pushed up in front, and that's what got them all the way to the grate.
You're going to be sick of the word grate by the time we're done with this game, because all Moonlight needs to do is get past the grate in order to claim the lead, and they're starting now.
Okay, here we
Basil
go.
gonna win the anchor battle against Q as Shadow's going to hold on to the Rainmaker. They're marked, but they're already marked anyway by holding on to the Rainmaker, and they have that full 60 seconds to try and move forward. That's a nice flick by Omega to keep the pressure onto Brand.
Oh, you see the loss
main
too.
offensive output for Milky Way here as Milana, they're looking for a way to get over to that area, but Milky Way has blocked it up with the big bubbler. The triple splashdown comes down, and Moonlight in a holding pattern.
Yeah, and I think what makes this stage in particular very difficult to push forward is the fact that basically as you move forward towards that grate, you are basically meeting your opponents as they are dropping from their spawns. So it really is something that you need a lot of control, a lot of turf, a lot of, you know, numbers advantage to be able to move forward. And, you know, I think Moonlight is looking for the perfect opportunity, but that Toxic Mist is giving them a lot of trouble, and that timer is ticking down above Shadow's head. He is going to have to make this push happen, but, you know, with his feet turfed, it's going to be very difficult.
Shadow explodes at the 55.
Yeah, I think Moonlight don't win this one, man.
Moonlight scrambles to try and jump back in and maintain the momentum. We see Ice picking up the Rainmaker. There's not really a great way you can jump off the stage to reset the Rainmaker back to mid here, so Ice will take it the long way as we get 10 seconds remaining, but Milky Way goes 3 down. This could be an opportunity for Moonlight to come back in as the jumps come through. Brian not able to cement the pick there onto Omegas. They will now sherry forward onto Basil, who's holding the Rainmaker in this overtime. They have no specials, though, to contend with as the big bubbler is up for Milky Way, who has the high ground. Basil looking for an opportunity to come in as the tactical is going to be out for Moonlight. Backing up as they look for an opportunity for this Luna Blaster Neo to use
40
this
seconds
special.
left,
Will
man.
the Ultra Stamp come out as Shadow's going to jump back in? About half the time gone by for this Rainmaker before it explodes. We'll see if they have an availability to swim through, but they've waited too long. And Milky Way's come out with the ink vac that goes down. So it's no longer a problem now. Moonlight with the backing ink vac at their disposal. They jump through. And
Okay.
Moonlight able to claim the
The
lead.
vacuum was
It's one jump through a
perfect.
grate that cements them and catapults them to a game
Jared tried to
5
stop it
against
too.
Milky Way and Falco.
Okay.
What about this has
I
been
thought Moonlight were
the
done, but apparently
history
not,
of
dudes.
these teams continues as we're guaranteed a game 5.
I'm just, well, you need some time to breathe, Zach.
Yes.
Zach was
That was a very long segment.
had the longest
The
sentence.
patience there
Ever, dude.
Like, you're thinking, oh, this is not going to end well. There's Toxic Mist. You have the Greats. You have the Ink Vac. There's no way they're going to survive all of this. But it's the patience from Moonlight as a whole team. Of course, the Rainmaker carrier, but the team in general just knows how to excel. I don't know how much time was left on the Rainmaker at that point, but you're thinking, all you have to do if you're Moonlight, get past the Great in the lane, stick your feet, stick the landing, and you will be successful. That's much easier said
This
than
game
done.
is this set is being decided on Turf War.
Not easy to do. A lot of things are difficult, including that.
Let's
so
see,
the
man.
way that
Let's
it
see.
ended, and now Moonlight still has to go into Game 5 and get the win, but they need some time to decompress and and breathe too.
Milana, I want to come back to this theming for Moonlight of moments. Their career as a team, especially in the Splatoon 3 North American League, has been defined by these little moments that put them in the upper echelons of the teams that we've seen in the West here. I think one of the moments that I saw in that overtime was Milky Way brings out, they have enough time to get the ink back online. They have high ground. You feel like it's over. And then somebody from Moonlight is able to flank around and take down that opposition. And now Moonlight has the ink back at their disposal. It really seems like they're able in these pressure situations to dig deep and find ways to win.
I think it really has a lot to do with the fact that they've been an established team for so long. You might not find this kind of play coming out from a team that maybe is a pickup. Maybe you've only been playing with these players for a couple of weeks, a couple of months, just for the league, right? But this established team, they just know how to play together, right? And I think having that experience gives them a little bit of, you know, confidence in when you're backed up against a wall. That's okay, because my teammates have got my back, and they were able to play so patiently. Because, like you mentioned, I'm pretty sure all of us were like, oh, I don't know if this is gonna like turn out well for Moonlight.
We've seen this story before.
Right.
I did say that. I did say
it turned
that.
out really well for Moonlight, and now
I was like,
they're
I
going
don't
to
think
go
they're
to Turf War
winning.
on Scorch Gorge, which is, you know, Moonlight's
Oh
bread
my
and butter
god,
is
Turf War and
Turf War,
Scorch
so
Gorge,
I
dude.
don't know. I think Milky Way is gonna have an uphill battle right here.
Alco, this was the exact conversation we had before Game 4. We were like, oh, Scorch Gorge, it plays very well to Moonlight's play style. You know, Clamblitz and Rainmaker, it's Turf War, but
Scorch
this still could be very much in
Turf War,
favor of them.
dude.
This could be scary for Milky Way.
I know, that's what's hard to tackle. You know, you're not going to conventional competitive mode a lot of these players play. You're going to Turf War for a Game 5.
Come on,
here.
Moonlight, come
so
on.
On Scorch Gorge, we don't see
Come
it that
on.
often as well. Typically, we
Score
see
some
Rainmaker, we mentioned
goals.
that too, and for how strong that Moonlight
Come on.
does, we always see Shadowwind in the back on the reflux. Just that's what they do. That's what the reflux player do. I'm gonna just spam the reflux and then throw a Booyah Bomb in a way I don't want to go to try and cover some ink there. So it's really going to be interesting. Of course, the compositions are going to change too for Turf War with all this happening, and we're only going down to 3 minutes. All of these have been 5-minute games for real. Like, they all went into overtime at least, but this one's going to be much more condensed.
3 minutes of stress, determination, and potential victory separate these two teams from winners finals or a spot in the loser side of the bracket. How will this latest iteration of Milky Way versus Moonlight play out as we get
Let's
to
see,
Game
man.
5,
Let's
Turf
see.
War on Scorch Gorge and Milana
What
taking
will
a look
happen,
at the
dude?
compositions here. We see Brand back on that slosher ice as he is wont to do on the reflux, and it is not the milk variant, which is what Moonlight has selected.
Yeah, I think that could definitely make a difference. We have the Tenta missiles coming out from Milky Way, which could definitely be helpful in displacing anchor players like Basil away from, you know, key areas on this stage. But on the flip side, on Moonlight, we have that milk with that Booyah Bomb, which could definitely make or break, especially during that last 30 seconds when we are keeping an eye out for the turfing power that, you know, having that special at the ready could definitely make or break the game.
Even Basil has to respect Turf War and go over to the Snipe Rider instead of that E-Leader. Shadow going to be the one piloting the Reflux 450 milk as we get into this one, Falco. And Omega, importantly, on this Mint-Decapitator, as much as you need ink, you need picks to go along with it to maintain stage control.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the focus is going to be. First, it's going to be getting ink, then get the picks, and you, of course, want to do them one by one as Bran and their teammates do so. And guarding the ledges is perfect for a slosher player like Bran. As
Oh my
Basil's
god, I'm
trying to
zoning
find
out.
ways
He's
to
just stop zoning out.
Talking about the sprinkler position, Basil finally notices, like, wait, where is this ink coming from? I gotta take this down. But pushing Moonlight into danger for a little bit. Of course, we're only about a minute in, so a lot of things can change, but the momentum is looking pretty good.
I think after this game, I go get a hot chocolate.
Sub for what it can do, especially on splat zones, and here
it might give me some rejuvenation, you know. I think I need to feel rejuvenated.
They'll advance forward here.
I'm trying to lock in for tough, man.
Typical, they will save their special, although with
this is the final game of the set. Yeah, this is on turf war.
Yeah, you definitely do. And you know what? I think Moonlight just really has to be careful because Milky Way having control of this middle tower area is going to be incredibly deadly for Moonlight to try to get back into the zone. And we see that danger, you know, warning popping up on the side of Moonlight. And with just over a minute left, Ice holding on to that Tenta missile, making sure that if, you know, they get into a precarious situation, they can use that in a kind of a panicking way. But, you know, with just a little under a minute left, Moonlight is going to really have to focus up on trying to move Milky Way back into their base.
So careful here,
it's
dude.
looking like they're doing a great job.
That's a good Booyah Bomb too.
Here, a Shadow's going to put this Booyah Bomb down, and it's anybody's guess as who can control mid today.
Yeah, this was actually really good for Moonlight, but Milky Way going
in
to
their
target
spawn, just painting,
with the
dude.
Tenta missiles coming out as they try and break back in. Again, Q getting a lot of ink there on the stage, throws the cooler. I don't know if anyone besides Ice is going to be able to get close and get it, as one player from Milky Way is going to go down.
Ooh, 20 seconds left.
The ink vac is still used for Nolan, and you can't paint when you have
they
the
lost
ink
Shadow,
vac.
dude.
It's just not possible.
That's actually so bad. Oh no. Rest in peace. Yeah, it's over.
This is not looking good for Moonlight, even though they're in danger.
Yeah, it's
We've
over.
seen how this has ended before.
Devastating, a wipeout against Moonlight as
they
Milky
had it too.
Way turns it
They just got picked off.
They lose 2 members in the process, but Milky Way may have done enough to earn a victory and their spot in winners finals.
Dang,
and they will.
dude.
It's a 64 to 32.
I hate turf war. I hate turf war so much, man.
Take down Moonlight to send themselves to winners.
I know both teams just be feeling like,
at this point,
we just won a tough. We lost the tough. We had an opportunity where we were winning, and then we lost it. You know.
What an epic.
You know, if there was a match that we would anticipate going to a game 5, this would be the one, right? We have,
all right, guys.
You know,
I'm quickly gonna
Milky
make a
Way
hot
just
chocolate, okay?
going at it
Don't
from
go
tournament
anywhere.
to tournament.
Squiddy's in charge again.
This
I'm gonna
season
quickly
of the
make a
North
hot
American
chocolate,
League,
and I'll be right back,
we
okay?
talk about this, like,
I need something to
you know,
rejuvenate
ending
myself,
for
alright?
these teams, but the
Otherwise, I
story's
am
not
going to
done
fall
yet.
asleep.
We see Moonlight
I need something to
constantly,
rejuvenate
going
myself,
into the
so.
loser side, but that doesn't mean that their run is over. We've seen some pretty insane runs coming out from Moonlight, so I'm looking forward to seeing how far they're going to make it continuing this playoff series.
Not only is neither of these teams runs done yet, but I want to throw it over to a man who's been tracking the histories of both of these teams for years now at this point. Mr. 9-Hole Grains has some replays. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Well, thank you, Zach, and you are absolutely correct. Another chapter added to this historic rivalry, and I'm going to take you back to the first page because, hey, there was an incredible Splat Zones game that happened like 4 or 5 games ago, so we'll take a look at it here. The scores at the top, you can note this was a big, big comeback by Milky Way. In particular, I want you to look at how the members of Milky Way are attacking these 2 portions of the stage. We'll go ahead and roll the clip now. And there is still more to be done in this clip. You can see everybody working up on this side. They've herded them over here. The ink vac pops out. Omega goes out. It is a trade, but then Jared comes in right there with the big bubbler. And you can see any other situation, Jared is down here and that ink vac is taking the zone. Instead, because of that big bubbler, you'll see it in real time as we play the clip through, blocks that shot. Nolan goes down, but there's still 20 ticks on the timer. Great job here. Milky Way is going to rotate back, a wonderful overhead view that you'll get to see at the end. And just look at how they have positioned themselves. You'll see one up on the top, one on the right, one on the left. They rotate around and they keep moving as they fire forward. This was the comeback that they needed to start this off. They needed every ounce of strength that they had, but Moonlight comes up short just again. Milky Way, another great showing. Guys, they're going to be in winners finals once again. Back over to you.
Thank you, Nine. More than anything, I'm glad you got to witness that match, as am I, as we may see these teams yet play each other once again. Let's take a look at the bracket to show you what has transpired so far. One of our two winner semifinals is in the books as Milky Way gets taken to Game 5, but holds out against our number 5 seed, Moonlight. Moonlight now awaits the winner of Duck Motif and Heelbook in the losers quarterfinals. And on the opposite side of winners semifinals, we look at the match that is coming up next. Falco, we're going to take a look at Cream Soda versus NME, our 2v3 seeds. These are two winners of regular season weeks and two teams that are vying for that crown.
Yeah, and Cream Soda won in Game 5 fashion. That was on my bracket. I had that as a 3-0, so I was getting a little nervous waiting back for that match to start. I'm sure you guys were as well.
Yes.
We all kind of saw that. But yeah, this is such a fun matchup. You know, Enemy had a really strong showing in that fourth match that we saw too, so two really strong teams going head-to-head. Cream Soda coming in at that second seed. We talked about who can take out Milky Way potentially in the finals. This is one of those teams, Zach.
Taking a look at Cream Soda, Zenith, Thunder, and Wave, and Goss. We talked, Milana, about Goss and how difficult they are to counter on the 52. Even for the last game of their previous match, went over to the 96 gal, which they'd only played a little bit throughout the season, and showed that they've still got it. That is one of the main offensive advantages that Cream Soda has to offer.
I mean, if there's one player that all of these teams have to kind of watch out for, it's Goss. And what did you guys say? He was kind of like a ghost?
Ghost in the night, that's right.
Ghost in the night, right? So you have to really be aware of where exactly Goss is, and I think that's going to be something key that Enemy is going to have to look out for, because if you lose sight of a player as strong as that, oh, that's going to be detrimental.
Well, and on the opposite side of things is Enemy, Falco, and you take a look at their composition. We mentioned already 3 members from last year's Fofofo squad that placed third. They were third seeded, and adding Zero, who we saw play some interesting weapons, namely that Octo Shot that gave them the triple ink strike. They were using it for specials, they were using it for offensive output. That's going to be something that Enemy will need to rely on.
Right, and that's some old school Zero things that we had seen before, and we saw, I was like, okay, he's bringing it out for the triple ink strikes, but we have players like that Menace who are just so fun to watch. We've seen them use Zipcaster before, we've seen them just get in the little nooks and crannies that are going to serve as distractions, and as long as they can keep that up against Cream Soda, which is not easy to do, by the way, it's not easy to catch them off guard, that might be one of their paths to success, but it's going to have to be followed up by players like 3Z and Dark to try and get the job done.
Well, in Milana, you take a look at the anchor player matchup here. You have a player like Dark and a player like Wave. Neither of these anchor players have been married to one weapon the entirety of the time. There are other anchor players that you'll always see them on the Snipe Rider, or you'll always see them on the E-Leader. They've been flexible. If they need to be on the Snipe Rider, the Heavy, whatever they need to be on, they're up for the occasion.
Yeah, and I think what I really like to see throughout this season is this flexibility that anchor players have started to develop, and something that I personally would love to see Wave play more of that E-Leader, because we've seen some pretty sick shots coming out from Wave, and I would love to see that. But you know, having Dark standing toe to toe with Wave, both of these players are amazing anchor players. I think it's just going to be just kind of explosive.
And Falco, I do think that's where these two teams are diametrically opposed, is that Cream Soda, one of the scariest parts about them is very limited weapon roster. You pretty much know exactly what you're getting, and Enemy's kind of the opposite. They're pulling out whatever is in their bag and they're making it work, so it's this battle of conflicting ideologies.
Yeah, you have the team that just really knows what they want to play versus the team who we want to flex it up and switch it up depending on who we're facing, depending on the stage and the mode that we're going to. And when you're versatile, it's really nice to try and get the win. You want to catch players off guard, you want to make yourselves unpredictable. But again, for a team like Cream Soda, even when you know it's a predictable composition that you're going to face, doesn't make it easy at all, Zach.
Well, there is 0 level of unpredictability, Milana, with our stage and mode selection here. It's Splat Zones on Urchin Underpass to start us off. This is really, again, even with the one viewing of Mahi Mahi that we've gotten, it cemented itself as the premier Splat Zone stage.
Yeah, and there's just a lot to look for on a stage like this. We've mentioned time and time again, Urchin Underpass is a huge huge stage, but for something like Splat Zones where your objective is kind of oriented in the middle of the stage, we don't tend to see too many players kind of moving out to the sides. But what is unique about this Splat Zone is that it is at a depression, which means that, you know, you have to kind of keep into consideration the area around the Splat Zone, that you have to keep your opponents away from the Splat Zone, because, you know, shooting down at someone is much easier than having to shoot up and around.
Small Splat Zone, big stage. It's the great is not nearly going to be as much of a worry on Splat Zones this time around. Doesn't also appear as though Cream Soda will, at least in this game, be relying on their substitute player Hexen, as they will primarily stick with their starting four, as we are about to get into game number 1 of our second winner semifinals.
Wow,
between
just
our
in
number
time.
2 seed Cream Soda
That's
and our
incredible.
number 3 seed Enemy. Shout out as always to Czar.
That's
on the
incredible.
Specam and
I'm here
Falco
just in
taking a
time.
look. I'm seeing Thunder on that custom blaster. Wave does
Yeah.
have the heavy
I
splatling,
got-
and Dark countering
I got
them
my
on the
hot
same
chocolate.
Yeah, heavy splatling versus heavy splatling.
And I got
of
some
course, we'll
toast.
See that kid on that Octobrush 2 coming out. And of course 3Z's sticking
That
with
is
the
incredible
52
timing.
gal. And again, we talked about grates not being an
And this
issue,
is the
but what
first
about
game.
splash
Oh
walls
my
that
God.
might be a problem, especially
What did I
if
miss?
Goss is going to be using that as well.
Oh my God,
So
this is
it's
a
gonna be
very
matter
red
of how we
comp.
want to break in, because there aren't a lot of routes that you can go. A lot of these hallways are a little bit crammed, and again, that splat zone is not that large.
Cream Soda going to take the lead first, and when you see a lot of teams going over to the heavy splatling, the tactical or weapons that they are want to bring alongside it are much more limited in range, and we see that here with the NZAP and the Dapple Duluths that just went down.
Yeah, but you know, it is incredibly necessary to have a Tacticooler, and we see that an Enemy, the only player up now, is the Tacticooler player. But we have to consider that, you know, these weapons are, while they are here to build that Tacticooler special, that, you know, because they are so short range, many of these players might treat it a little bit less like a support weapon and a little bit more like a Slayer
Not a lot of
weapon.
time
I
left.
think that is incredibly interesting.
Well, Enemy needs to treat this as their last chance to get into the zone. They're being so far backed into this hill that might open things up as Zero gets the pick on the Thunder. Looking for the second and gets it on to Goss. That's a major player down. Do they have enough time to take the zone? They stop it at 2, but nobody from Enemy's
Huge
there.
pick.
Finally, that kid will leap in.
Huge
It's a
pick on the
wipeout
zone, dude.
against them, but they are able to stay alive, Falco.
That is huge, because I thought it was going to be very difficult. Zero originally was the only player who was still on the stage, and they had to backtrack a little bit to get a player from Cream Soda. That's just going to take time off the clock, but you just need to stall it for 1 moment to get the rest of your team there. That kid able to help clean up and get the wipeout. That is setting them up for success right now, and again, they're already down to 50.
Zenith going down as well as Thunder is going to use that triple splashdown to ensure they can control the zone, but it goes right back over to Enemy, who does have a penalty to chew through, so that is going to open up once again a team fight opportunity for Cream Soda, as now Enemy is the one controlling this hill. And Milana, this seems to be the trend, is don't play next to the zone, don't play behind the zone, play in front of it so that Cream Soda can't get through.
And I think this is such a typical way that Enemy plays. We talked a lot throughout this season of how, you know, Enemy seems to be pushed back into a corner, but they always come back swinging. And I think this is a perfect prime example of it. And it, against a team as strong as Cream Soda, even though Cream Soda is back in the game, they have that high penalty right here. But really, Enemy, it plays so measured in a way that they can kind of make it back into the zone. So I expect a lot more back and forth as this game continues.
I think Cream Soda swung harder than that tether ball.
Yeah, this zone is so cheatable. You could use splashdown, you could use resider, you could use triple strike, you could use
for the right opportunity to use this recently buffed zip caster from 11.2. The Killer Whale 5.1 is also.
I feel like there's one more, but my brain ain't working right now.
It's used to just refill the ink tank of that 52, as that's a wipeout against Enemy. Cream Soda Falco in prime position.
Yeah, this is really important for Cream Soda, and again, very difficult for Enemy. Cream Soda, this is the farthest they've been pushed up, and getting that wipeout. We already see the flank from 2 of their players. It's going to be Thunder and Wave pushing up here on the right side, splatting that kid. That is huge. You don't want to, if you're that kid, you don't want to go down in that situation, but other members of Enemy able to contest the zone, get the splat to keep this alive, but keep in mind they have a lot of penalty points that they still need to get through, and they need to get.
Do you think enlarging the zone where the center ledge would help? I just think remove the 2 trees and put 2 zones there instead.
That's
what I think. Like just completely remove that tree, or to remove both trees,
that
Put the
long
zones on
expansive
that,
hallway
like, put
that's
two
kind of
zones
out of
there.
the way, as enemy once again is 3 down. They cannot find their footing. Even 3Z, who's trying desperately to contend against Gauss here, Milana, on that 52, go down as a result.
They do, and I think Enemy is really going to have to get it together to play together. They're going to have to build their specials. The Tacticooler is going to come out from Enemy, but they are going to have to get the picks to be able to get Cream Soda out of this zone area. But they're really kind of going down one by one, and this is not looking good for Enemy.
A desperation Zipcaster coming out from Dat Kid that may pay off as they take down Thunder, looking for the second, but they get distracted from their primary objective, which is inking the Splat Zone, and Cream Soda holds on to their push to 2 for a knockout there against NME. And Falco, the back and forth between these teams, I thought we were going to see a 4th time today where a team got into single digits and then got beaten as a result. Cream Soda instead holding strong.
You know, it's the Splat Zones games we've seen today are pretty crazy, and I thought that kid at the very end was going to be able to contest some of their teammates, able to break back in, and they did everything they possibly could to try and do it, but your back is up against the wall so much for Cream Soda. I go back to that wipeout that happened where Cream Soda was able to just push up against the ledge. You have 2 players flanking. It's really
I think
hard
Cream
to come
Soda's
back
the
from
favorite
that,
here,
especially when there's
right?
about a minute and a half on the clock. There's no room for error.
And kind of to harken on one of the points that Falco made, Milana, it seems like in this match, more than a lot of the others that we've seen, there have been more emphatic team fight victories. So you have more 3-down situations, you have more knockouts and wipeouts that we've seen, and that is just a testament to Cream Soda and the way that their offensive playstyle is so difficult to play against.
Yeah, but you know what? If it was one team that could play against that offensive playstyle, it would be Enemy. We talked a lot about, you know, having this unstoppable force against another unstoppable force, right? And these 2 teams would be the top of my list of aggressive teams that really kind of push forward and they do the slaying. And I think that is what Enemy is going to have to just
Guys, I think I'm being
together,
rejuvenated.
you know, it really depends. A lot of the
sandwich, very good.
Is that, you know, sometimes it's the time of day
Now I
that
got some
these
hot chocolate.
players are playing that really makes or breaks you know, how they
I'm gonna take a picture of the hot chocolate real quick.
Enemy is really playing at the top of the game. If they can get the picks on Cream Soda, it really isn't an impossible journey.
I think I have that in my notes as well, that other than Cream Soda, Enemy is this aggressive juggernaut, and they are so similar in that way, but they're so different with the weapons that they select. Enemy will have to pull from that, Falco, as we go to game 2. We will be maintaining, for now, the trifecta of modes as we go over to tower control, and the stage will be, of course, Inkblood Art Academy. I'm surprised we haven't seen it before this point.
Yeah, that's a good point. We typically see it almost every single match, but no, it's here this time around.
Yo, dude, chat, hope you're all a good weekend. Just go back from skating. Yo, Reed, you going skating tomorrow? It's go skate day.
A good weapon for the triple ink strikes.
I am. I'm gonna. I skated today, and now I'm gonna go tomorrow as well.
The pace of the game, as you know, tower control has a finite path with a finite speed that the objective can move. That might benefit Enemy with the playstyle that Cream Soda has, and we'll see if it pays off.
Well, we've seen Zero not just through different meta iterations, but through different Splatoon
Gonna try, that's for sure.
iterations, and they're gonna
No
hope
worries,
to
no
take
worries.
that knowledge alongside Enemy to tie this match up at 1. And we do indeed, Falco. Good call. See the Octo shot return. What is
Like a hot
otherwise a
chocolate.
pretty unassuming composition from Enemy. Lots to be expected here. On the opposite side, Milana, there goes Zenith on that Zinc mini splatling.
Yeah, and I think for that Zinc mini splatling, having that big
The players have been good. They've been really like a lot of good games.
Tower,
I think there's been 2 game 5s so far.
Makes it very difficult for enemies to be able to even access.
Last game was very
objective,
close.
but,
The
you know,
last game
that,
though, it was ended on the
triple
top
ink
floor,
strike
which is just
coming
like,
out
man, that
fairly
sucks.
early on
But it is what it
in
is.
this game, I think, you know, Cream Soda is going to have to kind of move forward a little bit to get a couple of picks before they are able to move this tower even farther than they have.
Falco, I think honestly that was best case scenario for Cream Soda. You bait the triple ink strike out of Zero early. You wait to use the big bubbler until you're actually on the tower, on the checkpoint, and when the triple ink strikes had subsided, and Zero got taken down as a result.
Yeah, and that's a strategy we see all the time, and it's intuitive. I'm going to throw my triple ink strikes at your bubbler because I just want it to go away as soon as possible. And if you can make sure that doesn't happen, that's really a net win for you. And speaking of net win, it could be for Enemy as they get some picks, have control of mid here. If the Reezy can get this pick on Thunder, no, it's not going to work.
You instantly think of me when I have you think of hot chocolate.
Working with Dark and still
Taste.
in control for enemy.
I got my mug right here,
about
man.
the momentum of what's going to happen next, and
It's such a
especially
needed one
with the
because
Zipcaster
before, like
online
a few minutes
production.
ago, I was just like falling asleep.
The immediate effect that a
I was falling
blaster
asleep on
can
stream,
bring
so
versus the delayed gratification of a Zipcaster. Datkid is going to delay it all the way to the grave as they were not able to get the pick they wanted. Zenith, though, helping to clean things up for Cream Soda and
What's
Milan.
she in
That will
root
help
for?
force a 3-0
Moonlight
situation and put
Content
Cream
Cat.
Soda right back on the tower.
And we talked a lot about the aggression that comes out
But I don't
of
think
Cream
Contact
Soda,
Cat's playing
right? We see
again
already
today.
members of
I don't think
Cream
Moonlight's
Soda
is playing
are,
against
you know,
CID though, but we'll see.
establishing themselves on this platform, and enemy is going to really have to focus to get them out of here even before they can focus on moving that tower towards that goal for themselves. But Zenith holding on tight, steadfast right here around this corner and allowing, you know, the teammates of Cream Soda to kind of move forward and take position as well, I think is going to be huge.
As aggressive as both of these teams want to be, survivability is also the name of the game. Not all 4 players on both sides can trade out and expect a positive result as we see Cream Soda extending their lead to 60 just a bit before enemy comes back with that resolution. And Falco, it bears repeating, this is not a huge stage, so they're going to be fighting early and often.
Yeah, they're really.
This is the last set for today?
And again, for Cream Soda, they're not.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm
force
okay.
themselves
I'm
where
okay with
they
that,
are. They're
because
gonna try and keep some control here into mid, and
it is getting
really
late.
not do
Oh.
anything fancy unless the opportunity presents itself. But when you go 3 down or 2 down, you might have to reevaluate what you want to do, and that could be Goss trying to get a flank going down and taking 3Z while they do. But for enemy, only pushing the 95, that's not much of a tower push at all, but you start it by getting 1 pick after 1 pick. But getting past this checkpoint is going to be pretty difficult.
Well, and we saw the matchup that we expected where Datkid just barely outranging Thunder on the blaster there and getting value as a result. This time, the big bubble from Zenith was saved for the triple ink strike there coming from Zero, and now it's Cream Soda 2 down. So
I have to go back and watch
looking
this
for an
SMS.
opening. Zenith not able to
There were some
cement
pretty
the
good
pick,
songs,
Milana,
pretty well
and
ones.
now enemy threatening and
The
will
Moonlight
indeed
set
take the lead.
before this
They
one,
do,
this
and,
first game
you
was so
know, we
sick.
have many members of enemy moving forward past this tower. Is the position that we're looking for as they are continuing this push past that 30-point mark. And I think we never talk about a safe push in general, but a push to 20, a push maybe even past this 3rd checkpoint here is going to be huge for enemy.
Nobody even paying attention or able to
Oh,
get
they just
to
win.
Dark.
Okay.
See a distanced hit from
1-1.
Dark, getting the wipe out there to cement things. It was Cream Soda running the show for a good portion of this game too, but enemy comes roaring back, Falco, and as a result, we have a tie match.
Yeah, where was the enemy during the first portion of that game too? Because it was such a slow game. It's just he was going to take control of the mid. It wasn't until enemy finally had that 2-player advantage of, you know what, we can take this 1 by 1, and it was a snowball, but it was like a small snowball that kind of built up. So again, a really good win for enemy, and remember that was Cream Soda's pick for the mode that they wanted to play too. So enemy with a great job getting that win. That was really impressive.
Milana, I have to imagine there is some mindfulness that's required of pulling yourself, to Falco's point, out of the repetitive mantra of, I'm just going to rush mid, I'm going to try to get picks, open things up for my team. If everybody's doing that, who's actually hopping on the tower and being the one to take advantage of those openings? So I think after all of that, enemy, it was Dark, you know, clambering atop the tower and took advantage of some of the picks that the rest of enemy was able to get.
No, and I totally think that kind of measured level-headedness really benefited enemy in the end. And like I mentioned before, enemy is not a team that when you are in the lead, when you are, you know, having them kind of fall back on their back foot, they're still in the game, right? Their head is in the game. They're able to kind of push back, and they push back with a force that is honestly really difficult to be reckoned with. So I think
it's midnight, guys,
specifically for a team like
and my alarm is now
And Falco,
making
I want to take that
sleepy
word
sounds.
Milana used, force, and say that both of these teams are pushing back equivalently on each other, because on the one hand, yes, we saw Datkid or Dat Menace taking out Thunder from a range that they could not fight against, but Goss was winning the 52 battles against 3Z, so you're winning some places, you're losing elsewhere. There has to be a resolution out of all that.
Yeah, and the tricky part too is when you have those trades back and forth, it's really only going to benefit the team who's already in the lead, because it's just taking time off the clock. And for enemy, they just knew exactly who they needed to get in those moments too. You think about who's on the tower, where is our tower, how close are we to the checkpoints, and who's positioned a little bit further up, who on the enemy team has specials online. There's a lot that goes on, and we don't have a lot of time to think about it when you're playing the game. You and I both know that like it's much easier said than done in those moments. But
what am I gonna say? I'm gonna skate my local.
That game that just clicked for enemy.
Local skate, but it's gonna be like early in the morning though.
Call of the trifecta completed
like
here
early.
as we've gone to zones, we've gone
like
to tower
8
control,
or 9.
and now for game
I'm gonna try and
3,
get there for be there for a few hours.
This is going to be
because I think at my park they're planning to do like a barbecue there.
The stage, but maybe
I'm just like
different from Moonlight, similar in that they might want to play on a Rainmaker or a Clam Blitz, but very different ideologies. You have this more aggressive enemy team fighting an aggressive team in Cream Soda. It's not the patient battle that we saw from our two teams in the first winter semifinal.
Yeah, okay. This is a little bit of a a dream sequence, right? But I think that they should pick under Toast.
Hi, dude. Who is that player that always plays Blaster that you talked about earlier?
I know it's a little bit of a selfish request. I just have been thinking about it, but I'm like, wow, if I could see a Sploosh-O-Matic in this playoff series, this just the stage at the top of the competitive Splatoon game, I think I would be like very satisfied.
This could prove if they have the broadcast on in the background while they're prepping, saying, "Oh, Sploosh, I didn't think about that."
Don't rock up to socialize just for the food, for me at least.
Right. It's a footnote.
There must be some bigger events going on for Go Skate there all around London. There could be something fun happening. I know there's like almost at every other skate park that's not mine, there's something happening. But from what I know is that my local is early in the morning. There's gonna be a lot of people down there. So
until you get anywhere remotely into that valley.
Yeah, and that's one of those pushes where even if I'm the only player alive, I'm doing everything I can to try and pop that Rainmaker. We'll see.
We'll see how it goes.
I don't know when I'm going to have this opportunity again. So
I know it's going to go
pretty
lit out there,
though. Where you're just throwing all the bodies towards it and see what happens to try and push it. And of course, along with that, with how narrow it is, we're probably going to see some Inkvacs come out too to help support those pushes. We've seen a lot of great Inkvac plays, Inkvac versus Inkvac, offense and defense. I had a lot of fun with that earlier. So I do like this pick for them, for both of these teams, to be quite honest. And the battle's really going to be, as you mentioned, after that first checkpoint.
Last time we were here, it was Milky Way, both Ice and Jared just hanging out.
Can't skate in your area. There's a lot of Karens and cops.
Taking advantage of the ramp for cover. We'll have to see if that plays through in our next game, as we have a tied match. This is a game 3 between Cream Soda and NME. Thunder going to be on that custom blaster. It'll be Goss going back as we saw them in the previous game 5 to the 96, and on the opposite side, Milana, the 52-96 composition from NME.
Yeah, I think it's going to kind of, we're going to have to see how this is going to play out, because we know that Wave is an incredible...
How long have I been skating for? 18 years?
On enemy,
18 years?
To get the picks to be able
but
to
somewhere in the middle of that, there's like a 4 or 5 year...
Wave as they're
is it 4 or 5 years?
This,
how long did I stop skating for?
Coming out from Dark, a Zipcaster also coming out from that kid. They're going to be giving a lot of support to the
it's like I stopped in 2012 or 2013. Must have been 2013.
Towards that first checkpoint yet.
Yeah, effectively a 2v1 that's going to work out in Cream Soda's favor, and we see once again
around 2013.
Diagram that happens.
Yeah, actually no, it definitely was around 2013. And I stopped, and then I came back in 2020. So I stopped for like 7 years.
This will be the first opportunity to try and do so.
Or 6 years, I don't know. I can't really remember the times. I just know I wasn't skating a lot in 2013.
I'm looking at the composition here from NME, and on paper you don't have a
I remember having one board that I skated for a little bit, but I didn't skate that much on it. But then I came back in 2020, and it was on and off, and then I really came back in 2024.
What happens after this checkpoint? I love where
or 2023, or somewhere around there, one of those.
Very wise to jump up, get some more leverage, where Zenith and Goss are now pushing forward.
Dude's shirt is dancing. I just have a really active chest. My chest, I have, I have several different nerve endings that allow my chest to do the wave and the worm.
With lots to think about and lots of time, Milana, to do it in. They're investing some specials into this valley to make sure that Cream Soda cannot pick up this Rainmaker. Nobody wants to jump it off. It's just going to reset back to mid.
Yeah, they're going to have to be
Hey,
careful.
Splatoon, what's good, man?
That they decided to make that reset reset happen, because we've seen some scrappy plays coming out from Rainmaker. If just one sneaky player really would kind of do it for them. But, you know, Zenith entering that flow or state, and it almost feels like Zenith is in their base, but it seems, but they're really kind of making waves. Smile. In enemy's base, and with Goss on that ink bag, they do make that push to 29.
They claim an additional point there, but more importantly, they continue this momentum, and a lot of that.
Y'all make anything up for a joke? But I'm telling the truth.
Like Zero, one of these aggressive style of
what do you mean?
players who want to be in your face, and Goss gonna join them. It's
I was born this way.
But it's darn close with the 96 gal. It can still hit like a truck, especially at range. And Falco at this point, Cream Soda's just trading off to see how many flow aura states they can get into.
Right, and Cream Soda, originally they had a wipeout while still having Zenith push all the way forward. That menace from enemy was like, you know what, we're done with this. Give us at least 7 seconds to regroup instead of 2 seconds. We need to have this.
Everyone needs a break,
reset,
but
of course,
18
Cream
years,
Soda's
that's
gonna
cool.
pick it up
You've been
once
skating
again.
since I
and
was
the
2.
Wavebreaker is now deployed too to help target some of these enemy
Damn,
players,
dude.
and I don't know how
So
enemies
when I
are
was
going to
when I was
be able to break
12,
back in. You
you were
start
2.
with taking
That's
2
crazy.
players down, including one of the Rainmakers, forcing your backline to retreat. They finally might be able to regroup, but that's 3 minutes off the clock stack.
It feels like Rainmaker.
The enemy has no backline. I feel like they're using the 96 as a backline.
Area that Cream Soda got
Also.
to. It feels like forever ago. As that kid
They're just
trying
trying
to
to
make sure that nobody's hiding
go
around.
out
They
super
did
aggro
spot
with it.
something and are waiting
It's not really
for the
working out,
opportune
but
time to use that Zipcaster, as well as having the ink back on line 0. Seeing some approach there from Zenith, and
I think
they
it's
will
just
take
'cause
them
the
out.
heavy
The
has a
counter
lot of
ink back is
suppression
gonna come
off
out
it.
first, as we see 2 go down.
Try to live.
Nice work there. They'll have to use the triple splashdown to fight off that kid. That does give a bit of an opening for Zero, who's having to play jump rope over that wave breaker. Now quite literally, Milana backed into a corner, and there's been enough time
wow, dude.
to build up another triple splashdown.
I mean, when you're stuck between a wall and a triple splashdown, sometimes the only way to go down is down.
Tried skating, but you're a pussy.
But you know what? They were just
Don't
waiting
call yourself
for
that,
perfect
man.
moment,
It's
but the
it's
perfect
just
moment just never came.
there's a lot of
That's
fear
what
that goes
Minnesota
into the
does
sport.
So well, they're able to kind of, you know, make these
Not
specials
the easiest,
happen
and it's, you know,
use these
it's a lot of
specials to
mental
be
game
able
that
to
you have to
prevent
get over.
the objective from getting any closer to that first checkpoint.
And you can
because
get really
as we
hurt,
see,
so.
enemy still has not broken that first checkpoint, and that's going to be huge for them to be able to kind of like
It's
move
just
forward
conquering the
past that.
fears, conquering the
Goss
mental
not one to
game,
wait. They were
mental stuff.
signaling this way, trying to get this push started here and keep the pressure on enemy, who has a sizable amount of distance to cover in the final 25 seconds, plus a potential overtime. Dak is going to bring out the Zipcaster, but will get taken down almost immediately by Wave, who gets another onto Dart, looking for the third onto Zero. They'll find it in the extension of yet another flow aura state, as Goss dancing around 3Z, not able to survive that kid, but I'm not sure there's going to be enough time. Enemy has picked up the Rainmaker, and there are multiple specials online as we get into
well,
overtime.
will they win
Falco.
this?
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here. Of course, the hard part is getting past this first checkpoint, knowing that Cream Soda is going to just build up all those specials. Zero's going to get the dunk. It's about what happens after this moment.
But what if they
Dark
win?
has the ink back out. Zero's going to pick it up once again. One player's down, trying to push forward.
Oh,
Gotta watch
the
for
blaster.
Thunder.
Oh, they called the
Thunder's gonna go
blaster.
down. So
Fine
that's
as
a
that.
really good
Oh
pick, and
my
it's
god,
just
they're gonna
1.5.
win.
It's just Wave. If they can take that wave, that's going to be huge. But also
They didn't check the heavy. He was the last one.
That is a fantastic win for
They
Cream
didn't even
Soda.
check. Like they were all alive as well.
Stuck at the most inopportune time. As you mentioned, Falco, it was just Wave trying to
You just have to kill the heavy, dude.
Rainmaker, and despite the nerfs from patch 11.2, the heavy splatling still puts out more than enough ink to combat the Rainmaker in that tight corner position. Milana, that was as close as it gets.
You know, it really could, that scale could have tipped in either team's favor in that moment. And if, you know, enemy was able to get that pick on Wave, it really could have been enemy's game there. But, you know, I think this is how close these games are going to be when we're in the playoffs, right? It really is just, sometimes it's RNG. Did my shot hit my target or not? Am I playing the 96 cal and I'm not hitting my shots because sometimes that's just how the weapon is built, and sometimes it really is down to that narrow margin.
Falco, at the end of the day, I think the team that dominated that game for probably 4 minutes and 45 seconds or so came away with it. You have to commend Enemy for the late push, but Cream Soda is looking like the better team through and through.
That's true, and that's really difficult when you're Enemy, where that 5-minute game felt like a 10-minute game, and you're just waiting, when is our opportunity? We kind of want to just move on to the next one. You don't want to admit defeat, but you just want a clean slate of where you can start. Enemy never had that, despite resetting it. And Zach, you called it out. We're resetting the Rainmaker, but what's going to happen in the next 10 seconds? The other team's just going to pick it up and bring it right back where they did. So that's what's really hard, and figuring out how you're going to counter that against a team like Cream Soda. I don't have the answer, but you know, there's a reason why they're up this far in the winner's bracket.
Regardless, the Turf War tax not to be paid yet. It will be a mirror of our other winners semifinals match, where if we go to a game 5, that will be Turf War. But for now, Milana, we go to Clan Blitz. This one always just about as hectic as Rainmaker.
Yeah, and you know, if we expect to see something, say, like...
I feel like if they're going to do this, they should always start
we can expect
with
to see
Turf
a lot
War.
of chaos, because sometimes these teams are going to have to focus on a lot of different things as they're going into Clan Blitz. They're going to have to think about their clan's economy. They're going to have to think about the picks that they get. They're going to have to think about how to continue their push after they break the opponent's clams basket. So a lot of things on your mind as we're going into a Clan Blitz match, and I think that is going to be maybe advantageous for either team, honestly.
Falco, I think Enemy has solved 1 out of 4 potential puzzles. I think Thunder has been mostly contained by Dat
Tormento,
Kid,
what's
but
good?
They were effective, but the remaining members of Cream Soda were trading outflow aura states. Wave was doing work, Zenith was doing work, Goss was just Goss, even with the 96 gal.
Right.
Those are the premier opportunities you have in Game 4 to try and extend it to a Game 5.
Yeah, and I think Cream Soda can get the job done when they do that. And you talk about containing a player like that, Menace. When you have an Octobrush versus a Blaster, that's really hard when you're the Octobrush player. The Blasters might barely outrange you.
Anyone have a
and
link
you just
to the
have to be
bracket?
very careful about
I
where you're
don't.
going to present yourself. So, again, we still don't know where we're headed to for Clan Blitz, and of course, the stage is going to be at the mercy
They're early
of
at the
Enemy, trying
semis,
to figure
though,
out
so
where they want to go. But I don't know. I see it now. I like it. I want you to say it. I think
Mahi Resort is our destination. Milana, I don't know if this is a symptom of not wanting to play it on a Turf War, but this is almost exclusively reserved for zones. We're seeing it on Clan Blitz here. What's going on?
I love it. I really do. I think the thing about Mahi Resort that we've talked about over and over again is that it is such a small stage, and you know what? As you go from one clam's basket to the other clam's basket, you could have made a power clam in that distance. So I think it's going to be incredibly chaotic and very fun for us to watch.
It's not unheard of. There have been 4 instances during the regular season where we've seen this stage and mode combination, but you have, Falco, stages like Museum de Alfonsino still available, and they're still opting for, as we pointed out earlier, this stage that's going to be very little real estate in the early portion, and then eventually when you get that score,
I can check for you.
Yeah,
Hang on.
Again, this was the choice from Enemy to figure out what they wanted to do, and I just picture these teams are doing layup after layup, scoring these clams in the basket, and I mean, I'm here for it too. So I was on the cast when this popped up one time. I got very excited that I was able to commentate it. It's actually my favorite combination of stage and mode. So this is a good one. Happy to see it here. I don't know what Cream Soda expects seeing this particular stage, but
there you go. Vapor's already got it.
Maybe some mind readers on Enemy looking to make Falco happy, but I think nothing would make them happier than to at least take this one to a Game 5 against Cream Soda. Cream Soda looking to cement their place in winners finals, and taking a look, there is a weapon on here that I hypothesized could be played by Dat Kid. Milana, it's the Paintbrush Burns with that Trizuka.
Oh, Paintbrush?
I don't think I have seen a Paintbrush yet, but that's not to say that with the Paintbrush in the right hands, it can't be such a formidable weapon. You know, I think those specials are going to be invaluable when it comes to this, but like we said, this stage is so small, the action is happening so quick already with 30 seconds gone from the clock. We have 20 clams from Cream Soda, and they are already making scores happen.
Cream Soda wasting
They have
no
so many
time,
clams to
backed
work
up
with
by that
here.
ink fact. They're going to have the follow-through on top
Two
as Wave is
down.
going to dance around and get the score to 56 here. That's going to drop the water level in the first 45 seconds, Falco. Enemy trying desperately to fight them off, but this push may still continue.
Yeah, I mean, Cream Soda's going to do everything they can to just get at least one claim in, or a power
Dude,
claim. That
yeah.
works too. You know, you can get
Oh,
those in
God.
as well. And Goss is still alive through all this is happening. Wave is able to score. Will this
4
be a
clams.
push
Zenith
knockout?
has the
Zenith
last final
holding
clams.
enough for a power claim. Will they get there in time?
No
We'll see.
time.
I think that basket might close. Zenith had the backup. I think they just enjoyed the stage mode
Free
combination
dude commentary.
so much that they
Yup,
wanted
this
to
is
keep
me.
Just wanted to delay
I'm
it a little
commentating.
bit. Nobody to jump to either. That's tough. If they had somebody under the basket, maybe a mid-air shot to end the game early. But for now, NME survives in a situation where if they lose, they go down to the loser's bracket. But Cream Soda Milana's right back at it. Zenith's back with the ink back. They have the power clam, and the big bubbler is up.
Yeah, all of the specials are coming out together in a synergistic way with that.
I think they
wipeout.
won.
Also, I think that was the quickest knockout we've seen so far.
I think they won, dude.
I'm inclined to say.
I think they got
that
it.
Was just,
Soda.
that was
Man.
just so well played by Cream Soda because we saw them, play after play, kind of utilizing all of these specials together. It was just, wow, that was so expertly played.
Cream Soda trying to make their
Dang,
case
man.
that they have a real shot to knock down Milky Way as they advance into the winners finals over NME 3-1. The NME, of course, not done yet. They will be in the loser's side of the bracket. Of course, we'll look at our bracket a little bit later, but we have some instant analysis coming from none other than the 9 whole grains. 9, let's
Instant
check it out.
analysis.
Well, thank you once again, Zach. The last game maybe not lasting as long as some of the others, so we're going to take a look instead at what ended up being a very scary moment for the members of Cream Soda. They thought they had this game on Rainmaker's score.
They just didn't check the heavy splat lane, man.
Scratched out a real opportunity to take this one back. We're paused right here. Everyone's at full strength. What I want you to look at is how quickly the members of Cream Soda right up here go down and who is left. We'll go ahead and roll the clip and you can count them up. First off, it's Goss that's going to go down. Then it's Thunder that's going to go down. Then the NZAP follows up, and we'll pause right here. Because, folks, there's only one person who can do anything about this. Look at this. It is 4 versus 1 in overtime, and not that far that has to be gone. We'll run the clip here. Wave puts down the all-powerful special, the Wave Breaker, to get 0 over onto one side. Jumps on top. The only player who could have saved that game for them got the momentum, and you saw what happened in that last game. We'll go back over to the desk because our winners finals is set.
Thank you, 9. Wave and the Wave Breaker, a match made in heaven there as we take a look at the bracket following our second winners semifinal match. And we have our winners final set up. It will be Milky Way, the #1 seed, taking on Cream Soda, our #2 seed. We've had some changes in our predicted brackets, but that at least has stayed true. That will take place tomorrow, so you will not want to miss it. We still have more action today as we take a look at
There's still more.
losers top 8 coming up soon with Content Cat and Scuba, and of course Dark Motif and Heelbook will round us out. Falco.
So they're doing 2 more matches. They're doing 2 more matches.
Again, a lot of fun. I was curious to see how that Game 4 was going to turn out with Enemy choosing Mahi Mahi Resort. Turns
I'm
out
not
it wasn't
surprised,
what
'cause,
they
like,
expected it or wanted it to be, but I still love the
They-
pick. Of
what's
course,
it
I'm
called?
not surprised we're seeing Cream Soda where they are with a good 3-1.
They did.
Well, I think after those 2 winners semifinals, we've earned a little break, and as you know, we like to have fun around here, and we did so
Okay, they're
this
doing a
time
break.
in the form of a single-player relay race. Let's take a look at how that went.
And we're back with another matchup. Now listen, last time we got the best of y'all. It was victorious for no surprises, of course. Jordan and Pico pairing up once again. We're going to give Zach and Milan a chance for a little bit
Right,
of
well,
redemption.
I'm gonna
Also
go
pick up one of the first
put my cup away.
This
I'll be
time,
right
though,
back.
We're going to change it up. It's going to be
I'll be
a
right
race
back.
through Alterno. We're going to be going through kettles and sites. Player A will go through the first kettle in the first site, then pass the controller to the next player. They'll go to site number 2 and go to the other kettle there. By the time we go through a total of 6 kettles, the team that finishes first will be the winner. They'll have the bragging rights. Now listen, I've got my broom ready to go. You got your broom?
I'm ready.
Let's put these cats in the dustpan. You guys ready?
For redemption,
of course we are.
No
Hello?
brooms today.
Not
Absolutely
with this
not.
trash talk.
Not even worried. Let's do this. 3, 2, 1, enter. All right, Jordan versus Zach. We've got our first kettle in site number 1 coming up here, and of course you can super jump there if you want to save yourself some time. So really just smashing through the buttons here will be very quick. So we're going to be using a blaster here, I believe, right?
That's correct.
I look at Zach's screen.
He's screen peeking.
No, pick the wrong weapon. I want to give him a head start here. Here we go.
The noise is so satisfying, though. Oh my goodness. Bang.
Because you're getting the directs, you know,
And
snaps to that.
Final checkpoint. Yeah.
Yeah, finally. Hear that, guys? Final checkpoint.
Relay.
Hold on a minute. Wait. What?
Final checkpoint.
Oh yeah.
We're close.
It's just a
Still going, man.
Okay, it's all right.
All right. Good start here. You're almost there.
Hustle.
You're almost there.
No! Come on! Unbelievable!
Right there. Just keep going.
No! Are you serious?
Come on!
There's only one weapon. Oh my god.
Just keep going.
I'm just trying to get you the sticks.
It's really hard to stream.
That's all we gotta do.
No, they call me Big Money, but I don't got too much.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Go. You gotta get us back in there. You gotta get us back in there. There we go.
Okay, hold on.
About time.
Milana, make sure you really take your time to read the text too. You don't want
I
to miss
got a little
word.
problem, see?
You got this.
Don't
Okay,
push
wait, sorry.
It's okay. No. Listen, we were having a conversation here. It's okay. We were talking. We were chewing up some time. We're getting back.
Squiddy took my hair. Okay, man.
Squeal. We're getting there.
Okay, skip. Perfect.
Skip cutscene. Just keep going. All right. Oh, yeah.
Use that back. No, it's all right.
Wait, that's it, right? There's no other phases?
No, you got more coming in.
Big skipper.
Oh,
come on. I'm almost there.
You got them all. Just knock it. Take care of them all.
Hold on.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, there's a ledge.
You got it. Okay, there we go. Yes,
I grab it. Oh, you.
All right. Site 3. This is the one where I gotta lock in. I cannot look bad when I'm a panicking Tri-Slosher player.
Okay.
We are speedrunning, yeah.
You got it.
Send it.
Wait.
Where am I actually going?
Do I build custom boards? No.
Maybe
so I'm gonna look.
There we go.
Now is the final one. Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
Yep. You got it. Yes. Oh my gosh. Clutch.
Yes.
Take it away. Okay. It was a bit of a struggle, but we got there.
That's right. Oh my god.
We're good.
Yes.
So trendy. Oh my.
Okay. Where's the other thing at?
Okay.
Sounds like they're struggling. You know what I mean?
No, we gotta take all of them out again? Are you kidding me?
Oh, that's big.
Why is there not a checkpoint here? Are you serious?
And no disrespect, I'm just gonna lower it a little bit. I'm just gonna lower it a little bit because there's a lot of chit chat, you know. Mission failed.
Okay, the path is back. Okay.
Here we go.
We're good. We're good. Just let's go. Hurry. Okay. Keep going. Okay, here we go.
I got you. No worries. There are 2 more matches left, guys. There's what's it called? We got a match with Content Cat, and then I don't know what the other one is actually.
It's a long relay race, man. Let's get sus. Overreacting for entertainment somehow? I don't want to say it, but you said it. It's okay though. Speedruns would be so cool. I don't know if these guys. You don't know if those guys are players though. Nah, they're all players. They're all players. What's it called? Pico and Zach. They've been around since Splatoon 1. They've been around since my time. It's like friggin' like, you know how like in I don't know, in like Jesus and stuff, where it's like before you have like BC and AD. It's like you have Splatoon 1, which is like BC. And then you have AD, which is like the Nintendo Switch era, which is Splatoon 2, and you know. Yeah, man. After, dude. I don't think. No, they weren't pros or content creators, but I think Pico used to play a bit, and Zach has been a commentator since Splatoon 1. Like he's been commentating since that time. So. Oh, they're talking again, by the way.
Content Cat versus Scuba and Duck Motif versus Heelbook to round us off. Milan, I want to start with you. Content Cat, the only team seeding wise to get up to round 1. What do you expect?
You know, sometimes these teams take a little bit of time to warm up, and I think Content Cat we've talked about as one of those teams that maybe takes a little bit to be able to gather their footing when it comes to playing in these matches, and especially in these matches that are so high stake as the playoffs themselves. So I think I'm expecting to see them kind of warming up to the fact that, hey,
we're rooting for Content Cat. We want them to go as far as possible.
Match. Let's make this one a better one.
Well, Falco, Content Cat chose the mode, and it will be Turf War to start us off.
Okay, good. Start with Turf War. Get it out of the way.
Mako Mart. Kind of an interesting stage mode combination to start us off.
Yeah, you know, that could be choosing that stage. We don't want to play it on Splat Zones or any other mode later on.
Who's we?
Just want to play it right now. And for Scuba, they've worked so hard to get into the spot, into the top end of the bracket. I was on the cast during that week 8 of the regular season where they were on the cusp. With
Not sure if I'm going to see this, but if you do, I'm a giant fan. I've been watching you for a while,
but now they're facing
and I'm saving up for a membership with you. Thanks, man.
For them to go head to head, but for Turf War,
just letting you know, I didn't see it.
You mentioned, Zach, that's pretty unexpected. Even more difficult for them missing their primary anchor player today in Kara. Mecha primarily taking over that sort of anchor role as Fornana slots in, has been in multiple different spots, has played the Slosher, has played the Tri-Slosher Nouveau, and Grape as well has been the Slosher player for this Scuba squad. So they are going to have to find something with this adjusted roster if they want to stay alive in this event against a Content Cat team, Milana, that you never know what to expect from them, especially weapon-wise.
Yeah, I think that's the most exciting thing about Content Cat, that, you know, because we don't know what to expect, that also means their opponents don't know what to expect either, so we'll see.
Well, let's take a look at our first losers top.
All right, let's go, Content Cat.
Content Cat and Scuba. Shout out as
Let's
always
go.
to Czar on this spec cam. We are going to see
Will I
Hawaiian
participate
on
in
their
these in the
primary
future?
weapon, the Incline
Be
Tri-Stringer.
training
That's
a
gonna be
commentator?
joined with a
If I lived in North
52 cal
America.
Deco, which Falco, we hadn't seen
But
a
I
ton
don't
of
live in North
before
America.
Today. It's becoming
Otherwise, I
more
probably
a
would.
mainstay, especially from Pika.
Because when
Right, and that's
because of
Splatterboy's
when
allowing to deter
this whole
some of
thing
their
was like
opponents away too, and especially for
formulated
turf
and behind
war,
the scenes,
turf
I
is
was part of
so
the crew.
important, and that ink is so important
And
too. You want to try and capitalize
unfortunately,
and
we had
maximize on
we
that.
they
And
we
Hawaii
had
doing exactly what the Stringers
our
are supposed
group
to be
had
doing,
to
because
get
I'm
rid of
gonna
all
touch
the
up every little
Europeans
part of the corner here. It's turf war. We need to make sure we do that. So,
because we weren't
again, Content
North
Cat
American.
is trying to
So,
find a way that they can break back
so
into
unfortunately,
mid, but this is just how the game
I could have been part of this, but
important to note,
unfortunately,
no reflux on the
I
side
got
of Content Cat. Really, the only
removed
team that doesn't opt to play
because
with
I don't
Scuba
live
on the
there.
opposite side of things, playing the Reflux 450 Milk, which has been the more common variant that we've seen. As Mecha does indeed go over to the Sniper Rider 5H Milana playing that anchor role.
Yeah, and I think that anchor role is going to be invaluable for them. As we mentioned time and time again, that Sniper Rider is incredibly useful for having that tactical cooler at the ready, and for a mode like Turf War where there is only 3 minutes left on the clock, it is going to be invaluable. Grape with a narrow dodging of the splat right there.
Same.
I think
It's lame, but like I understand because it's probably like a American law thing. Because like
sends them back to their own spawn
like,
instead of their opponents, as we see Hawaiian taking up the
this is like a gig, you know. This is like a gig to do.
That time as Content Cat gets fully wiped out by Scuba.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, if you're doing a gig and you're getting paid for it, like
the setup of where they want to be. So
it's not really something you can do when it's with someone that lives in somewhere else in Europe, you know.
They have a lot of real estate to work with, and they know Content
It's
Cat's
like a
gonna
part
have to
of
try
law,
and
so
drop
it's
down
probably
and make
just
some
they're not
riskier
gonna try
plays.
to
So
they're
as
not
long as
trying to take the
Scuba is
risk,
on
you know.
guard and guarding these ledges, that might lead them to success.
This is losers bracket, yeah. They're gonna do 2 losers bracket games.
State on their main weapon, that's Splatoon.
Oh wow, those rolls, dude.
Player in these playoffs that plays
Wow,
it. Gibby rolled around and was able to get the
good
second
rolls,
there in
dude.
the form of trade. That's no surprise to see them on the Dapple Dualies. Scuba now on the
Look,
back.
I'll commentate on
becomes the fourth there.
the incoming Splatoon LAN, and I don't know when they're gonna announce it. Hopefully they do it soon.
Continue this, but Content Cat's still
But
breaking
eventually.
in, and again putting
I'll get some
Scuba in
commentating
danger,
in.
so that is a really good
I like
transition
commentating.
for Content Cat, and Scuba's really trying to
Commentating's
find a
fun.
way that they want to break back in, but
Just
it's
kinda
gonna be
yap
Kiko
about
who's
stuff.
leading the Shark here, trying to make sure they could able to take down Leafy, trying to look for one more, but 2 are going to go down, and Milana, this might be where Scuba tries to break back in.
Yeah, and with just 15 seconds left on the clock, they really don't have that much
How's my hot
time,
chocolate?
but
It was really
with
good.
The Zipcaster
Very good.
online here, they're going to need to get a couple of splats. Leafy getting a nice splat and going straight into the base of Content Cat. This is going to be anybody's game. We're going to have to leave it to Judd.
The Judds deliberating. It looks like a good amount of stray purple there, and it will be enough for Scuba
Scuba
to
one,
take
okay.
game 1.
Bro, I wasn't really paying
Content Cat
attention about
Falco.
that, but
Quite
you
a
know.
back and forth first game
Yeah.
here, but Scuba
Besides
picking up in
Octofest,
a
have you
big way
commentated
against
other
the team
Splatoon
that they need
tournaments?
to knock
I
out.
have.
Right, and that's one of those games where we've seen
My
both
first
teams
time
in
I
danger, I
commentated
think,
was
2
in the
times
Great
each, which is a
British
lot
Splat
for
Off,
Turf
which
War
was in
for that 3 minutes
2016.
that we played. It's not uncommon
And
to
then I
see once in
commentated
the
a
beginning
few
half
other
for one team,
Nintendo
once in the
events
second
since
half for the
before.
other, but there was just a lot of back and forth. And, you know, we mentioned the last 30 seconds, very important, and it gets shorter and shorter. I feel like the more we see Turf War play, that time
Thinking
of
about
what's
it now.
really important, maybe the last 20 seconds. We've gotten to 10
It's
seconds
a while ago,
before
though. This is
during week 8 of the
a
cast
long while
too,
ago.
so it's
I feel like if I
really
do it
a
now,
good
I'd be way
for,
better
I think,
because
for
I feel
Scuba to
like
get
I
this out of the way too. They got Turf
I
War
know what I
done. They don't have to go
want to
back
talk
to it. They got
about.
the win. And Milana, really interesting that Content Cat goes to Turf War at all. Yes, they have the #1 turf per game player in Hawaiian, but they also have the 3rd and 4th worst turf per game players in Pika and Gimme. So there's a major trade-off there. And as mentioned, they're the only team not relying on a Reflux 450.
Yeah, and I think that's really interesting because I guess, you know, sometimes we see double X comp, like a double gal comp, or say like a double anchor comp, and I'm sure they wanted to avoid having that double you know, tri-stringer or stringer comp, and I think that maybe it could have been detrimental to them in the end because the incline, you know, tri-stringer just does not turf nearly as much as a reflux does, and I think that could have been kind of make it or break it for them.
Well, Scuba says, hey, we're not complaining. We're not only going to take that victory in Game 1, we're going to take you to the most comparable mode for Game 2, Falco, in Splat Zones, and in response, Content Cat has selected Hagglefish Market. This was such a visible and constant stage at the advent or the beginning of Splatoon 3's life cycle. We certainly don't see it as much anymore, and it's even become more of a tower control stage, but it definitely feels like tons of neutral ground is available for the taking.
Is this
When the game
Splatoon?
came out, when I thought of Splatoon,
I don't think it is.
Splatoon 3, I thought of this particular stage and mode, so it's good to go back to the roots for it too. But again, what's really going to be important here is watching the sides of the stage.
I've had a
Talking
couple
about
of
the
moments where I
flanks,
felt
there's
like I was
really
falling
only
asleep.
two
I'm not gonna.
alleyways along the side, and
But
where are
I'm
you gonna
awake now.
position yourself once you have the zone and
I'm
once
done-
you log
I'm-
out,
I'm-
because
I'm
there are
awake
some
now.
ledges, and again, it can kind of snowball out of control. But if you're playing defense, you need to take control of those
Trying to lock
canopies
in.
up top. You need to have
Every
your
single
back
time I sit up, I'm just
When
like, all right, I'm
think
locked
of
in, you know.
Content Cat, I think of their tower control game on this stage as we get into our game number 2, where they were beautifully trading out with Pika and Gimme way up at the front, watching the spawns come in, and Kronos monitoring over Hawaiian to make sure that they could do what they do best. And indeed, this is the
I wasn't
weapon
really
launch
invested into
that I
turf
saw
war
Hawaiian
because it was
on
just
at
like,
that time.
oh,
Instead
it's
of
going
being
back and
it is
forth,
the
back and forth, and then
Bulls
suddenly
tri-stringer
someone
with
wins,
that
and it's just like,
inkjet.
I
ugh.
think, you know, we've seen
So it's
time
just
and
like-
time again Hawaiian pulling out that inkjet, and I think it is going to be invaluable because with an inkjet you can displace your opponent's anchor players quite easily, and if you can get those picks, you can make opportunities for your team.
Complain
to move
about
up,
the
and as
stage
we
for
see
5 minutes.
2
All right,
down
guys, this
already
is
on the side of
Hammerhead
Scuba.
Bridge.
They
Wait, no, it's
are
not.
going to need
This,
to kind of
guys, this
focus
is.
on that zone. They
What is this
grab
match?
the zone,
What is this
and,
map?
you know, give me in a position
Skip
to be
the
able
pavilion?
to
No.
hold on to that zone in a way that maybe can get them a meaningful pick is going to be
Hagglefish
major.
Doing
Market.
what they do best. This has to be a playground for
This
them.
is
We mentioned
Hagglefish
earlier,
Market.
they're effectively a
And let me
Davos
tell you
2
about
trick.
this.
We haven't seen the Davos Louise
Um,
Nouveau come out today.
this
so it's been
this
entirely
stage
that
is
vanilla
really
variant.
bad.
As Leafy looking to press forward
As-
here, Content Cat Falco
because
able
someone
to
said
take
in the
advantage
chat
of this
that
stage
it's
in mode
really
early,
bad.
But now Scuba looking to
And
advance.
Yeah, Scuba's doing a really good job.
Now
holding onto the
Scuba's
zone
winning the
and
game.
pushing forward as well. We have Grape up
They're
there
not
trying
actually
to
winning
get
the
some
game,
picks,
but they
forcing
could be
Pika
winning.
back a little bit. Pika's going to drop down. Grape says, nope, I'm going back to
They
the
could
zone.
be winning.
I need some support. And for
Either way, we
now,
need Content
using
Cat to
that
win,
ink
by the
back,
way.
Stays alive, trying to take out the inkjet. They're going to hold on long enough to take the lead here and regroup and see where they want to go. But again, they still have decent control in front of this zone and not a lot of picks going on right now. We see a lot of 1v1 fights going on, but all this is still favoring Scuba as they hold the zone.
We hadn't even mentioned Kronos on that Tenta Sorella umbrella, and they need that canopy more than ever. It's that same idea of not only do you have the canopy, but you also have Pika on this 52 gal deco with the even larger canopy that you could consider the splatter color screen to be. And Pika has loved this weapon in these playoffs. As they
So bad that I don't even know the name, you know.
Basically trading out, and Content Cat looking like they could retake this lead soon.
Yeah,
Okay.
they are holding on steadfastly to that zone, and you know, but they do have 2 members of their team going down. Hawaiian really propping themselves up in a way to hold on to that
Jeez,
zone, even
man.
coming out of nowhere.
I don't know
and
what
grabbing that pick
I
for
can't lie.
Content
I
Cat,
don't know
and
what's
this is going
going
to be
on.
huge.
I
This
want
is
to
going
like
to
give
be
you some commentary about
And
what's
now
going
it
on,
is going to be
but quite
stopped at
literally, it's just
34, so Hawaiian getting the
dead.
high ground, but they're counted
Dead.
immediately by the ink bag.
Dead.
You could even hypothesize
and then we're
that the
like we're back here
primary
again.
reason for this
But
ink bag
oh,
is to
okay, no,
watch
Content
out
Cat
for that inkjet because
have
there is
leads,
not a
but then Scuba's
Zipcaster
got
or anything else
Scuba's
to
got
deal with any
the
type
zone
of
again.
aerial advance here. So Content Cat
I haven't really been able to
with
pick
the
up
21
pick
here,
up
Falco.
what's going
There's
on,
still
you know.
plenty of game left to play.
Right, and now Scuba's in a really good
All right,
position.
but we can lock
How they
in for
want to
this.
try and
All
make
right,
this work,
that's a good
especially
pick.
taking out Pika there.
And then they're
That's gonna
jumping
be
back.
very important.
I think
again,
it's when they
still
jump
have
back,
some
they
room to work
disorientate me,
with.
man.
Not a lot, but they have to utilize some of these flanks. And
Shapes
maybe
and
take out
colors
the
and colors and
Temporal.
shapes,
Kronos staying
and
alive
then
after all this in a 3v1
what is going
situation.
on? Like I don't even know which
Slightly
side they're
able to
on,
go
dude.
down, but again, Scuba had the zone. It was neutralized for just a little bit of time. I don't.
Oh,
I
nice
don't
shot,
blame
bro.
Scuba for
That was
really
cool.
focusing a lot of attention on them, but it's going to be really hard for Content Cat to try and re-break into the zone even though they have the lead.
That was a great pick by Mecha as well, and
Alright.
threatening to get another one onto Hawaiian. Hawaiian had to stay pretty far
Content
back
Cat's
on
now in the
engine,
lead.
which makes the
Well, they were
shots
already in
coming
the
out
lead.
much more predictable.
But it's
And
just
I
now
have
they
to give a
got
shout out
the
to
zone.
Kronos here. When I think of supportive
God.
players, they are probably the most
Okay, they got out of that.
supportive player that I've seen of these playoffs so far. Everybody else
Oh
has
my
this kind
God,
of
that's
aggressive
risky.
or offensive edge about them, as we see Content Cat shipping
Oh,
away
he
this penalty.
took the
They
risk.
did
He got a
trade
kill
out
from it,
with
though.
Morgana, so that's the ink back
And then the
off
strikes
of
go in.
Morgana,
That gets the
but
zone,
keeping the
100%.
pressure on with that triple ink
No?
strike.
Yeah, and with that triple ink strike, they unfortunately are not
Okay, it
able
doesn't.
to take the zone even through all that. They do. Leafy cleans up and does put that control back into Scuba. The tactical are
Alright,
coming
well
out,
then
and
now they
Scuba
hold
is in
here.
a great position to keep Content Cat out of the center of the stage. Mecha propping themselves over on that stack, and Hawaiian trying to use that inkjet to be able to displace
Okay.
the members of Scuba from this middle section of the stage. And again, Content Cat is able to make this push back into the center and grab that zone, stacking a penalty onto Scuba.
I was just fascinated by those shots.
40 seconds left.
One from the ink back,
We're
one
looking
from
at
the
Scuba, but
Trizuka at
Content
high
Cat's in
velocity as
control.
Levy
It's just
tries and is able to get out, and
30
hopefully
seconds left.
regroup with the tactical where that's just gone down.
And then
Just about 30 seconds left to go, and
it's
Falco
1 vs
Scuba
1.
3 down
Oh
here.
my God,
Content
1
Cat
vs
was not a
1.
big penalty to
Injet
get
versus
through.
thing.
Yeah, and Hawaii
Oh,
needs to do
beautiful shot.
everything they can to make sure no one gets into the zone. Can they take down Leafy?
If he could get one
No,
more,
they
that would have been
won't,
crazy.
but they still
The
hold
10
on to the zone.
punch shield's
So got
perfect.
rid of their penalty points, and this
Now
is
they're just
great
painful
for
zone
Content
here.
Cat. You lose a player, but that's okay.
The whole
Watch
left
for
side
these
is
triple
painted.
ink
Oh, the strikes
strikes.
are
Will it
bad.
be enough in time? No,
Unlucky.
it's not. So
Wow,
Content
dude.
Cat getting that win.
Oh
There were a
my
lot of
God.
close calls there, Zach, but they were
That
able to
was a
swing away.
mess.
I don't
That was a
know
mess
if
as a
the
viewer to
placement
watch
of
the
those
game,
triple ink strikes was
because I didn't
exactly where
understand
they wanted
a
them to be.
single
I'm
thing
sure
that was
some of it
going
out of
on.
desperation, but you could even see
It was also
on
just
the
a mess
ending
to just
screen
like
there, yes,
watch,
one of them
because there
lands
was
on the
just
zone, but the other two
ridiculousness
are
going
ahead,
on
and
too, man.
Morgana,
My eyes
maybe
hurt
it's
from
either
that.
muscle memory or they just miss, but you have to, I would think, allocate all three or as many as you can
Good
to
game,
the
though.
zone when you're about to lose.
I mean, that's what
There was
I
just
would
so much,
anticipate
like,
that
I
you
actually
would
just
do,
feel
right?
so
We've seen that kind of tactic
disorientated
come out
about
time and
what
time
was
again
going
from
on in that
different
game, because
matches
there was
that
just
we've
so
seen over
much
the course of the
happening, at
league.
the same time.
Having that triple ink strike and,
Oh,
using
yeah,
that
my
mechanical
eyes.
timing to be
My
able to
eyes are
land
just like,
all the ink
ooh.
strikes on the zone at the same time as well. So I think that maybe was
Do we
just
root
a
for Content
misplay
Cat because of the
from
name?
Scuba, and I think that just cost them the
Yes.
game.
I'm also
Content
rooting for
Cat
Pika as well.
capitalizes
That's
on their
also
stage
why.
pick of Hagglefish and has earned the
I want
right
Pika to go far.
choose the mode once again.
Because like last
Performance Splatoon's
league they didn't
Hagglefish
make it.
have
They
to go
I think they got
direction here.
they lost
I'm
like
not
both
sure
their
what you might
games.
wanna select if
And
you're
I was just like,
Content Cat,
man,
their
that
best
sucks. Because
likely
I feel like if they go far,
I
then
know,
it's
and they rank fourth
it's
in the league for that too,
you know,
so that's not a great number.
good video.
At that
Good video
point,
can
but
come out of it.
when you're in this
So I want them to go far.
it's the
Oh,
first
dude,
round
we've
of
been
the
streaming for
losers
so
bracket, you
long
kinda
that my
throw
headset
these
has now run out
numbers
of
out
battery.
the window. I don't know if they have these numbers that they've done.
I need to
but
charge my headset
Here you
now.
just need to evaluate. We have two more things to go off of. We have the first game. We have the
You know how
second
crazy that is?
game. What have we learned now
I've been live for
that we want to
so
implement
long that we've
forward?
gotten to the point where my
There's a lot
headset
that goes into
has run
figuring
out of battery.
what you
I
want
can't
to
hear
play, but
anything
you
now.
got a lot of the inking out of the way with Turf War and Splat Zones, so the pace of the game can change a little bit. But I still think it's going to be
Okay,
as
I can hear
chaotic as
again.
that game was. Alka, what I've learned is that we're
I
going
can
back to
hear,
the
I can hear,
Horseshoe
I
of
can hear.
Doom. We're taking
I
it
can
to
hear.
Undertow Spillway for the stage here for Rainmaker Milana, and this is Scuba's counter pick in terms of the stage. You have to think there might be an opportunity to exploit a potential lack of an ink vac on the side of Content Cat.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to see as we enter this next game. Are they going to bring that ink vac or are they not? We see a double gal comp coming out from Content Cat, and I think that is going to be incredibly beneficial because we see that ink vac going to be invaluable coming out from Kronos. And like you said, Kronos is strictly a support player, and what better support than having an ink vac on Rainmaker?
Both teams with double gal compositions of 52 and a 96, and then a 52 Deco and a 96.
Double
You
52.
also
Duh,
see
dude,
it's now
is this
deceased with the
Splatoon 1?
String V come out, Falco, I think, trying to use that ultra stamp to
Wake
pick off
me
the
up,
Rainmaker wherever
wake
they
me
go.
up
Yeah,
inside.
that's
I
what
can't
the heck
wake up.
right here. Speaking
Wake
of
me up
play,
inside.
we have
Save
Kronos
me.
there who thought they
God
could
dang,
make
dude.
and break away with this Rainmaker, but Mecha able to spot them.
This is
You
like
know,
so
I also
Splatoon 1
like
core,
the
dude.
custom blaster pick to have the point sensors. Again, this is a pretty large
stage, you want to make sure you catch all of your flanks off guard.
point sensors will get that job done. It's like, I like the idea of back boosting as well. So you're just kind of shooting at the wall and you're giving yourself a little bit of momentum as we see Grape landing with the triple splash down here, trying to survive. Nobody from
Is this Splatoon 3 like just Splatoon 1 Part 2 Electric Boogaloo? Mm-hmm.
They had played blasters in the past, but now that Fornon is on the composition, they have stayed a little bit away from the Slosher, of course, not deeming that weapon necessary for Rainmaker.
Yeah, but I think they really have to watch out for Hawaiian on that well string, because that well string has a lot of Rainmaker popping power. And so with that being said, they're going to have to kind of look out for Content Cat as they pick up the Rainmaker. I believe there's an Ultra Stamp somewhere on the side of Content Cat. The Ink Vac.
All right, let's go, Content Cat. Let's go.
A safe
Bang.
to that checkpoint, getting that first checkpoint, and still in a great position.
The vacuum's okay, so it's not bad.
Inevitable supportive edge. It's going to allow.
Oh, the screen. Oh, we should have waited for the screen. We should have waited for the screen.
So they get to that kind of bridge area and Scuba.
Go, 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 go. I love that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Dude. Look at that. Look at that screen.
Color screen, and at one point they're not able
Tell me the screen is bad now. It's not. It really isn't. It's just so annoying.
Cat's doing exactly what they need to do, which is we need to get as close as we can. They are going to get the pop. The question is who's going to try to pick it up. Gimmy's the closest. Are they going to get it? I don't know.
Just win the game, dude. Who cares about that guy?
They get it. I think that ending was so chaotic, though. They're like, do I go for a player? Do I pick up the Rainmaker? Okay, no,
win the game, man.
I'm going to get the Rainmaker right now. And it's hard when you're a dually player, just the mechanics of the dually, too.
Screen is bad? No.
Win for Content Cat and how they control
Don't make me say
it. I feel like if you're a Dapple Dualies player, you inherently have to fly by the seat of your pants no matter what. So their brain is already thinking a mile a minute as Content Cat is going to get a second
Let's go, Content Cat. Wow, meow, meow. Content, meow, meow.
Strong showing,
content.
the weakest we've seen from Scuba so far.
Row, row.
Truly up against the wall.
Yeah, I mean, like, that was just so excellent.
We make videos, we like cats. We are the Content Cat. Oh my god.
Mahi Mahi match that we saw, it really just was one straight path to the end, and that was great. That was great, Rainmaker.
Well, you mentioned Clamblitz. That is where we will go. So that's the selection from Content Cat for Game 4. As we've talked about on the broadcast,
in office.
When you're selecting the mode for Game 4, you're also selecting it for Game 5, which if we go to a Game 5, we've saved the most populous mode from the regular season for last. It would be Tower Control that we go to last year. Clamblitz, though, the stage
you just start meowing for Chidamon.
It's Museum de Alfonsino. As
meow,
you curveballs here, and again, controlling the spinners, figuring out what you want to do, and those follow-up plans after the initial power clamp are going to be very important. We've seen some games where it's just the power clamp, nothing to follow up. A lot of my teammates are close. I have to drop down, so it's kind of a one and done. And Content Cat, they're one of those teams who it's hard to predict what they're going to do because of just how well we saw that Rainmaker game. So just and
I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not doing that anymore.
Choosing
is he okay mentally? I have been streaming for 5.5 hours. And there were points where I was about to fall asleep, alright? I'm awake now, don't worry about it. I had some hot chocolate, and now we're good. We're up. But now, I'm rejuvenated, you know? So, here we are.
That also takes it away. Not that people typically go there for tower control, but that takes it away.
I've never, well, actually, I have had a time where I've almost fell asleep during a stream. That was during my 24-hour stream.
I am looking at a player like Mecha,
understandably, because I didn't sleep in it. I was up for 24 hours, so you know. So. Dude, how would you feel if stream was changed to be seen through for its team? I mean, sure, it's better, isn't it?
There is going to be a Snipe Rider, and it's sticking with that Bulbs Tri-Stringer from Hawaiian.
Yeah, we do see again on the side of Scuba that double gal, that double gal comp, excuse me, coming out, which I think could be really invaluable with that Ink Vac. But on the other side, we have Content Cat. We've seen this comp before, right? We have that Ink Jet coming from the Bulbs Tri-Stringer, which can be invaluable to be able to get picks, to be able to kind of move forward. And additionally, we have that Sorella Tentarella, which I think could be helpful in moving the Rainmaker, the Clam Clams.
Go on.
It's out forward.
Go on, cats. Go on.
And that was, I
Come
thought,
on.
facilitated by the landing
Come on, boys.
as they came
Come
out of
on.
that inkjet.
Get the tent in.
Moving forward
Bang.
instead,
You
and
missed.
has the Clams to back it up. 14 in total. Chrono's not
That's
able
gonna
to
suck,
all
dude.
3 shots there.
The shot just went right over the guy's head, like.
Yeah, I don't know how Mecha avoided that Trizuka shot. It seemed to just graze their cap there a little bit. So able to stay alive. That's going to be good to get Scuba back into mid here. And that's really what's going to be changing this, because Content Cat's forced to back up. They still have the power.
Dang, that would have been crazy if we got that.
Trying to push forward, but we'll see how far they can go. Hawaiian's going to be forced to retreat and use this inkjet from a very high area, but they keep going down, so this is more of a slow burn for Scuba. They don't have a power
Awkward
play
inkjet.
quite yet. They have
They're all
13
moving kind of
in their
weirdly,
possession
but
right
you
now,
know,
so
it
it's
is
going to be a matter
what it
of
is.
when they want to strike.
Well, Grape trying to set the table here with that big bubbler, using it quite early, and now facing the resistance of that canopy from the tent umbrella as Scuba still holding on to a similar amount of clams, Milana, but now Content Cat has equivalently equaled them out.
Yeah, they do, but two down on Contact Cat
Good
is going
shots.
to give an opportunity for Scuba to move forward.
Wait,
Mecca
not good
entering
shots.
that
Wait,
flow
I want
or
Contact Cat
state.
to win.
3
Just
down
kidding.
on Contact Cat. The
It's good shots
impact
still.
coming
It's good shots
out,
still.
They do break that Clams barrier. The
All right.
Tactical are also coming out, which is going to be able to support them to be able to kind of come back into the action in case they divert too many resources into this push. A push to 50 already, and
Nice shot.
with this push is still continuing. Leafy in a great position to be able to kind of utilize this to move forward, but at this point I think they're going to have to cut their losses, but a push to 50
Oh my
is
god, we're
really
moving,
impressive.
dude.
We talked about setting the table with that big bubbler. That was just
Scuba's got a lot of control here.
Was coming right
And they
back
got bulls as
multiple
well.
more
Oh
specials,
yeah, they got a
including
lot,
that
actually. They
tactical
got
for
16
Scuba.
clams.
That's going to lead them to a 50-point lead here at the halfway mark of this game, and now the onus shifts over Falco to Content Cat. Their amount of clams has dropped dramatically, and in fact, Scuba looks primed to make a second push.
Yeah, Scuba's not done with their push, but they might go down to some Zukas there. Okay, 3 are down, and it's going to be Grape who picks up the the power claim, tries to keep it alive, able to do so and get a pick, so at least keeping that alive. And continuing what they're doing, entering that flow or state, well-deserved, trying to push forward. Another one against Chronos, so yeah, Grape is definitely on a roll here. And when we thought that push from Scuba was over, went back to mid, and now they're back. And the offense, is that 5 in a row, Zach? Can they get 6 right now? Look how far
They
pushed up.
are
It's
going
back
to
in
score a
basket
lot,
without
dude.
the power claim.
Blaster.
Finally, it's coming in. That
Super
is the
aggressive
great show
still.
right there.
That's going to be Mecha breaking open the barrier, and all up to today, Grape had only played the Vanilla
Almost dead.
Blaster 6 times. They look like they've been on it the entire season, as it's just going to be the power clam going in. They're going to shave effectively 10 points off of their penalty. Milana, the only solace Content Cat can take here is that they have a good amount of clams and have forced 2 down against Scuba.
They do, with 16 clams in their economy. They are in a great position to make a push happen. Chronos sending out that tent umbrella shield, the inkjet coming out, hoping to get a pick. They do break the barrier, and they are throwing those singular clams in, and a push to 65, not quite enough.
Go on.
Need, but Chronos
Get the clams in.
with the
3 clams. I know math.
shield coming out.
Oh, just get a shield in.
Now at 56, this is going to be
No,
huge if
dude.
they can make it, but it looks like most of the members of
Okay, it's still
Content Cat are
possible.
down, and
They
they're
got
going to
power
have to
clam
make
and
another push
spawn, so.
happen if they are going to take the lead.
And Falco, they had them making
they're
some
gonna
strong
hard
attack.
watch them
They
left,
had
dude.
the
It's not
specials, they had the
possible.
canopy protecting them. They even had reinforcements coming from the box, but it's just not enough, and as a result, they're going to need a power clam
Risky.
and then some if they want to take this lead.
It's
That
a
is really
trade.
tricky. They do have the
It's
clam
trade.
under their
It's hard,
basket.
man. It's
Their
hard.
basket was open previously, so they will
Oh,
at least
okay,
have an
actually.
opportunity, assuming they don't give it up too soon. But Scuba
that's
looks
not
like they're ready to strike once again.
If they
We see the push
score
with the help of the
at this
killer whale.
point,
Grape coming in once
then
again, using
they
that big
need to
bubbler
go
as well.
crazy.
Fornana's going to get in there.
That's a
So
lot of clams,
Scuba
actually. That's a
hoping
lot
that
of
they
clams.
can close it out right here. Again, they still
0
have another
clams on
power
these
claim that
sides.
might get jumped in. Probably
Pick up
not
power
at this
clam.
point. But 10 seconds left. It is very difficult for
Nah,
Content Cat.
dude.
They have no
We
room
can't
here
lose the
moving forward.
Dapples, man.
Hawaiian sitting on this
We can't
power
lose
clam.
them.
The other one will drop from the basket as we enter an
Good start.
overtime here, and Content Cat getting an opening pick onto that blaster. That could be
It's
important
rough.
for them moving forward as Hawaiian's
No,
going to take
don't
high ground
inkjet.
and use this
Oh.
inkjet, looking for a pick as Mecha's going to go running for the hills.
Oh,
Gets
wait. Oh,
indirectly
actually, it's
and will
possible. It's
land on
possible.
the
It's possible.
head of
It's possible. It's
Grape
possible.
as they're able to take them
Oh
down.
my
And
god.
here comes what
Oh
could
my
be the
god.
final push.
Oh
There's
my
the
god.
jump. Peek against
2 clams.
They need 2 clams.
Let's go. Let's go,
There will
Cat
be
Steve.
no more Game 5, and there will be no more playoffs.
Oh my God.
Content Cat will secure it in overtime of Game 4.
They broke
to
the
move
curse.
on to our losers quarterfinals.
They're out of the top.
And Milana won
They broke
a
the curse. That's
last-second
good.
push. We've talked about plenty of other teams feeling comfortable playing.
I'm
from
proud of
behind,
them, dude.
not
I'm proud of them.
necessarily
Good
Content
stuff.
Cat, but they made it work
From last
nonetheless.
league, they got top. Like they basically placed
I
8th.
think having that
Now
comeback just
they've moved
at
up.
the last second
They moved
of
up. That's
the game
sick.
just makes it so exciting, and it's just the kind of level.
The job
of
is
play
not
that we're
over
gonna
though. The
continue
job is
to
not
see
over
in
for
the
the content
playoffs, and
cats.
it's
Meow 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 meow.
That's what I'm saying.
Reaction on the back of that one.
Yeah, we see the power clam or the basket open with the power clam, and you think, okay, what's going to come next? Oh, the other power clam's coming. Okay, that's great. Do we have more support? Yes, because typically those are the shots that Scuba's prepared for. They're immediately playing defense and just thinking, oh, we're doing everything we can to just block this basket. But Content Cat did such a fantastic job.
Yeah, good job,
that
man.
They were
They
able
really
to
did.
finesse their way in, and it wasn't a pretty push by any means. They don't need it to be pretty to get the win. More importantly, that's the win that propelled them to win the match and move up in the losers bracket.
Well, that was a hectic match, and who better to diagnose the hecticness of that entire match than Mr. 9-Hole Grange
Let's go,
himself.
9.
What do you got for us?
Let's go.
Well, Zach, I wish I
That's
could
my
say
good-
I
my
could
dude
make any
9.
sense at the end of that
There he
last
is.
game, but we're actually going to look to a previous game and just show you the monstrosity.
What is he
that
showing us
Content Cat
today?
Can be in Rainmaker when they make it happen. So for this clip, we're going to be looking at this splatter
The
color screen
box.
that's right
That's
there.
a
That's
box.
The big focus that we're going to take a look
It's
at.
a whole
here.
rectangle.
As we roll the
Just,
clip,
you know.
You'll see how just this small window gives an opportunity for Content Cat to push this forward. Hawaiian is the player that will run this and almost get the knockout, but Hawaiian's job was not done at this point. That player was tacticalered up. You'll see they all come and landed at this point. We're going to pause it right here because I want you to look at where Hawaiian is set up. For those of you maybe aren't familiar, this is the other side of this
I
horseshoe
see.
field, as Zach would put
He's
it. But
there.
the shots of that well-string V change entirely what this Rainmaker shield is going to look like. Right now you can see all the members of Scuba firing at it, but watch how quickly this goes the way of Content Cat. Roll that clip, that pops
Yeah,
up,
roll
and
it.
starts to move
Roll the
forward
clip, man.
faster and faster. Gibby's gonna dance around a little bit here at the end, get one more player, shoo the other one
He
away.
just looks
to
at
get
him
the
and then
knockout. This was an
just like, I don't need to
knockout,
fight you.
Zach, to point it to you, and I have no doubt that this made them feel good enough to make that crazy comeback.
You're obtaining so much knowledge. Yo, keep it in, guys. Keep it in.
Our loser quarterfinals.
Well, thank you, 9, and I'm glad you mentioned Horseshoe of Doom. I was worried that it was going to be kind of a stop.
I think there's one more game, no?
Happen moment,
Unless
but
I'm crazy.
glad that it's catching on a little bit among the broadcast here. As we'll take a look at our bracket coming up following our first losers top 8 match. That's going to be Content Cat moving on, and they
So
will
I think they're
going
gonna
to
do this one as well.
in the 3-seed versus 4-seed matchup tomorrow. Moonlight in our other losers quarterfinals match, still awaiting the winner of our last match of the day.
The last
which
match
will
of the
be
day, guys.
Heelbook
Dark Motif
versus
and
Duck
Heelbook.
Motif. And
So we'll see,
Milana,
man. We'll
this
see.
one should be very exciting, especially Duck Motif. This could be the start of a long losers bracket run based on their performance on the winner's side.
Yeah, I mean, none of us were expecting that they would have taken 2 games off of Cream Soda, and I know that Cream Soda was a fan favorite to win this whole playoff series for some of us on the casting desk. So I think having Doug Motif, having these wins under their belt, I think can build that confidence that they need to be able to kind of move forward past this losers bracket. And we've seen some pretty insane losers brackets runs from some of these teams.
Am I excited to stream another 5 hours tomorrow?
Make it happen.
I'm chilling, dude. I'm just watching Splatoon. Today I am the viewer. That's the content that you got from me. Today I am the viewer. So you guys can see what you guys look like.
Has an interesting composition of their own. Namely, you've got JJ on that Sorella Brella, and Len and Adapt trying to be that offensive edge that they'll need against a team like Duck Motif.
Right, and we've already seen today some great movement from JJ, getting those great inkjet splats just over and over and over again, knowing when to pop it and when to get the splats, and they know how to move their team forward. Len, Prosper, and Adapt are able to guard those ledges and slay and get those picks that they need to get. And this is a very even matchup, I believe, for Heelbook and Duck Motif. Duck Motif, they've been around for a while. Heelbook,
a team of players that we've all known for a while. They've played together, but this is really their first showing, and they haven't really shown what they've been doing until the later portions of our qualifiers. So it's really important that they excel today. They don't want to go home.
I don't know that we'll get to see Content Cat versus Healbook, but I would love to just to see some aerial warfare. The ink jets on both sides flying around, seeing if they could direct one another mid-air. That is a dream for me. But we have to stay in reality for now, Milana. And Healbook, you know, they are the higher seed compared to Duck Motif, but one of the questions that we had about Duck Motif is which version of them are we going to get today? Again, based on that winner's side match, it's looking like we're getting one of the strongest variants of them.
Yeah, and I think that is definitely something that we all have to be looking out for. We talk about some of the inconsistencies of these teams, and I think sometimes Healbook can also play in that inconsistent way, and I know that they didn't really maybe perform as well as they wanted to on the winner's side of this bracket, but that's not to say we should count them out, because there is a version of Healbook that have made comebacks that were completely not expected at all. So, you know, I think both of these teams fighting against each other, I think is going to be really interesting.
Well, it was not the week 7 of the regular season version of Healbook, Falco, as we saw Duck Motif defeat them in losers quarters 3-1. So for Healbook, you're having to put the past sort of behind you in that regard and focus on what has been strong for you today. You look at a player like Prosper that's been invaluable for them on the Snipe Rider, Adapt helping to maintain that tactical with the Tri-Slasher Nouveau when needed, and then Len, one of the 3 premier, I would think, blaster players. So you have a couple of players in Caden and Len that from an offensive perspective as a lower seeded team, they're going to have to keep proving themselves.
Right, and I think at this point you throw seed out the window. All it determines is who's choosing which mode first, and these players know it too. They don't care what seed they are, they just want to be in this position. And for Healbook, they are 3rd in deaths per game, and that's good. That means, you know, they have the lowest of the 3. I just want to be clear about that. And they do a good job on keeping some of their players alive, especially Prosper,
good team, man.
Their anchor player.
It's 9 months, man.
Prosper alive, they're going to do very well, because it's really Adapt who's going to be the player who has to guide the march to push forward, and JJ and
hey
are
up,
going to help support
dude.
that too.
Just came in to say hi. In a bit.
It's going to be really important, of course.
In a bit, man.
Figuring out what stage or what mode they want to start with too. We'll figure out what that's going to be.
Well, we had tower control reserved previously for a later game, and now it's going to be the first thing, Milana, that we see as we await the stage pick. It will be Healbook having selected tower control.
I can't believe it's 1 a.m. and I'm still streaming, guys.
Stage, which it looks like maybe
this is the final game of the playoffs for today, though, and then we got more tomorrow.
I called it this sort of lower or dirty underbelly, that second
so
checkpoint
we'll see.
where you're next to that overhead.
Final game of the
you're gonna have to be very careful
thing.
when you push the tower on the stage.
Listen, I wouldn't want to be caught in the back alley of Robo Ramen, so you definitely have to have a lot of support from your teammates, especially as you're breaking these checkpoints, and that second checkpoint is going to be a key one because of how long it takes and where it is exactly. So I think both of these teams are going to have to look out for it. I think it's just such an off-kilter pick that maybe neither team kind of expected it. Even if they did pick the stage, I think it's going to be interesting to see how both of these teams tackle it.
Falco, we've talked about Prosper already on that anchor role. For Duck Motif, it's Kai, who's 2nd overall from our playoff teams in splat assists per game. They're 4th in terms of fewest times splatted per game at only 4.1, and 3rd in turf per game. So this is a real gem for Duck Motif, who you have to worry if maybe after that close match against
I do have a fan in the background, yeah.
Or the heat,
it's
kind of cooled
it's
off
not that
bit.
it's hot in England specifically, it's just hot in my room because my light and my PC kind of because of the streams and encoding I'm doing.
Again, they knew that they were going to be playing Healbook for quite some time now, so at least in the
so it makes my room like really hot. So I need something so I don't die.
Because I know these players know each other. They know how to find more information about these players and where to look for replay codes of how they played games prior and whatnot. So that's going to be really important to try and translate that into how this game is going to work, Zach. Maybe not as much content as Content Cat, but it's pretty darn close as we get into our final match of the day, our second losers top 8 bout between Heelbook and Duck Motif. Shout out as always to Czar on the Spec Cam operation. And Milana, you know I love my Tri-Slosher, but this is not one we get to see often. It's Adapt on the Tri-Slosher Ashen.
I think it's so interesting that all of these players have started pulling out these splatter color screen weapons, and I think the splatter color screen isn't necessarily a special that is designated to be able to kind of like get the splats. You do
TC is a free heal. Yeah, it's amazing in the winter,
because of how
but
big this wall
in summer it's really bad.
It's so much visual clutter when it comes to being on the stage at all, and I think that is going to be beneficial for sure.
So Adapt was able to get the screen out before going down. I also want to highlight, Falco, the Twinkle Splat Dualies, which makes a return. They're really prioritizing both the Big Bubbler as a special and the Splat Dualies as a main class of weapon.
Right, we talked about how important the Big Bubbler is on tower control. Maybe not even using it on the tower, but in front of the tower of where the checkpoint can be, because it's going to detonate faster if it's on the tower. So the positioning
got $50 for your birthday. You're getting Splatoon.
How they want
man.
to control this. And speaking of control, it's Duck Motif leading the charge. Kai is going to get that cooler out, but here is where it's really tricky to push the tower forward, because you have to drop down in this ditch to see where you want to position yourself next. And if you're JJ, you're the one who's trying to figure out where you want to go, but everyone is on you and you're staying alive. JJ did a very good job there. They're in the bottom corner of trying to figure out where they wanted to go, but still this push is going all in favor.
Okay, I think Duck Motif has won this game.
They made the quote-unquote seedy underbelly look
I don't think there's any coming back from this one.
Motif is going to reach the third and final checkpoint here. They had forced a 3-down situation against Heelbook and have the tactical both as a resource and
I'm speaking too soon. Oh my god, they got the flank and they are able to stop the tower.
It's mostly been for splat zones, but may we see
spoke way too soon.
a full turn on its head? They would effectively need a knockout in order to steal this game 1.
What is difficult about tower control is that we can't really speed up the tower too much, right? We have to wait for that tower to make it back into the center of the stage before we can even make a push happen. And by that time, Duck Motif is already back and in the action. And I think what Heelbook did was great. They were able to kind of push forward past the tower. They were able to get the turf control that they needed. And they're just going to have to make sure that they maintain this control. Nice trade right here. And, you know, Duck
Maybe
Motif
I should talk more. It'll change the course of the game. Alright, they're gonna draw.
No Brella from JJ here in game 1, so that's taking them away from their primary source of force, if you will, as Heelbook looking to keep the pressure on, Adapt. No problem living on these walls. It's when, Falco, you're in the middle of the air and facing fire from potentially multiple members of Duck Motif, do you run into that problem?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky to figure out how you're going to do that. Len able to get a few picks when you're in that position too, and for the moment of where this game is right now, you have a major uphill battle for Heelbook because you just haven't had much solid control at all, and you're allowing players from Duck Motif to just kind of hide and get in a very comfortable position. I'm looking at Caden right now, who's just waiting for moments to strike up. They know they have a lot of area and space to give up against Heelbook, and Heelbook is really going to have to be the team who has to stretch out a little bit and overextend, if you will, to try to draw. And right now they're doing better than they had before. We'll see if this momentum can keep up, especially with the push of the Big Bubbler still able to get some picks on Duck Motif. JJ, no problem.
Those are the last two. Okay, wait. Heelbook could win this game now.
JJ already have HP, but jumps back and gets the pick onto Red Shell, retaining their life. Very important here, Milana, as Heelbook past the halfway mark, facing a little bit of resistance from Caden on the high ground, and you're getting to that part of the stage where there is a very
I'm surprised that they're able to even stop these pushes, man.
That is the most difficult
Maybe it's just different in comp.
Where your opponents are kind of looking down at you on the tower, and it's going to be a really uphill battle.
Because this becomes like this part, kind of at least in solo, it's so snowbally. Where it's just like, well, not really snowbally, but it's just like,
a little under a minute left.
It's so, it feels so easy to hold.
high in the flow Aura state, and Red Shell, no pressure felt to use that Zipcaster early. The onus, of course, on Healbook. They've gotten it to 33, which is not bad, but they have lots more to trek through. However, they will only have one checkpoint to contend with as Len is going off. Falco, this is exactly what you need from your Slayer.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need, and you have 30 seconds to get the job done now. And again, they have another checkpoint they still have to get through, and they've been getting closer and closer as time goes along to try and push this tower. And Duck Motif knows that they're able to give Healbook some space, but they don't want to get too comfortable. So it's about what's going to happen here in the last 10 seconds. But any player on Healbook who goes down is going to be very detrimental to their team. The splatter color screen is now going to come out, so we'll see in these last few moments of overtime, Zach, how Duck Motif is going to push forward.
Duck Motif held on to 3 specials for this exact moment as Len tries to find a pick. They're going to try and jump back to the tower as they see Caden flanking around, and they will indeed get caught out. Duck Motif with the great push up to 7, and Healbook not able to respond as Duck Motif picking up from their strong play in their first match of the day. Milana, they'll take game 1. As an aside, one of the most fitting ink color matchups that we've seen. Healbook with the pink that matches their logo. Duck Motif with the green that matches, I don't know, a mallard? You know?
Like a duck?
Yeah. Right there. More
Not bad.
importantly, though, lots of benefits that we could see from that game 1 for Duck Motif in particular.
Yeah, no, this is the Duck Motif that we were seeing earlier with Cream Soda, that they were just playing very dominantly against their opponents, and I think this is the kind of Duck Motif that will carry them far through this loser's side of the bracket. And I think what Healbook is going to need to do is they're going to need to find a solution to this, because this Duck Motif is the one that is going to be very challenging to combat against.
Well, Falco, I'm not sure what that solution looks like. You don't get to pick the mode. You do get to choose the stage, of course. The mode has
push at the start was really good, yeah.
And kind of a strange
Gonna get you a seat now? Hey, Northface, have a good one, dude.
To Turf War.
It's like 2 a.m. Yeah, nah, I got you, man.
They did not get to pick the mode
Enjoy the sleep.
for game number 1, but this is them trying to carry on the momentum and using that 3 minutes to bring themselves to glory.
Right, and I don't blame them for this pick at all. You had a pretty solid game on game 1. You were very respective of giving Healbook space. Again, that second half, Duck Motif did everything right. They knew not to overextend. They knew to back up a little bit. And for Healbook to try and come back in, figuring out what stage you want to go on for Turf War is going to be very important. You don't want to go down in an 0-2 situation.
And Milana, for JJ, this is another tough role for the mode for game number 2, because this is not the best opportunity maybe for them to go on the Sorella. They've been on both the Reflux 450 Milk and just the Reflux 450 variant, and that may be what they have to do if they want to maintain the same inking output that we know Duck Motif is going to have.
I mean, maybe that was Duck Motif's idea, right? That, you know, JJ is just such an incredible player on Healbook. We're going to need to do something to deal with it even before we get into the game. And having, you know, JJ being forced off of that Brella that we know them so well for, I think that can be definitely a strategy that Duck Motif wanted to kind of instantiate in order to be able to kind of be like, oh, this is going to be an easier win. Not an easy win, but an easier win.
Lots of weight maybe going to be on the shoulders of players like Prosper and JJ. As you look at a player like Len, and they have the worst turf per game of anybody among our playoff teams here. 974 Falco. I mentioned earlier, just one of 2 players under 1,000 on average.
As a Blaster player myself, that typically is what happens. You're not known for getting the turf. You're known for getting the splats here. And so I don't blame them. And again, those numbers don't transfer over to how successful Len is at this game. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they perform. And we do have the stage pick, Zach. It's going to be Shipshape Cargo Co. How often do we see that on Turf War?
Not very. I mean, you could just said how often do we see it, period. And the answer is not very often. It is a strange stage that has this split, this opening in the middle that is flanked
as someone in
by
broadcasting,
these ramps
but
on the left and
not
right-hand
for
side.
Splatoon,
So
I'm dying to know what are on the papers and how much they're actually marking. It's probably teams, weapons that the players play on each and almost each and every map. It's basically just notes of like all the playoffs, previous playoffs, notes about each and every team that they're about to watch. So they have things to talk about. That's most likely what it is.
I was like, wow, this is like such a 180 kind of momentum shift from Red Red Shell coming from a brush player to the L3D. I thought it was just such an interesting pick, but maybe that Ultra Stamp could benefit, you know, Duck Motif as they kind of move forward. They toss that Ultra Stamp barely missing Prosper by the hairs on their neck or whatever the saying is. But yeah, no, I think having that kind of a special is going to be beneficial to be able to move forward.
Probably the bracket as well too.
And Falco, as Heelbook looks for a way to get back into this one. How about the S-Blast 91, a weapon that was very strong in a previous meta, but has taken a back seat mostly to the Blaster and Custom Blaster respectively.
Right, and I like that transition, especially for Turf War, going from Blaster to S-Blast, because you are a little bit more mobile, and you have that Booyah Bomb to try and cover some areas where you wouldn't necessarily be able to go to. So Len's going to try and capitalize on that. They're going to go down as Duck Motif is pushing forward. Red Shell with the Ultra Stamp ready as well, so Heelbook not in danger yet. They might be pretty soon based on how far some of these members are pushed up on Duck Motif. But a few of their players are going down as well, so Heelbook might try to respond and push forward.
You've heard of a dunk of the Rainmaker. How about a dunk right on the face with an Ultra Stamp? That one was emphatic as Len is going to dodge just out of the way of the Booyah Bomb coming in from Duck Motif. And Heelbook Milana, it does seem has rallied. There's lots of this stage that they don't seem to have explored yet, but at least they're creeping back into mid.
Yeah, and I think having a little bit of, you know, opportunity right here, and Red Shell getting a nice pick here, having opportunity being in the middle of the stage is going to be really important for Heelbook to even be in a position to think about moving into their opponent's side. But I'm looking at this stage and it's looking awfully purple, and I think that Heelbook is going to really need to work together to use those specials and not go down in the last 40 seconds of this game.
Kaden on these custom dually squelchers helping to facilitate that, not just with picks, but by putting the beacon down, allowing Duck Motif to get back into the action quicker. Meanwhile, it's Len trying to find a pick here, Falco, in the final roughly 35 seconds or so. Heelbook, they're staying alive for the moment. Still lots of ground to make up, though.
Yeah, and a lot of Duck Motif players were really bunched up, and that's typically a Blaster's dream in that situation, to try and get some spots.
I think
but
Duck
they're able
Motif
to
win this
split
again.
up just a little bit, and two members like Heelbook are now
So much control,
down.
dude.
Adapt is trying to fight. They're able to help take down one, but Kai and Red Shell are there. They're going to go down to a Booyah Bomb now. And again, Duck Motif might be in the driver's seat in this situation. Neither team has really flickered danger quite yet. We finally see it in the last 5 seconds here. And Zach, Duck Motif is looking very strong.
Oh, and the Ultra Stamp
Ultra Stamp, man.
things at the end. The throw gets them the splat and puts them in the flow aura state. And the danger sign may have spoiled the result here, but the map shows it, or the stage just as equally, as we see Duck Motif getting their second game win of the match here. Well done from them. Falco, a pretty emphatic performance from them. And I want to take a look too at what Heelbook can now learn and take into a potential last game of these playoffs, because they've not had an answer to Duck Motif this whole time.
No, and you think of a mode like Tower Control, which I feel like Heelbook
Did I play with JJ
of course, that can't happen. They already lost it.
Once,
the last thing I want to go to would have been Turf War, and of course they had to play it. So now they're in an 0-2 situation.
Know.
They have to play Rainmaker, Claimblitz, and Splat
I don't think
Zones
I've ever. I don't even know them,
sweep,
but that person
none
personally.
of those stage picks, except for the first one, will be in their control. So. Again, you're in a
Seen that name before,
situation
but I've
right
never
now,
played with them.
You have to figure out how you want to push forward, but again, you're at the mercy of what the next game mode pick is going to be.
How good is the flow on it? It's pretty good.
To see,
gives you a lot of buffs.
Splat Zones and Rainmaker left for so late in the match. So with the last opportunity here for Duck Motif to select a mode, they will be going to Rainmaker. So if we see a game 4 and 5, it will be Splat Zones and of course Clam Blitz that they will look at. But Rainmaker, Heelbook, not a great record. I don't want to keep harping on records.
Good for streaming this whole thing. What time is it for me? It's 1:17 right now. This could be the final match if Duck Motif wins.
And I was Duck Motif, I'd be like, hey, you know, stats are, accurate for a reason. They're just data, right? So having that kind of information and being like, well, my opponents are maybe not the strongest at Rainmaker, and picking that, I think that could definitely be beneficial for sure. But, you know, it really depends on how they play and what kind of weapons they bring. We haven't really been able to see JJ too much on that Brella, and maybe the Brella could be a little bit more beneficial on something like Rainmaker. You have a little bit of that canopy to kind of work with as you move forward, but it's seeming like, you know, the comp that Duck Motif is bringing for game after game has just kind of been anti-Heelbook.
Well, Falco, one thing that Healbook definitively hasn't brought to Rainmaker is a 96 Gal. They do not have typically that ink vac weapon available to them. Is it too late to pivot, or do you stick with what you know?
I don't think it's too late for anything. You got to throw something to the wall and see what sticks. But for Healbook, against these top 8
Healbook
teams,
reverse sweep,
1 and 7
you think?
in Rainmaker. So Duck Motif either took a random guess on what they wanted to do, or they did their studying and figure out what might work best against Healbook. So that's going to be really tricky to see how Healbook will respond to this. And again, I think you can still change up what you want to do, but of course you have to choose your stage first, and we'll see where we're headed.
Well, and interestingly, Milana, whether this is them thinking ahead to try and avoid it for Clamblitz, they've elected to go to Museum de Alfonsino for Rainmaker. Not an unheard of stage or mode combination, but with Clamblitz looming, if you want to make a reverse sweep, that's one that maybe they want to get out of the way.
Yeah, no, totally. I think we have seen Museum de Alfonsino as a very popular pick for Clamblitz, oh my goodness. So, you know, having that pick for Rainmaker, I think will maybe make the uphill climb just a little less uphill, but something we have to keep in mind for Rainmaker on Museum de Alfonsino is that after that first checkpoint, those points can tick really fast. So that is something that Healbook is going to have to kind of work on to be able to recognize that this is a potential pitfall for coming to this stage as well.
Well, Falco, on this stage, it always feels like it follows this formulaic approach of you're jockeying for position in mid, somebody finds enough picks to where they can make that leap of faith right to the first Rainmaker checkpoint, and then you have to kind of hold back, build up those specials, and then make that push. You have another kind of valley situation going back to that final Rainmaker checkpoint. So we'll have to see if we go
see it, man.
to a game number 4 here. Healbook on the back foot, trying not to get swept by Duck Motif as we look at Rainmaker Museum de Alfonsino. Falco, what are you seeing from the comps?
Well, the heavy-headed Splatling, that is a weapon we have not really seen today at all. And again, similar weapons that we had already seen coming out from Duck Motif. So yeah, Prosper with the heavy-headed Splatling, giving the Tacticooler and giving, I feel like, more momentum for Healbook this time around. Zach, you called it on changing something up. This is that weapon.
Well, fine. I guess neither team's going to use a 96 or an ink vac. Sure, I guess that evens the playing field as we see both teams with a 52 and Duck Motif setting things up early,
dude.
But they will lose the Rainmaker
The
as they're making the leap of faith. That's why it's called the leap of faith and not the leap of guaranteed break the first checkpoint. Milana, as Prosper goes down.
You know, I think we should make that name stick more than the horseshoe.
It doesn't roll off the tongue.
But as we see, you know, Healbook was a couple members down, but Duck Motif not really quite able to break that first checkpoint. The tri-strikes coming out from Healbook, and now an Ultra Stamp from Red Shell. Getting a double on Healbook is going to be huge for stopping this push from happening.
Yeah, don't get to the first checkpoint. They get there, but they don't land atop it. So that's going to have to be on their agenda as we see Duck Motif advancing forward. Adapt will fall. Len will fall shortly after using the Rainmaker as a main weapon instead of advancing forward. Falco, they have the lead. It might be a little bit early, but they're showing off their offensive prowess.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job getting the lead and then continuing the work, even though they're not quite to where the Rainmaker was at that point. And again, they're still not at that checkpoint. They might have to opt to go around this time, which, you know, fine, you have to do that. You can't take the leap of faith anymore in that situation. And Healbook's really got to find the way that they want to break back in, and Prosper has the cooler now. JJ's going to try and fight as well.
Am I falling asleep again?
Might reset here, and that might be the move for Healbook.
Jeez, I'm sorry it's late.
Neutralize and get some picks, but it's still all in Duck Motif's favor.
I'm sorry, guys.
Track Caden down, but instead the Hunter becomes
my soul is leaving my body
there
again.
as Caden will enter the Flow Aura state with an additional pick onto JJ. They'll pick up the Tacticooler buff to boot, and although they're facing heavy
I can't have another hot
resistance
chocolate
in the
either,
form
man.
of that triple ink strike, Duck Motif Milana will hang on to the Rainmaker.
They do have that Rainmaker, and yet we do have to mention they still have not broken that first checkpoint, which we have kind of talked about, that it is, you know, that very first step that they have to do. It is not something so insurmountable that you can't do, especially on a stage like this. Vexen popping themselves up with that crab tank. They do finally break that first checkpoint, but if they can position themselves well, this could be a runaway for Duck Motif.
You have to get that first checkpoint at some point. The first team to get it, as we see Kai keep advancing forward, has a big advantage as Kai is going to keep advancing to 26. Adapt will fall as well. Duck Motif going 3 down, but Falco, that is a small price to pay
Jesus
for such
Christ.
a voluminous
All right.
lead.
Yeah, that is a great lead. You know, if Kai stuck that landing too, they would have netted even more points. And again, Healbook, even though they're trying to figure out a way to push forward, it's going to be players like Vexen who are able
Don't worry,
to
guys. It's only 2 minutes.
how to get around and get
Duck
some of these
Motif will win,
picks. And
right?
Healbook now, will they net some points? Yes, they get 1 right
Duck
now.
Motif
That one
will
doesn't
win.
count because they're trying to push towards the podium here. But they look better, look in a better position. They're going to have to try and take out Red Shell and let them use that Ultra Stamp. So again, this could be the push that gets them to the checkpoint. It's not going to happen quite yet. It's actually going to be the wipeout. So again, Duck Motif in control, but that was Healbook's real first opportunity. I think the fact that the middle spinner spins actually kind of was horrible for Healbook because it was tilted at an angle that they couldn't make the jump. So they had to say, okay, plan B, let's go over to the ramp. And that was playing into Duck Motif's trap there. So what could have been landing on top of that first checkpoint ends in somewhat disaster, Milana, as we get close to that final minute of play.
Yeah, we do. And you know what? With 2 down on Healbook, Duck Motif is in a great position to keep Healbook from even moving to the center of the stage. JJ hoping to get a cheeky flank right here, but being spotted out immediately by Red Shell. And I think they're going to have to win this 1v1, but unfortunately getting taken out as well. You know, with 3 down on Healbook, Kai going into that flow aura state, they are just camping onto that Rainmaker because at the lead with the 26 marker, all they have to do is just make sure they waste the time.
Snipe Riders are such underrated slayers. You can pick them off from range. It's a 2-shot splat. It's everything you want as Kai easily enters the flow aura state there with 25 seconds left to go. That's going to be another pick onto Healbook there as they were not able to do their best Goss impression and go away like a ghost in the night on that 52. Caden looking for a splat there, finds it onto Adapt, looking for another onto a Prosper who backs off but gets taken out instead. And Healbook trying to find a way to pick up the Rainmaker, but Duck Motif has beaten them to it. They'll take it back. Kai will keep being in that flow aura state, and it's a 3-down situation against Healbook that ends their playoff dreams. Duck Motif with a 3-0 sweep against Healbook.
I'm so tired, guys.
Propel them on to the losers quarterfinals. And Falco, what a job from Duck Motif. Such a close, edgy 5-game bout against Moonlight, and they look like they didn't waste a second, like they were put in the cryostasis chamber until this very moment when they sweep through Healbook.
No, I don't think they were too happy about losing that game 5, but they took care of business over these 3 games. I go back to those final moments that we just saw where Duck Motif could have very easily picked up the Rainmaker and tried to push and extend their lead. But no, you had the Snipe Rider who's like, I'm going to stand by the Rainmaker, get some splats, go into flow aura state, and continue to make you work to get to this Rainmaker. I don't need to push it, you need to push to me.
Good stuff.
Well, it wasn't until the very end they finally went all the way back and stalled the Rainmaker a little bit. But yeah, a textbook win there for Duck Motif.
And Milana, what does this say about Duck Motif's chances tomorrow as they continue on in these playoffs?
You know, I might have been converted into a Duck Motif fan right here, you know? Go Ducks. So I'm just like, I'm really excited to see this version of Duck Motif as they continue through this losers bracket. And you know, tomorrow they do have an uphill battle. We have them facing off against Moonlight, which we know to be a team that can stand toe-to-toe with Milky Way, our #1 seed. So I think seeing this play out, if they bring their best game, this could be a great match to watch.
It's
well,
Duck
that's going to
Motif,
be the
not
final match of the day. Let's take a look at our bracket to see what exactly transpired.
Alright, this is what we've got for tomorrow, guys.
Setup between the
Milky Way, Moonlight, Cream Soda.
Cream Soda. Down in the loser side of the bracket, Content Cat defeating Scuba 3-1.
Oh wait, no, I'm silly. It's Milky Way, Cream Soda,
and as we just saw,
and then Enemy Content Cat, Moonlight.
Over Healbook that will propel them into a rematch against Moonlight. That would
well, tomorrow's 6 games. That's good.
So it's just been
so we got through like a bulk of it
I
today.
want to take a look, of course, at final
so it's not going to go on as
long
tomorrow.
Splatoon action action going on that you can take a look at, namely something that's happening right now.
Big run.
Big run taking place from June 19th all the way to tomorrow, June 21st, ending at 5 p.m. Pacific. Multiple sites are available, and randomly supplied weapons are also at your disposal. You can obtain that special reward as well.
Massive.
So exciting. I hope y'all will check it out while it's still active. So there's one more thing we want to take a look at as well, and it is going to be the Splatoon 3 x Splatoon Raiders collaboration.
What team are we picking, guys?
You can see there July
what team
10th
are we
through
picking?
July 12th, 2026. Which one will you pick between speed, power, and tactics? What is your fighting style? Milana, I want to get your impression as what you think you'll be picking.
Listen, I have a very unique way of approaching Splatfest, and for me, it's just Team Fry, so I gotta go Team Power, you know? Big money, big muscle.
Okay, Falco, what about yourself here?
I was going to go Power in honor of our spectator camera operator, Power, who's been with us all season. But, you know, Milana kind of stole that thunder. I'm going to go Team Tactics.
Well, if you had all three, well, that's not fair.
Team Tactics. I'm quite a fan of
because I'm all
myself,
three.
so if not, I can
I have
always round it out
speed,
by picking speed.
power,
But make your
tactics,
selection close to July 10th through July
and the hidden
12th as
one,
we look
smarts.
at the upcoming Splatfest. It's been so exciting today. That was our final match of
That's
the day. So I
4.
want to get your ending thoughts here. Milana, we'll start with you. What did you think of our first
I'm in the
day
next
of
game,
playoff
Splatoon
action?
4.
If this is the first day of our playoff action, I can't even imagine what day 2 is gonna look like. I think we were just kind of thrown off by some of these weapon picks. We were kind of
so tired.
a little bit flabbergasted about how some of these sets, these matches turned out. And I think if this is what is like you said, the appetizer, I couldn't even imagine what the main course is like.
The main course will be coming up tomorrow, and Falco, you got a front row seat. You got to bring us that wonderful analysis on the Telestrator, got to come to the desk and break it down in the final half. What are your thoughts on today?
Well, other than my bracket being busted already, as most of ours is a little bit, but it has been so fun to echo.
I'm just gonna wait for it to like do the ending thing, and then I'm gonna
picks on
I'll
players
head
getting
out,
those
alright?
splats. But then, too, just how strong a lot of these players are. A lot of Game 5s we didn't think that we were going to see, too, and that kept me on my toes. I'm so excited for tomorrow, Zach.
Well, just as it did today, be sure to tune in for the rest of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs happening tomorrow to cap us on June
let's
21st,
go.
starting at noon
Handon,
Pacific
what's
time. You will
good?
not want to
Oh
miss
my
a
God.
moment of the action. But for my co-casters, Falco, Milana, and previously Siren and Nine, my name is Shiny Hunter Zach. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you back here tomorrow.
Alright, guys. That's enough Splatoon for me. That's enough Splatoon for me. Alright, good games. Good games. There's only going to be 6 games tomorrow, okay, guys? We went through 8 today. We went through 8 full games today, which is insane. But there's only going to be 6 tomorrow, alright? So that's like a good hour of not watching Splatoon, so it will probably take us tomorrow till like midnight, which is fine. So thanks for watching, guys. I'm done today. I'm done for now. Alright, so I'll tune in tomorrow, okay? I'll actually react to everything. This is just a, you know, remembering if I can react or not, you know, so my words aren't making sense. I need to go to bed. Okay, guys, have a good one. I'll see you guys later, alright? Have a good one.